Chapter 1 of A Daughter of the Land. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ariel Lipshaw. A Daughter of the Land by Jean Stratton-Porter. Chapter 1 The Wings of Morning. Take the wings of morning. Kate Bates followed the narrow footpath rounding the corner of the small country church as the old minister raised his voice slowly and impressively to repeat the command he had selected for his text. Fearing that her head would be level with the windows, she bent and walked swiftly past the church, but the words went with her, iterating and reiterating themselves in her brain. Once she paused to glance back toward the church, wondering what the minister would say in expounding that text. She had a fleeting thought of slipping in, taking the back seat, and listening to the sermon. The remembrance that she had not dressed for church deterred her. Then her face twisted grimly as she again turned to the path, for it occurred to her that she had nothing else to wear if she had started to attend church instead of going to see her brother. As usual, she had left her bed at 4 o'clock. For 7 hours she had cooked, washed dishes, made beds, swept, dusted, milked, churned, following the usual routine of a big family in the country. Then she had gone upstairs, dressed in clean gingham, and confronted her mother. "I think I have done my share for today," she said. "Suppose you call on our lady schoolmistress for help with dinner. I'm going to Adam's." Mrs. Bates lifted her gaunt form to very close 6 feet of height, looking narrowly at her daughter. "Well, what the nation are you going to Adam's at this time o' Sunday for?" she demanded. "Oh, I have a curiosity to learn if there is one of the 18 members of this family who gives a cent what becomes of me," answered Kate, her eyes meeting and looking clearly into her mother's. "You are not letting yourself think he would give a cent to send you to that fool Normal thing, are you?" "I am not, but it wasn't a fool thing when Mary and Nancy Ellen and the older girls wanted to go. You even let Mary go to college 2 years." "Mary had exceptional ability," said Mrs. Bates. "I wonder how she convinced you of it. None of the rest of us can discover it," said Kate. "What you need is a good strapping, miss." "I know it, but considering the facts that I am larger than you, and was 18 in September, I shouldn't advise you to attempt it. What is the difference whether I was born in 62 or 42? Give me the chance you gave Mary, and I'll prove to you that I can do anything she has done, without having exceptional ability. The difference is that I am past 60 now. I was stout as an ox when Mary wanted to go to school. It is your duty and your job to stay here and do this work. To pay for having been born last, not a bit more than if I had been born first. Any girl in the family owes you as much for life as I do. It is up to the others to pay back in service, after they are of age, if it is to me. I have done my share. If father were not the richest farmer in the county, and one of the richest men, it would be different. He can afford to hire help for you quite as well as he can for himself." "Hire help? Who would I get to do the work here?" "You'd have to double your assistants. You could not hire 2 women who would come here and do so much work as I do in a day. That is why I decline to give up teaching, and stay here to slave at your option for gingham dresses and cowhide shoes, of your selection. If I were a boy, I'd work 3 years more, and then I would be given 200 acres of land, have a house and barn built for me, and a start of stock given me, as every boy in this family has had at 21. A man is a man. He founds a family. He runs the government. It is a different matter," said Mrs. Bates. "It surely is, in this family. But I think, even with us, a man would have rather a difficult proposition on his hands to found a family without a woman, or to run the government either." "All right. Go on to Adam and see what you get." "I'll have the satisfaction of knowing that Nancy Ellen gets dinner anyway," said Kate, as she passed through the door and followed the long path to the gate, from there walking beside the road in the direction of her brother's home. There were many horses in the pasture, and single and double buggies in the barn, but it never occurred to Kate that she might ride. It was Sunday, and the horses were resting. So she followed the path beside the fences, rounded the corner of the church, and went on her way with the text from which the pastor was preaching, hammering in her brain. She became so absorbed in thought that she scarcely saw the footpath she followed, while June flowered and perfumed and sang all around her. She was so intent upon the words she had heard that her feet unconsciously followed a well-defined branch from the main path leading into the woods from the bridge, where she sat on a log and for the unnumbered time reviewed her problem. She had worked ever since she could remember. Never in her life had she gotten to school before noon on Monday because of the large washings. After the other work was finished, she had spent nights and mornings ironing, when she longed to study, seldom finishing before Saturday. Summer brought an endless round of harvesting, canning, drying. Winter brought butchering, heaps of sewing, and postponed summer work. School began late in the fall and closed early in spring, with teachers often inefficient. Yet because she was a close student and kept her books where she could take a peep and memorize and think as she washed dishes and cooked, she had thoroughly mastered all the country school near her home could teach her. With 6 weeks of a summer normal course, she would be as well prepared to teach as any of her sisters were, with the exception of Mary, who had been able to convince her parents that she possessed 2 college years' worth of ability. Kate laid no claim to ability herself, but she knew she was as strong as most men, had an ordinary brain that could be trained, and while she was far from beautiful, she was equally as far from being ugly, for her skin was smooth and pink, her eyes large and blue-gray, her teeth even and white. She missed beauty because her cheekbones were high, her mouth large, her nose barely escaping a pug, but she had a real crown of glory in her hair, which was silken fine, long and heavy, of sunshine gold in color, curling naturally around her face and neck. Given pure blood to paint such a skin with varying emotions, enough wind to ravel out a few locks of such hair, the proportions of a Venus and perfect health, any girl could rest very well assured of being looked at twice, if not oftener. Kate sat on a log, a most unusual occurrence for her, for she was familiar only with bare, hot houses, furnished with meagre necessities, reeking stables, barnyards, and vegetable gardens. She knew less of the woods than the average city girl, but there was a soothing wind, a sweet perfume, a calming silence that quieted her tense mood and enabled her to think clearly. So the review went on over years of work and petty economies, amounting to one grand aggregate that gave to each of 7 sons house, stock, and land at 21, and to each of 9 daughters a bolt of muslin and a fairly decent dress when she married, as the 7 older ones did speedily, for they were fine, large, upstanding girls, some having real beauty, all exceptionally well-trained economists and workers. Because her mother had the younger daughters to help in the absence of the elder, each girl had been allowed the time and money to prepare herself to teach a country school. All of them had taught until they married. Nancy Ellen, the beauty of the family, the girl next older than Kate, had taken the home school for the 2nd winter. Going to school to Nancy Ellen had been the greatest trial of Kate's life, until the possibility of not going to normal had confronted her. Nancy Ellen was almost as large as Kate, quite as pink, her features assembled in a manner that made all the difference, her jet-black hair as curly as Kate's, her eyes big and dark, her lips red. As for looking at Kate twice, no one ever looked at her at all if Nancy Ellen happened to be walking beside her. Kate bore that without protest. It would have wounded her pride to rebel openly. She did Nancy Ellen's share of the work to allow her to study and have her normal course. She remained at home plainly clothed to loan Nancy Ellen her best dress when she attended normal. But when she found that she was doomed to finish her last year at school under Nancy Ellen, to work double so that her sister might go to school early and remain late, coming home tired and with lessons to prepare for the morrow, some of the spontaneity left Kate's efforts. She had a worse grievance when Nancy Ellen hung several new dresses and a wrapper on her side of the closet after her first payday, and furnished her end of the bureau with a white hairbrush and a brass box filled with pink powder, with a swan's-down puff for its application. For 3 months Kate had waited and hoped that at least thank you would be vouchsafed her. When it failed for that length of time, she did 2 things. She studied so diligently that her father called her into the barn and told her that if before the school she asked Nancy Ellen another question she could not answer, he would use the buggy whip on her to within an inch of her life. The buggy whip always had been a familiar implement to Kate, so she stopped asking slippery questions, worked harder than ever, and spent her spare time planning what she would hang in the closet and put on her end of the bureau when she had finished her normal course and was teaching her first term of school. Now she had learned all that Nancy Ellen could teach her, and much that Nancy Ellen never knew. It was time for Kate to be starting away to school. Because it was so self-evident that she should have what the others had had, she said nothing about it until the time came. Then she found her father determined that she should remain at home to do the housework, for no compensation other than her board and such clothes as she always had worn, her mother wholly in accord with him, and marvel of all, Nancy Ellen quite enthusiastic on the subject. Her father had always driven himself and his family like slaves, while her mother had ably seconded his efforts. Money from the sale of chickens, turkeys, butter, eggs, and garden truck, that other women of the neighborhood used for extra clothing for themselves and their daughters and to prettify their homes, Mrs. Bate handed to her husband to increase the amount necessary to purchase the 200 acres of land for each son when he came of age. The youngest son had farmed his land with comfortable profit and started a bank account, while his parents and 2 sisters were still saving and working to finish the last payment. Kate thought with bitterness that if this final payment had been made, possibly there would have been money to spare for her, but with that thought came the knowledge that her father had numerous investments on which he could have realized, and made the payments, had he not preferred that they should be a burden on his family. "Take the wings of morning," repeated Kate, with all the emphasis the old minister had used. I wonder what kind of wings. Those of a peewee would scarcely do for me. I'd need the wings of an eagle to get me anywhere, and anyway it wasn't the wings of a bird I was to take, it was the wings of morning. I wonder what the wings of morning are, and how I go about taking them. God knows where my wings come in. By the ache in my feet I seem to have walked mostly. Oh, what are the wings of morning?" Kate stared straight before her, sitting absorbed and motionless. Close in front of her a little white moth fluttered over the twigs and grasses. A kingbird sailed into view, and perched on a brush heap preparatory to darting after the moth. While the bird measured the distance and waited for the moth to rise above the entangling grasses, with a sweep and a snap a smaller bird, very similar in shape and coloring, flashed down, catching the moth and flying high among the branches of a big tree. "Aha! You missed your opportunity," said Kate to the kingbird. She sat straighter suddenly. "Opportunity," she repeated. "Here is where I am threatened with missing mine. Opportunity. I wonder now if that might not be another name for the wings of morning. Morning is winging its way past me. The question is, do I sit still and let it pass, or do I take its wings and fly away?" Kate brooded on that a while. Then her thought formulated into words again. "It isn't as if Mother were sick or poor. She is perfectly well and stronger than 9 women out of 10 her age. Father can afford to hire all the help that she needs. There is nothing cruel or unkind in leaving her. And as for Nancy Ellen, why does the fact that I am a few years younger than she make me her servant? Why do I cook for her and make her bed and wash her clothes, while she earns money to spend on herself? And she is doing everything in her power to keep me at it, because she likes what she is doing and what it brings her, and she doesn't give a tinker whether I like what I am doing or not, or whether I get anything I want out of it or not, or whether I miss getting off to normal on time or not. She is blame selfish, that's what she is, so she won't like the jolt she's going to get. But it will benefit her soul that her pretty face keeps her from developing, so I shall give her a little valuable assistance. Mother will be furious and Father will have the buggy whip convenient, but I am going. I don't know how or when, but I am going. Who has a thirst for knowledge, in Helicon may slake it, if he has still the Roman will to find a way or make it. Kate arose tall and straight and addressed the surrounding woods. "Now you just watch me find a way or make it," she said. "I am taking the wings of morning. Observe my flight. See me cut curves and circles and sail and soar around all the other Bates girls the Lord ever made, one named Nancy Ellen in particular. It must be far past noon, and I've much to do to get ready. I fly." Kate walked back to the highway, but instead of going on, she turned toward home. When she reached the gate, she saw Nancy Ellen, dressed her prettiest, sitting beneath a cherry tree reading a book, in very plain view from the road. As Kate came up the path, "Hello," said Nancy Ellen. "Wasn't Adam at home?" "I don't know," answered Kate. "I was not there." "You weren't? Why, where were you?" asked Nancy Ellen. "Oh, I just took a walk," answered Kate. "Right at dinner time on a Sunday? Well, I'll be switched," cried Nancy Ellen. "Pity you weren't oftener when you most needed it," said Kate, passing up the walk and entering the door. Her mother asked the same questions, so Kate answered them. "Well, I'm glad you came home," said Mrs. Bates. "There was no use tagging to Adam with a sorry story, when your father said flatly that you couldn't go." "But I must go," urged Kate. "I have as good a right to my chance as the others. If you put your foot down and say so, Mother, Father will let me go. Why shouldn't I have the same chance as Nancy Ellen? Please, Mother, let me go." "You stay right where you are. There is an awful summer's work before us," said Mrs. Bates. "There always is," answered Kate, "but now is just my chance while you have Nancy Ellen here to help you." "She has some special studying to do, and you very well know that she has to attend the County Institute and take the summer course of training for teachers." "So do I," said Kate stubbornly. "You really will not help me, Mother?" "I've said my say. Your place is here. Here you stay," answered her mother. "All right," said Kate. "I'll cross you off the docket of my hopes and try Father." "Well, I warn you, you had better not. He has been nagged until his patience is lost," said Mrs. Bates. Kate closed her lips and started in search of her father. She found him leaning on the pig-pen, watching pigs grow into money, one of his most favored occupations. He scowled at her, drawing his huge frame to full height. "I don't want to hear a word you have to say," he said. "You are the youngest, and your place is in the kitchen helping your mother. We have got the last installment to pay on Hiram's land this summer. March back to the house and busy yourself with something useful." Kate looked at him, from his big-boned, weather-beaten face to his heavy shoes, then turned without a word and went back toward the house. She went around it to the cherry tree, and with no preliminaries said to her sister, "Nancy Ellen, I want you to lend me enough money to fix my clothes a little and pay my way to normal this summer. I can pay it all back this winter. I'll pay every cent with interest before I spend any on anything else." "Why, you must be crazy," said Nancy Ellen. "Would I be any crazier than you when you wanted to go?" asked Kate. "But you were here to help Mother," said Nancy Ellen. "And you are here to help her now," persisted Kate. "But I've got to fix up my clothes for the County Institute," said Nancy Ellen. "I'll be gone most of the summer." "I have just as much right to go as you had," said Kate. "Father and Mother both say you shall not go," answered her sister. "I suppose there is no use to remind you that I did all in my power to help you to your chance." "You did no more than you should have done," said Nancy Ellen. "And this is no more than you should do for me in the circumstances," said Kate. "You very well know I can't. Father and Mother would turn me out of the house," said Nancy Ellen. "I'd be only too glad if they would turn me out," said Kate. "You can let me have the money if you like. Mother wouldn't do anything but talk, and Father would not strike you or make you go. He always favors you." "He does nothing of the sort. I can't and I won't, so there," cried Nancy Ellen. "Won't is the real answer, so there," said Kate. She went into the cellar and ate some cold food from the cupboard and drank a cup of milk. Then she went to her room and looked over all her scanty stock of clothing, laying in a heap the pieces that need mending. She took the clothes basket to the washroom, which was the front of the woodhouse in summer, built a fire, heated water, and while making it appear that she was putting the clothes to soak as usual, she washed everything she had that was fit to use, hanging the pieces to dry in the building. "Watch me fly," muttered Kate. "I don't seem to be cutting those curves so very fast, but I'm moving. I believe now, having exhausted all home resources, that Adam is my next objective. He is the only one in the family who ever paid the slightest attention to me. Maybe he cares a trifle what becomes of me, but oh, how I dread Agatha! However, watch me take wing. If Adam fails me, I have 6 remaining prospects among my loving brothers, and if none of them has any feeling for me or faith in me, there yet remain my 7 dear brothers-in-law, before I appeal to the tender mercies of the neighbors. But how I dread Agatha! Yet I fly. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of A Daughter of the Land. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Daughter of the Land by Jean Stratton-Porter. Chapter 2. An Embryo Mind Reader. Kate was far from physical flight as she pounded the indignation of her soul into the path with her substantial feet. Baffled and angry, she kept reviewing the situation as she went swiftly on her way, regardless of dust and heat. She could see no justice in being forced into a position that promised to end in further humiliation and defeat of her hopes. If she only could find Adam at the stable as she passed and talk with him alone. Secretly, she well knew that the chief source of her dread of meeting her sister-in-law was that to her Agatha was so funny that ridiculing her had been regarded as perfectly legitimate pastime. For Agatha was funny, but she had no idea of it, and could no more avoid it than a bee could avoid being buzzy, so the manner in which her sisters-in-law imitated her and laughed at her, none too secretly, was far from kind. While she never guessed what was going on, she realized the antagonism in their attitude and stoutly resented it. Adam was his father's favorite son, a stalwart, fine-appearing, big man, silent, honest, and forceful, the son most after the desires of the father's heart. Yet Adam was the one son of the 7 who had ignored his father's law that all of his boys were to marry strong, healthy young women, poor women, working women. Each of the others at coming of age had contracted this prescribed marriage as speedily as possible, first asking Father Bates, the girl afterward. If Father Bates disapproved, the girl was never asked at all, and the reason for this docility on the part of these big matured men lay wholly in the methods of Father Bates. He gave those 200 acres of land to each of them on coming of age, and the same sum to each for the building of a house and barn and the purchase of stock, gave it to them in words and with the fullest assurance that it was theirs to improve, to live on, to add to. Each of them had seen and handled his deed. Each had to admit he never had known his father to tell a lie, or deviate the least from fairness in a deal of any kind. Each had been compelled to go in the way indicated by his father for years, but not a man of them held his own deed. These precious bits of paper remained locked in the big wooden chest beside the father's bed, while the land stood on the records in his name. The taxes they paid him each year he himself carried to the county clerk, so that he was the largest landholder in the county and one of the very richest men. It must have been extreme unction to his soul to enter the county office and ask for the assessment on those little parcels of land of mine. Men treated him very deferentially, and so did his sons. Those documents, carefully locked away, had the effect of obtaining ever-ready help to harvest his hay and wheat whenever he desired, to make his least wish quickly deferred to give him authority and the power for which he lived and worked earlier, later, and harder than any other man of his day and locality. Adam was like him as possible up to the time he married, yet Adam was the only one of his sons who disobeyed him, but there was a redeeming feature. Adam married a slender, tall slip of a woman, 4 years his senior, who had been teaching in the Hartley schools when he began courting her. She was a prim, fussy woman, born of a prim father and a fussy mother, so what was to be expected? Her face was narrow and set, her body and her movements almost rigid. Her hair, always parted, lifted from each side and tied on the crown, fell in stiff little curls, the back part hanging free. Her speech, as precise as her movements, was formed into set habit through long study of the dictionary. She was born antagonistic to whatever existed, no matter what it was. So surely as every other woman agreed on a dress, a recipe, a house, anything whatever, so surely Agatha thought out and followed a different method, the disconcerting thing about her being that she usually finished any undertaking with less exertion, ahead of time, and having saved considerable money. She could have written a fine book of synonyms, for as certainly as anyone said anything in her presence that she had occasion to repeat, she changed the wording to 6-syllabled mouthfuls, delivered with ponderous circumlocution. She subscribed to papers and magazines, which she read and remembered. And she danced. When other women thought even a waltz immoral and shocking, perfectly stiff, her curls exactly in place, Agatha could be seen, and frequently was seen, waltzing on the front porch in the arms of, and to a tune whistled by young Adam, whose full name was Adam Alcibiades Bates. In his younger days, when discipline had been required, Kate once had heard her say to the little fellow, "Adam Alcibiades, ascend these steps and proceed immediately to your maternal ancestor." Kate thought of this with a dry smile, as she plodded on toward Agatha's home, hoping she could see her brother at the barn, but she knew that most probably she would ascend the steps and proceed to the maternal ancestor of Adam Bates the third. Then she would be forced to explain her visit, and combat both Adam and his wife, for Agatha was not a nonentity like her collection of healthful, hard-working sisters-in-law. Agatha worked if she chose, and she did not work if she did not choose. Mostly she worked, and worked harder than anyone ever thought. She had a habit of keeping her house always immaculate, finishing her cleaning very early, and then reading in a conspicuous spot on the veranda when other women were busy with their most tiresome tasks. Such was Agatha, whom Kate dreaded meeting, with every reason, for Agatha, despite curls, bony structure, language, and dance, was the most powerful factor in the whole Bates family with her father-in-law, and all because, when he purchased the original 200 acres for Adam, and made the first allowance for buildings and stock, Agatha slipped the money from Adam's fingers in some inexplainable way and spent it all for stock, because, forsooth, Agatha was an only child, and her prim father endowed her, she said so herself, with 300 acres of land, better in location and more fertile than that given to Adam, land having on it a roomy and comfortable brick house, completely furnished, a large barn, and also stock, so that her place could be used to live on and farm, while Adam's could be given over to grazing herds of cattle which he bought cheaply, fattened and sold at the top of the market. If each had brought such a farm into the family with her, Father Bates could have endured 6 more prim, angular, becurled daughters-in-law very well indeed, for land was his one and only god. His respect for Agatha was markedly very high, for in addition to her farm he secretly admired her independence of thought and action, and was amazed by the fact that she was about her work when several of the blooming girls he had selected for wives for his sons were confined to the sofa with a pain, while not one of them schemed, planned, connived with her husband, and piled up the money as Agatha did. Therefore she stood at the head of the women of the Bates family. While she was considered to have worked miracles in the heart of Adam Bates, for with his exception no man of the family ever had been seen to touch a woman, either publicly or privately, to offer the slightest form of endearment, assistance, or courtesy. "Women are to work and to bear children," said the elder Bates. "Put them at the first job when they are born, and the second at 18, and keep them hard at it." At their rate of progression, several of the Bates sons and daughters would produce families that, with a couple of pairs of twins, would equal the 16 of the elder Bates, but not so Agatha. She had one son of 15 and one daughter of 10, and she said that was all she intended to have. Certainly it was all she did have, but she further aggravated matters by announcing that she had had them because she wanted them, at such times as she intended to, and that she had the boy first and 5 years the older, so that he could look after his sister when they went into company. Also, she walked up and sat upon Adam's lap whenever she chose, ruffled his hair, pulled his ears, and kissed him squarely on the mouth, with every appearance of having help, while the dance on the front porch with her son or daughter was of daily occurrence. And anything funnier than Agatha, prim and angular with never a hair out of place, stiffly hopping Money Musk and Turkey in the Straw or the Blue Danube Waltz, anything funnier than that never happened. But the two Adams, junior and third, watched with reverent and adoring eyes, for she was mother, and no one else on earth rested so high in their respect as the inflexible woman they lived with. That she was different from all the other women of her time and location was hard on the other women. Had they been exactly right, they would have been exactly like her. So Kate, thinking all these things over, her own problem acutely advanced and proceeded. She advanced past the closed barn and stock in the pasture, past the garden flaming June, past the dooryard, up the steps, down the hall, into the screened back porch dining room, and proceeded to take a chair, while the family finished the Sunday night supper, at which they were seated. Kate was not hungry, and she did not wish to trouble her sister-in-law to set another place, so she took the remaining chair against the wall, behind Agatha, facing Adam the third across the table, and with Adam Jr. in profile at the head and little Susan at the foot. Then she waited her chance. Being tired and aggressive, she did not wait long. "I might as well tell you why I came," she said bluntly. "Father won't give me money to go to Normal, as he has all the others. He says I have got to stay at home and help Mother." "Well, Mother is getting so old she needs help," said Adam Jr. as he continued his supper. "Of course she is," said Kate. "We all know that. But what is the matter with Nancy Ellen helping her, while I take my turn at Normal? There wasn't a thing I could do last summer to help her off that I didn't do, even to lending her my best dress and staying at home for 6 Sundays because I had nothing else fit to wear where I'd be seen." No one said a word. Kate continued. "Then Father secured our home school for her, and I had to spend the winter going to school to her, when you very well know that I always studied harder, and was ahead of her, even after she'd been to Normal. And I got up early and worked late and cooked and washed and waited on her, while she got her lessons and reports ready, and fixed up her nice new clothes, and now she won't touch the work, and she is doing all she can to help Father keep me from going. I never knew Father to need much help on anything he made up his mind to," said Adam. Kate sat very tense. She looked steadily at her brother, but he looked quite as steadily at his plate. The back of her sister-in-law was fully as expressive as her face. Her head was very erect, her shoulders stiff and still, not a curl moved as she poured Adam's tea and Susan's milk. Only Adam the third looked at Kate with companionable eyes, as if he might feel a slight degree of interest or sympathy, so she found herself explaining directly to him. "Things are blame unfair in our family anyway," she said bitterly. "You have got to be born a boy to have any chance worth while. If you are a girl, it is mighty small, and if you are the youngest by any mischance, you have none at all. I don't want to harp things over, but I wish you would explain to me why having been born a few years after Nancy Ellen makes me her slave, and cuts me out of my chance to teach and to have some freedom in clothes. They might as well have told Hiram he was not to have any land and stay at home and help Father because he was the youngest boy. It would have been quite as fair, but nothing like that happens to the boys of this family. It is always the girls who get left. I have worked for years, knowing every cent I saved and earned above barely enough to cover me would go to help pay for Hiram's land and house and stock, but he wouldn't turn a hand to help me, neither will any of the rest of you." "Then what are you here for?" asked Adam. "Because I am going to give you and every other brother and sister I have the chance to refuse to loan me enough to buy a few clothes and pay my way to normal, so I can pass the examinations and teach this fall. And when you have all refused, I am going to the neighbors, until I find someone who will loan me the money I need. $100 would be plenty. I could pay it back with 2 months' teaching, with any interest you say." Kate paused, short of breath, her eyes blazing, her cheeks red. Adam went steadily on with his supper. Agatha appeared stiffer and more uncompromising in the back than before, which Kate had not thought possible. But the same dull red on the girl's cheeks had begun to burn on the face of young Adam. Suddenly he broke into a clear laugh. "Oh, Ma, you're too funny," he cried. "I can read your face like a book. I bet you $10 I can tell you just word for word what you are going to say. I dare you let me. You know I can." Still laughing, his eyes dancing, a picture to see, he stretched his arm across the table toward her, and his mother adored him, however she strove to conceal the fact from him. $10, she scoffed. "When did we become so wealthy? I'll give you $1 if you tell me exactly what I was going to say." The boy glanced at his father. "Oh, this is too easy," he cried. "It's like robbing the baby's bank." And then to his mother, "You were just opening your lips to say, 'Give it to her.' If you don't, I will. And you are even a little bit more of a brick than usual to do it. It's a darned shame the way all of them impose on Kate." There was a complete change in Agatha's back. Adam Jr. laid down his fork and stared at his wife in deep amazement. Adam III stretched his hand farther toward his mother. "Give me that $1, he cajoled. "Well, I am not concealing it in the sleeve of my garments," she said. "If I have one, it is reposing in my purse, in juxtaposition to the other articles that belong there, and if you receive it, it will be bestowed upon you when I deem the occasion suitable." Young Adam's fist came down with a smash. "I get the $1, he triumphed. "I told you so. I knew she was going to say it. Ain't I a dandy mind-reader, though? But it is bully for you, Father, because of course if Mother wouldn't let Kate have it, you'd have to. But if you did, it might make trouble with your paternal land-grabber, and endanger your precious deed that you hope to get in the sweet by-and-by. But if Mother loans the money, Grandfather can't say a word, because it is her very own and didn't cost him anything, and he always agrees with her anyway. Hurrah for hurrah, Kate! Nancy Ellen may wash her own petticoat in the morning while I take you to the train. You'll let me, Father?" "You did let me go to Hartley alone once. I'll be careful. I won't let a thing happen. I'll come straight home. And oh, my $1, you and me, I'll put you in the bank and let you grow to 3. "You may go," said his father promptly. "You shall proceed according to your Aunt Catherine's instructions," said his mother at the same time. "Katie, get your carpet sack. When do we start?" demanded young Adam. "Morning will be all right with me, you blessed young'un," said Kate, "but I don't own a telescope or anything to put what little I have in, and Nancy Ellen never would spare hers. She will want to go to County Institute before I get back." "You may have mine," said Agatha. "You are perfectly welcome to take it wherever your peregrinations lead you, and return it when you please. I shall proceed to my chamber and formulate your check immediately. You are also welcome to my best hat and cape, and any of my clothing or personal adornments you can use to advantage." "Oh, Agatha, I wish you were as big as a house like me," said Kate joyfully. "I couldn't possibly crowd into anything you wear, but it would almost tickle me to death to have Nancy Ellen know you let me take your things, when she won't even offer me a dud of her old stuff. I never remotely hoped for any of the new." "You shall have my cape and hat anyway. The cape is new and very fashionable. Come upstairs and try the hat," said Agatha. The cape was new and fashionable, as Agatha had said. It would not fasten at the neck, but there would be no necessity that it should during July and August, while it would improve any dress it was worn with on a cool evening. The hat Kate could not possibly use with her large broad face and mass of hair, but she was almost as pleased with the offer as if the hat had been most becoming. Then Agatha brought out her telescope, in which Kate laid the cape while Agatha wrote her a check for $120, and told her where and how to cash it. The extra 20 was to buy a pair of new walking shoes, some hose, and a hat before she went to her train. When they went downstairs, Adam Jr. had a horse hitched, and Adam III drove her to her home, where, at the foot of the garden, they took one long survey of the landscape and hid the telescope behind the privet bush. Then Adam drove away quietly, Kate entered the dooryard from the garden, and soon afterward went to the washroom and hastily ironed her clothing. Nancy Ellen had gone to visit a neighbor girl, so Kate risked her remaining until after church in the evening. She hurried to their room and mended all her own clothing she had laid out. Then she deliberately went over Nancy Ellen's and helped herself to a pair of pretty night-dresses, such as she had never owned, a white embroidered petticoat, the second-best white dress, and a most becoming sailor hat. These she made into a parcel and carried to the washroom, brought in the telescope and packed it, hiding it under a workbench and covering it with shavings. After that she went to her room and wrote a note, then slept deeply until the morning call. She arose at once and went to the washroom, but instead of washing the family clothing, she took a bath in the largest tub, and washed her hair to a state resembling spun gold. During breakfast she kept sharp watch down the road. When she saw Adam the Third coming, she stuck her note under the hook on which she had seen her father hang his hat all her life, and carrying the telescope in the clothes basket covered with a rumpled sheet, she passed across the yard and handed it over the fence to Adam, climbed that same fence, and they started toward Hartley. Kate put the sailor hat on her head and sat very straight, an anxious line crossing her forehead. She was running away, and if discovered, there was the barest chance that her father might follow and make a most disagreeable scene before the train pulled out. He had gone to a far field to plough corn, and Kate fervently hoped he would plough until noon, which he did. Nancy Ellen washed the dishes, and went into the front room to study, while Mrs. Bates put on her sunbonnet and began hoeing the potatoes. Not one of the family noticed that Monday's wash was not on the clothesline as usual. Kate and Adam drove as fast as they dared, and on reaching town cashed the check, decided that Nancy Ellen's hat would serve, thus saving the price of a new one for emergencies that might arise, bought the shoes, and went to the depot, where they had an anxious hour to wait. "I expect Grandpa will be pretty mad," said Adam. "I am sure there is not the slightest chance but that he will be," said Kate. "Dare you go back home when school is over?" he asked. "Probably not," she answered. "What will you do?" he questioned. "When I investigated Sister Nancy Ellen's bureau, I found a list of the school supervisors of the county, so I am going to put in my spare time writing them about my qualifications to teach their schools this winter. All the other girls did well and taught first-class schools. I shall also. I am not a bit afraid but that I may take my choice of several. When I finish it will be only a few days until school begins, so I can go hunt my boarding place and stay there." "Mother would let you stay at our house," said Adam. "Yes, I think she would after yesterday, but I don't want to make trouble that might extend to Father and your father. I had better keep away." "Yes, I guess you had," said Adam. "If Grandfather rows, he raises a racket. But maybe he won't." "Maybe? Wouldn't you like to see what happens when Mother comes in from the potatoes, and Nancy Ellen comes out from the living room, and Father comes to dinner all about the same time?" Adam laughed appreciatively. "Wouldn't I just!" he cried. "Kate, you like my mother, don't you?" "I certainly do. She has been splendid. I never dreamed of such a thing as getting the money from her." "I didn't either," said Adam, "until I became a mind reader." Kate looked straight into his eyes. "How about that, Adam?" she asked. Adam chuckled. She didn't intend to say a word. She was going to let the Bateses fight it out among themselves. Her mouth was shut so tight it didn't look as if she could open it if she wanted to. "I thought it would be better for you to borrow the money from her, so Father wouldn't get into a mess, and I knew how fine she was, so I just suggested it to her, that's all." "Adam, you're a dandy," cried Kate. "I am having a whole buggy load of fun, and you ought to go," said he. "It's all right. Don't you worry. I'll take care of you." "Why, thank you, Adam," said Kate. "That is the first time anyone ever offered to take care of me in my life. With me it always has been pretty much of a go-it-alone proposition." "What of Nancy Ellen's did you take?" he asked. "Why didn't you get some gloves? Your hands are so red and work-worn. Mother's never look that way." "Your mother never has done the rough field work I do, and I haven't taken time to be careful. They do look badly. I wish I had taken a pair of the lady's gloves, but I doubt if she would have survived that. I understand that one of the unpardonable sins is putting on gloves belonging to anyone else." Then the train came, and Kate climbed aboard with Adam's parting injunction in her ears. "Sit beside an open window on this side." So she looked for and found the window, and as she seated herself she saw Adam on the outside, and leaned to speak to him again. Just as the train started, he thrust his hand inside, dropped his dollar in her lap, and in a tense whisper commanded her, "Get yourself some gloves." Then he ran. Kate picked up the dollar, while her eyes dimmed with tears. "Why, the fine youngster," she said, "the jim-dandy fine youngster." Adam could not remember when he ever had been so happy as he was driving home. He found his mother singing, his father in a genial mood, so he concluded that the greatest thing in the world to make a whole family happy was to do something kind for someone else. But he reflected that there would be far from a happy family at his grandfather's, and he was right. Grandmother Bates came in from her hoeing at 11 o'clock, tired and hungry, expecting to find the wash dry and dinner almost ready. There was no wash and no odor of food. She went to the woodshed and stared unbelievingly at the cold stove, the tubs of soaking clothes. She turned and went into the kitchen, where she saw no signs of Kate or of dinner. Then she lifted up her voice and shouted, "Nancy Ellen!" Nancy Ellen came in a hurry. "Why, Mother, what is the matter?" she cried. "Matter yourself!" exclaimed Mrs. Bates. "Look in the washroom. Why aren't the clothes on the line? Where is that good-for-nothing Kate?" Nancy Ellen went to the washroom and looked. She came back pale and amazed. "Maybe she is sick," she ventured. "She never has been, but she might be. Maybe she has lain down." "On Monday morning, and the wash not out, you simpleton!" cried Mrs. Bates. Nancy Ellen hurried upstairs and came back with bulging eyes. "Every scrap of her clothing is gone, and half of mine." "She's gone to that fool Normal thing. Where did she get the money?" cried Mrs. Bates. "I don't know," said Nancy Ellen. "She asked me yesterday, but of course I told her that so long as you and Father decided she was not to go, I couldn't possibly lend her the money." "Did you look if she had taken it?" Nancy Ellen straightened. "Mother, I didn't need do that." "You said she took your clothes," said Mrs. Bates. "I had hers this time last year. She'll bring back clothes." "Not here she won't. Father will see that she never darkens these doors again. This is the first time in his life that a child of his has disobeyed him." "Except Adam when he married Agatha, and he strutted like a fighting cock about that." "Well, he won't strut about this, and you won't either, even if you are showing signs of standing up for her. Go at that wash while I get dinner." Dinner was on the table when Adam Bates hung his hat on its hook and saw the note for him. He took it down and read, "Father, I have gone to Normal. I borrowed the money of a woman who was willing to trust me to pay it back as soon as I earned it. Not Nancy Ellen, of course. She would not even loan me a pocket-handkerchief, though you remember I stayed at home 6 weeks last summer to let her take what she wanted of mine. Mother, I think you can get Sally Whistler to help you as cheaply as anyone, and that she will do very well. Nancy Ellen, I have taken your second-best hat and a few of your things, but not half so many as I loaned you. I hope it makes you mad enough to burst. I hope you get as mad and stay as mad as I have been most of this year, while you taught me things you didn't know yourself, and I cooked and washed for you, so you could wear fine clothes and play the lady. Kate." Adam Bates read that note to himself, stretching every inch of his 6'6", his face a dull red, his eyes glaring. Then he turned to his wife and daughter. "Is Kate gone? Without proper clothing and on borrowed money?" he demanded. "I don't know," said Mrs. Bates. "I was hoeing potatoes all forenoon." "Listen to this," he thundered. Then he slowly read the note aloud, but someway the spoken words did not have the same effect as when he read them mentally in the first shock of anger. When he heard his own voice read off the line, "I hope it makes you mad enough to burst," there was a catch and a queer gurgle in his throat. Mrs. Bates gazed at him anxiously. Was he so surprised and angry he was choking? Might it be a stroke? It was! It was a master stroke. He got no further than, "Taught me things you didn't know yourself," when he lowered the sheet, threw back his head, and laughed as none of his family ever had seen him laugh in his life. Laughed and laughed until his frame was shaken and the tears rolled. Finally he looked at the dazed Nancy Ellen. "Get Sally Whistler nothing," he said. "You hustle your stumps and do for your mother what Kate did while you were away last summer. And if you have any common decency, send your sister as many of your best things as you had of hers at least. Do you hear me?" End of chapter 2.
Chapter 3 of A Daughter of the Land. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Emily Livingston. A Daughter of the Land by Jean Stratton-Porter. Chapter 3. Peregrinations. "Peregrinations?" laughed Kate, turning to the window to hide her face. "Oh, Agatha, you are a dear, but you are too funny. Even a 4th of July orator would not have used such a word. I had never heard it before in all my life outside spelling school." Then she looked at the dollar she was gripping and ceased to laugh. "The dear lad," she whispered. "He did the whole thing. She was going to let us fight it out. I could tell by her back. And Adam wouldn't have helped me a cent. quite as much because he didn't want to as because father wouldn't have liked it. Fancy the little chap knowing he can wheedle his mother into anything, and exactly how to go about it. I won't spend a penny on myself until she is paid, and I'll make her a present of something nice, just to let her and Nancy Ellen see that I appreciate being helped to my chance, for I had reached that point where I would have walked to school and worked in somebody's kitchen before I'd missed my opportunity, and I could have done it, but this will be far pleasanter and give me a much better showing. Then Kate began watching the people in the car with eager curiosity, for she had been on a train only twice before in her life. She decided that she was in the company of young people, and some even middle aged, going to Normal. She also noticed that most of them were looking at her with probably the same interest she found in them. Then at one of the stations a girl asked to sit with her, and explained she was going to Normal. So Kate said she was also. The girl seemed to have several acquaintances on the car, for she left her seat to speak with them, and when the train stopped at a very pleasant city and the car began to empty itself on the platform, Kate was introduced by this girl to several young women and men near her age. A party of 4, going to board close the school with a woman they knew about, invited Kate to go with them, and because she was strange and shaken by her experiences, she agreed. All of them piled their luggage on a wagon to be delivered, so Kate let hers go also. Then they walked down a long, shady street and entered a dainty and comfortable residence, a place that seemed to Kate to be the home of people of wealth. She was assigned a room with another girl, such a pleasant girl, but a vague uneasiness had begun to make itself felt, so before she unpacked, she went back to the sitting room and learned that the price of board was $8 a week. $48 for 6 weeks! She would not have enough for books and tuition. Besides, Nancy Ellen had boarded with a family on Butler Street whose charge was only $5.50. Kate was eager to stay where these very agreeable young people did. She imagined herself going to classes with them and having association that to her would be a great treat, but she never would dare ask for more money. She thought swiftly a minute, and then made her first mistake. Instead of going to the other girls and frankly confessing that she could not afford the prices they were paying, she watched their chance, picked up her telescope, and hurried down the street, walking swiftly until she was out of sight of the house. Then she began inquiring her way to Butler Street, and after a long, hot walk found the place. The rooms and board were very poor, but Kate felt that she could endure whatever Nancy Ellen had, so she unpacked and went to the Normal School to register and learn what she would need. On coming from the building, she saw that she would be forced to pass close by the group of girls she had deserted, and this was made doubly difficult because she could see that they were talking about her. Then she understood how foolish she had been, and as she was struggling to summon courage to explain to them, she caught these words plainly. "Who is going to ask her for it?" "I am," said the girl who had sat beside Kate on the train. "I don't propose to pay it myself." Then she came directly to Kate and said briefly, 50 cents, please." "For what?" stammered Kate. "Your luggage. You changed your boarding place in such a hurry you forgot to settle, and as I made the arrangement, I had to pay it." Do please excuse me," said Kate. "I was so bewildered I forgot." "Certainly," said the girl, and Kate dropped the money into the extended hand and hurried past, her face scorched red with shame, for one of them had said, "That's a good one. I wouldn't have thought it of her." Kate went back to her hot, stuffy room and tried to study, but she succeeded only in being miserable, for she realized that she had lost her second chance to have either companions or friends by not saying a few words of explanation that would have righted her in the opinion of those she would meet each day for 6 weeks. It was not a good beginning, while the end was what might have been expected. A young man from her neighborhood spoke to her, and the girls, seeing, asked him about Kate, learning thereby that her father was worth more money than all of theirs put together. Some of them had accepted the explanation that Kate was bewildered and had acted hastily. But when the young man finished Bates's history, they merely thought her mean and left her severely to herself, so her only recourse was to study so diligently and recite so perfectly that none of them could equal her. And this she did. In acute discomfort and with a sore heart, Kate passed her first 6 weeks away from home. She wrote to each man on the list of school directors she had taken from Nancy Ellen's desk. Some answered that they had their teachers already engaged. Others made no reply. One bright spot was the receipt of a letter from Nancy Ellen, saying she was sending her best dress, to be careful of it, and if Kate would let her know the day she would be home, she would meet her at the station. Kate sent her thanks, wore the dress to 2 lectures, and wrote the letter telling when she would return. As the time drew nearer, she became sickeningly anxious about a school. What if she had failed in securing one? What if she could not pay back Agatha's money? What if she had taken the wings of morning and fallen in her flight? In desperation she went to the superintendent of the Normal and told him her trouble. He wrote her a fine letter of recommendation, and she sent it to one of the men from whom she had not heard, the director of a school in the village of Walden, several miles east of Hartley, being 17 miles from her home, thus seeming to Kate a desirable location. Also she knew the village to be pretty and the school to be one that paid well. Then she finished her work as best she could, and, disappointed and anxious, entered the train for home. When the engine whistled at the bridge outside Hartley, Kate arose, lifted her telescope from the rack overhead, and made her way to the door, so that she was the first person to leave the car when it stopped. As she stepped to the platform, she had a distinct shock, for her father reached for the telescope, while his greeting and his face were decidedly friendly for him. As they walked down the street, Kate was trying wildly to think of the best thing to say when he asked if she had a school. But he did not ask. Then she saw in the pocket of his light summer coat a packet of letters folded inside a newspaper, and there was one long, official-looking envelope that stood above the others, far enough that she could see Miss K. of the address. Instantly she decided that it was her answer from the school director of Walden, and she was tremblingly eager to see it. She thought an instant and then asked, "Have you been to the post office?" "Yes, I got the mail," he answered. "Will you please see if there are any letters for me?" she asked. "When we get home," he said. "I am in a hurry now. Here's a list of things Ma wants, and don't be all day about getting them." Kate's lips closed into a thin line, and her eyes began to grow steel-colored and big. She dragged back a step and looked at the loosely swaying pocket again. She thought intently for a second. As they passed several people on the walk, she stepped back of her father and gently raised the letter enough to see that the address was to her. Instantly she lifted it from the others, slipped it up her dress sleeve, and again took her place beside her father until they reached the store where her mother did the shopping. Then he waited outside while Kate hurried in, and ripping open the letter, found a contract ready for her to sign for the Walden School. The salary was $20 a month more than Nancy Ellen had received for their country school the previous winter, and the term 4 months longer. Kate was so delighted she could have shouted. Instead, she went with all speed to the stationery counter and bought an envelope to fit the contract, which she signed, and, writing a hasty note of thanks, she mailed the letter in the store mailbox, then began her mother's purchases. This took so much time that her father came into the store before she had finished, demanding that she hurry. So in feverish haste she bought what was wanted and followed to the buggy. On the road home she began to study her father. She could see that he was well pleased over something, but she had no idea what could have happened. She had expected anything from the verbal wrath to the buggy whip, so she was surprised but so happy over having secured such a good school, at higher wages than Nancy Ellen's, that she spent most of her time thinking of herself and planning as to when she would go to Walden, where she would stay, how she would teach, and, oh, bliss unspeakable, what she would do with so much money, for 2 months' pay would more than wipe out her indebtedness to Agatha, and by getting the very cheapest board she could endure, after that she would have over 3/4 of her money to spend each month for books and clothes. She was intently engaged with her side of the closet and her end of the bureau when she had her first glimpse of home. Even preoccupied as she was, she saw a difference. Several loose pickets in the fence had been nailed in place. The lilac beside the door and the cabbage roses had been trimmed, so that they did not drag over the walk, while the yard had been gone over with a lawn mower. Kate turned to her father. "Well, for land's sake," she said, "I wanted a lawn mower all last summer, and you wouldn't buy it for me. I wonder why you got it the minute I was gone." "I got it because Nancy Ellen especially wanted it, and she has been a mighty good girl all summer," he said. "If that was the case, then she should be rewarded with the privilege of running a lawn mower," said Kate. Her father looked at her sharply, but her face was so pleasant he decided she did not intend to be saucy, so he said, "No doubt she will be willing to let you help her all you want to." "Not the ghost of a doubt about that," laughed Kate. "I always wanted to try running one, too. They look so nice in pictures, and how one improves a place. I hardly know this is home. Now, if we only had a fresh coat of white paint, we could line up with the neighbors." "I have been thinking about that," said Mr. Bates, and Kate glanced at him, doubting her hearing. He noticed her surprise, and added in explanation, "Paint every so often saves a building. It's good economy." "Then let's economize immediately," said Kate. "And on the barn, too. It is even more weather-beaten than the house." "I'll see about it next time I go to town," said Mr. Bates. So Kate entered the house prepared for anything, and wondering what it all meant, for wherever she looked everything was shining, the brightest that scrubbing and scouring could make it shine. The best of everything was out and in use. Not that it was much, but it made a noticeable difference. Her mother greeted her pleasantly, with a new tone of voice, while Nancy Ellen was transformed. Kate noticed that immediately. She always had been a pretty girl. Now she was beautiful, radiantly beautiful, with a new shining beauty that dazzled Kate as she looked at her. No one offered any explanation, while Kate could see none. At last she asked, "What on earth has happened? I don't understand." "Of course you don't," laughed Nancy Ellen. "You thought you ran the whole place and did everything yourself, so I thought I'd just show you how things look when I run them." "You're a top notcher," said Kate, "figuratively and literally. I offer you the palm. Let the good work go on. I highly approve. But I don't see how you found the time to do all this and go to Institute." "I didn't go to Institute," said Nancy Ellen. "You didn't? But you must!" cried Kate. "Oh, must I? Well, since you have decided to run your affairs as you please in spite of all of us, just suppose you let me run mine the same way, only I rather enjoy having father and mother approve of what I do." Kate climbed the stairs with this to digest as she went. So while she pulled away her clothing, she thought things over, but saw no light. She would go to Adam's to return the telescope tomorrow. Possibly he could tell her. As she hung her dresses in the closet and returned Nancy Ellen's to their places, she was still more amazed, for there hung 3 pretty new washed dresses, one of a rosy pink that would make Nancy Ellen appear very lovely. What was the reason? Kate wondered. The Bates family never did anything unless there was some purpose in it. What was the purpose in this? And Nancy Ellen had not gone to Institute? She evidently had worked constantly and hard, yet she was in much sweeter frame of mind than usual. She must have spent almost all she had saved from her school on new clothes. Kate could not solve the problem, so she decided to watch and wait. She also waited for someone to say something about her plans, but no one said a word. So after waiting all evening, Kate decided that they would ask before they learned anything from her. Kate took her place as usual, and the work went on as if she had not been away, but she was happy, even in her bewilderment. If her father noticed the absence of the letter she had slipped from his pocket, he said nothing about it, as he drew the paper and letters forth and laid them on the table. Kate had a few bad minutes while this was going on. She was sure he hesitated an instant and looked closely at the letters he sorted, but when he said nothing, she breathed deeply in relief and went on to being joyous. It seemed to her that never had the family been in such a good-natured state since Adam had married Agatha and her 300 acres with house, furniture, and stock. She went on in ignorance of what had happened until after Sunday dinner the following day. Then she had planned to visit Agatha and Adam. It was very probable that it was because she was dressing for this visit that Nancy Ellen decided on Kate's enlightenment, for she could not have helped seeing that her sister was almost stunned at times. Kate gave her a fine opening. As she stood brushing her wealth of gold with full-length sweeps of her arm, she was at an angle that brought her facing the mirror before which Nancy Ellen sat training waves and pinned up loose braids. Her hair was beautiful, and she slowly smiled at her image as she tried different effects of wave, loose curls, braided high, piled, or flat. Across her bed lay a dress that was a reproduction of one that she had worn for 3 years, but a glorified reproduction. The original dress had been Nancy Ellen's first departure from the brown and gray gingham which her mother had always purchased because it would wear well, and when from constant washing it faded to an exact dirt color, it had the advantage of providing a background that did not show the dirt. Nancy Ellen had earned the money for a new dress by raising turkeys, so when the turkeys went to town to be sold for the first time in her life, Nancy Ellen went along to select the dress. No one told her what kind of dress to get. because no one imagined that she would dare buy any startling variation from what always had been provided for her. But Nancy Ellen had stood facing a narrow mirror when she reached the gingham counter, and the clerk, taking one look at her fresh, beautiful face with its sharp contrasts of black eyes and hair, rose tinted skin that refused to tan, and red cheeks and lips, began shaking out delicate blues, pale pinks, golden yellows. He called them chambray, insisted that they wore forever and were fadeless, which was practically the truth. On the day that dress was like to burst its waist seams, it was the same warm, rosy pink that transformed Nancy Ellen from the disfiguration of dirt brown to apple and peach of bloom, wild roses and swamp mallow, a girl quite as pretty as a girl ever grows, and much prettier than any girl ever has any business to be. The instant Nancy Ellen held the chambray under her chin and in an oblique glance saw the face of the clerk, the material was hers no matter what the cost, which does not refer to the price by any means. Knowing that the dress would be an innovation that would set her mother storming and fill Kate with envy, which would probably culminate in the demand that the goods be returned and exchanged for dirt brown. When she reached home, Nancy Ellen climbed from the wagon and told her father that she was going on to Adam's house to have Agatha cut out her dress, so that she could begin to sew on it that night. Such commendable industry met his hearty approval, so he told her to go, and he would see that Kate did her share of the work. Wise Nancy Ellen came home and sat her down to sew on her gorgeous frock, while the storm she feared raged in all its fury, but the goods was cut and could not be returned. Yet, through it, a miracle happened. Nancy Ellen so appreciated herself in pink that the extreme care she used with that dress saved it from half the trips of a dirt brown one to the washboard and the ironing table. While, marvel of marvels, it did not shrink, it did not fade. Also, it wore like buckskin. The result was that before the season had passed, Kate was allowed to purchase a pale blue, which improved her appearance quite as much in proportion as pink had Nancy Ellen's. Neither did the blue fade nor shrink nor require so much washing, for the same reason. 3 years the pink dress had been Nancy Ellen's piece de resistance. Now she had a new one, much the same, yet conspicuously different. This was a daring rose color, full and wide, peeping white embroidery trimming, and big pearl buttons. Really a beautiful dress, made in a becoming manner. Kate looked at it with cheerful envy. Never mind! The coming summer she would have a blue that would make that pink look silly. From the dress she turned to Nancy Ellen, barely in time to see her bend her head and smirk, broadly, smilingly, approvingly at her reflection in the glass. "For mercy's sake, what is the matter with you?" demanded Kate, ripping a strand of hair in sudden irritation. "Oh, something lovely," answered her sister, knowing that this was her chance to impart the glad tidings herself. If she lost it, Agatha would get the thrill of Kate's surprise. So Nancy Ellen opened her drawer and slowly produced and set upon her bureau a cabinet photograph of a remarkably strong-featured, handsome young man. Then she turned to Kate and smiled, a slow, challenging smile. Kate walked over and picked up the picture, studying it intently, but in growing amazement. "Who is he?" she asked finally. "My man," answered Nancy Ellen, possessively, triumphantly. Kate stared at her. Honest to God?" she cried in wonderment. "Honest," said Nancy Ellen. "Where on earth did you find him?" demanded Kate. "Picked him out of the blackberry patch," said Nancy Ellen. "Those darned blackberries are always late," said Kate, throwing the picture back on the bureau. "Ain't that just my luck? You wouldn't touch the raspberries. I had to pick them every one myself. But the minute I turn my back, you go pick a man like that out of a blackberry patch. I bet a cow you wore your pink chambray and carried grandmother's old blue bowl." "Certainly," said Nancy Ellen. "And my pink sunbonnet. I think maybe the bonnet started it." Kate sat down limply on the first chair and studied the toes of her shoes. At last she roused and looked at Nancy Ellen, waiting in smiling complacence as she returned the picture to her end of the bureau. "Well, why don't you go ahead?" cried Kate in a thick, rasping voice. "Empty yourself. Who is he? Where did he come from? Why was he in our blackberry patch? Has he really been to see you? And is he courting you in earnest? But of course he is. There's the lilac bush, the lawn mower, the house to be painted, and a humdinger dress. Is he a millionaire? For heaven's sake, tell me." "Give me some chance. I did meet him in the blackberry patch. He's a nephew of Henry Long, and his name is Robert Gray. He has just finished a medical course, and he came here to rest and look at Hartley for a location because Lang thinks it would be such a good one. And since we met, he has decided to take an office in Hartley, and he has his money to furnish it and to buy and furnish a nice house." "Great Jehoshaphat!" cried Kate. "And I bet he's got wings, too. I do have the rottenest luck." "You act for all the world as if it were a foregone conclusion that if you had been here you'd have won him." Nancy Ellen glanced at the mirror and smiled. While Kate saw the smile, she picked up her comb and drew herself to full height. "If anything ever was a foregone conclusion," she said, "it is a foregone conclusion that if I had been here I'd have picked the blackberries, and so I'd have had the first chance to meet him at least." "Much good it would have done you!" cried Nancy Ellen. "Wait until he comes and you see him." "You may do your mushing in private," said Kate. "I don't need a demonstration to convince me. He looks from the picture like a man who would be as soft as a frosted pawpaw." Nancy Ellen's face flamed crimson. "You hateful spite cat!" she cried. Then she picked up the picture and laid it face down in her drawer, while two big tears ran down her cheeks. Kate saw those also. Instantly she relented. "You big silly goose," she said. "Can't you tell when anyone is teasing? I think I never saw a finer face than the one in that picture. I'm jealous because I never left home a day before in all my life, and the minute I do, here you go and have such good luck. Are you really sure of him, Nancy Ellen?" "Well, he asked Father and Mother, and I've been to visit his folks, and he told them, and I've been with him to Hartley, hunting a house. And I'm not to teach this winter, so I can have all my time to make my clothes and bedding. Father likes him fine, so he is going to give me money to get all I need. He offered to himself." Kate finished her braid, pulled the combings from the comb, and slowly wrapped the end of her hair as she digested these convincing facts. She swung the heavy braid around her head, placed a few pins, then crossed to her sister and laid a shaking hand on her shoulder. Her face was working strongly. "Nancy Ellen, I didn't mean one ugly word I said. You gave me an awful surprise, and that was just my bald, ugly Bates way of taking it. I think you are one of the most beautiful women I have ever seen, alive or pictured. I have always thought you would make a fine marriage, and I am sure that you will. I haven't a doubt that Robert Gray is all you think him, and I am as glad for you as I can be. You can keep house in Hartley for two with scarcely any work at all, and you can have all the pretty clothes you want and time to wear them. Doctors always get rich if they are good ones, and he is sure to be a good one once he gets a start. If only we weren't so beastly healthy, there are enough Bates and Langs to support you for the first year. And I'll help you sew and do all I can for you. Now wipe up and look your handsomest. Nancy Ellen arose and put her arms around Kate's neck, a stunningly unusual proceeding. "Thank you," she said. "That is big and fine of you. But I always have shirked and put my work on you. I guess now I'll quit and do my sewing myself." Then she slipped the pink dress over her head and stood slowly fastening it as Kate started to leave the room. Seeing her go, "I wish you would wait and meet Robert," she said. "I have told him about what a nice sister I have." "I think I'll go on to Adam's now," said Kate. "I don't want to wait until they go some place and I miss them. I'll do better to meet your man after I become more accustomed to bare facts anyway. By the way, is he as tall as you?" "Yes," said Nancy Ellen, laughing. "He is an inch and a half taller. Why?" "Oh, I hate seeing a woman taller than her husband, and I've always wondered where we'd find men to reach our shoulders. But if they can be picked at random from the berry patch." So Kate went on her way laughing, lifting her white skirts high from the late August dust. She took a short cut through the woods, and at a small stream with sure foot crossed the log to within a few steps of the opposite bank. There she stopped, for a young man rounded the bushes and set a foot on the same log. Then he and Kate looked straight into each other's eyes. Kate saw a clean-shaven, forceful young face with strong lines and good coloring, clear gray eyes, sandy brown hair, even hard white teeth, and broad shoulders, a little above her own. The man saw Kate, dressed in her best and looking her best. Slowly she extended her hand. "I bet a picayune you are my new brother Robert," she said. The man gripped her hand firmly, held it, and kept on looking in rather a stunned manner at Kate. "Well, aren't you?" she asked, trying to withdraw the hand. "I never would have believed it," he said. "Believed what?" asked Kate, leaving the hand where it is. "That there could be two in the same family," said he. "But I'm as different from Nancy Ellen as night from day," said Kate. "Besides, woe is me, I didn't wear a pink dress and pick you from the berry patch in a blue bowl." The man released her hand and laughed. "You wouldn't have had the slightest trouble if you had been there," he said. "Except that I should have inverted my bowl," said Kate calmly. "I am looking for a millionaire riding a milk-white steed, and he must be taller than you, and have black hair and eyes. Good-bye, brother. I will see you this evening." Then Kate went down the path to deliver the telescope, render her thanks, make promise of speedy payment, and for the first time tell her good news about her school. She found that she was very happy as she went, and quite convinced that her first flight would prove entirely successful. End of chapter 3. Recording by Emily Livingston.
Chapter 4 of A Daughter of the Land. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Heather Lawrence. A Daughter of the Land by Jean Stratton-Porter. Chapter 4 A Question of Contracts. "Hello, folks," cried Kate, waving her hand to the occupants of the veranda as she went up the walk. "Glad to find you at home." "That is where you will always find me, unless I am forced away on business," said her brother as they shook hands. Agatha was pleased with this, and, stiff as steel, she bent the length of her body towards Kate and gave her a tight-lipped little peck on the cheek. "I came over as soon as I could," said Kate as she took the chair her brother offered, "to thank you for the big thing you did for me, Agatha, when you lent me that money. If I had known where I was going, or the help it would be to me, I should have gone if I'd had to walk and work for my board. Why, I feel so sure of myself. I've learned so much that I'm like the girl fresh from boarding school. The only wonder is that one small head can contain it all. Thank you over and over, and I've got a good school, so I can pay you back the very first month, I think. If there are things I must have, I can pay you part the first month and the remainder the second. I'm eager for payday. I can't even picture the bliss of having that much money in my fingers, all my own, to do with as I please. Won't it be grand?" In the same breath, said Agatha, "Procure yourself some clothes." Said Adam, "Start a bank account." Said Kate, "Right you are, I shall do both." "Even our little Susan has a bank account," said Adam Jr. proudly. "Which is no reflection whatever on me," laughed Kate. "Susan did not have the same father and mother I had. I'd like to see a girl of my branch of the Bates family start a bank account at 10. "No, I guess she wouldn't," admitted Adam dryly. "But have you heard that Nancy Ellen has started?" cried Kate. "Only think, a lawn-mower, the house and barn to be painted, all the dinge possible to remove, scoured away inside. She must have worn her fingers almost to the bone. And really, Agatha, have you seen the man? He's as big as Adam, and just fine-looking. 'Miss Madeira, Dora, Ann, cast her net and catched a man,'" recited Susan from the top step, at which they all laughed. "No, I have not had the pleasure of casting my optics upon the individual of Nancy Ellen's choice," said Agatha primly. "But Miss Amelia Lang tells me he is a very distinguished person, of quite superior education in a medical way. I shall call him if I ever have the misfortune to fall ill again. I hope you will tell Nancy Ellen that we shall be very pleased to have her bring him to see us some evening, and if she will let me know a short time ahead, I shall take great pleasure in compounding a cake and freezing custard. Of course I shall tell her, and she will feel a trifle more stuck up than she does now, if that is possible," laughed Kate in deep amusement. She surely was feeling fine. Everything had come out so splendidly. That was what came of having a little spirit and standing up for your rights. Also, she was bubbling inside while Agatha talked. Kate wondered how Adam survived it every day. She glanced at him to see if she could detect any marks of shattered nerves, then laughed outright. Adam was the finest physical specimen of a man she knew. He was good-looking also, and spoke as well as the average, better in fact, for from the day of their marriage, Agatha sat on his lap each night and said these words: "My beloved, today I noted an error in your speech. It would put a former teacher to much embarrassment to have this occur in public. In the future, will you try to remember that you should say, 'have gone' instead of 'have went'?" As she talked, Agatha rumpled Adam's hair, pulled off his string tie, upon which he insisted, even when he was plowing, laid her hard little face against his, and held him tight with her frail arms, so that Adam, being part human as well as part Bates, held her closely also, and said these words: "You bet your sweet life I will." And what is more, he did. He followed a furrow the next day, softly muttering over to himself, "Langs have gone to town. I have gone to work. The birds have gone to building nests." So Adam seldom said "have went," or made any other error in speech that Agatha had once corrected. As Kate watched him leaning back in his chair, vital, a study in well-being, the supremest kind of satisfaction on his face, she noted the flash that lighted his eye when Agatha offered to freeze a custard. How like Agatha! Any other woman Kate knew would have had said, "Make ice cream." Agatha explained to them that when they beat up eggs, added milk, sugar, and cornstarch, it was custard. When they used pure cream, sweetened and frozen, it was iced cream. Personally, she preferred the custard, but she did not propose to call it custard cream. It was not correct. Why persist in misstatements and inaccuracies when one knew better? So Agatha said iced cream when she meant it, and frozen custard when custard it was. But every other woman in the neighborhood, had she acted as she felt, would have slapped Agatha's face when she said it. This both Adam and Kate knew, so it made Kate laugh despite the fact that she would have not offended Agatha purposely. I think, said Agatha, that Nancy Ellen has much upon which to congratulate herself. More education would not injure her, but she has enough that if she will allow her ambition to rule her, and study in private, and spend her spare time communing with the best writers, she can make an exceedingly fair intellectual showing, while she surely is a handsome woman. With a good home and such a fine young professional man as she has had the fortune to attract, she should immediately put herself at the head of society in Hartley, and become its leader to a much higher moral and intellectual plane than it now occupies. Bet she has a good time, said young Adam. He's awful nice. Son, said Agatha, awful means full of awe. A cyclone, a cloudburst, a great conflagration are awful things. By no stretch of the imagination could they be called nice. But, Ma, if a cyclone blew away your worst enemy, wouldn't it be nice? Adam Jr. and Kate laughed. Not the trace of a smile crossed Agatha's pale face. The words do not belong in contiguity, she said. They are diametrically opposite in meaning. Please do not allow my ears to be offended by hearing you place them in propinquity again. I'll try not to, Ma, said young Adam. Then Agatha smiled on him approvingly. When did you meet Mr. Gray, Catherine? She asked. On the footlog crossing the creek beside Lang's line fence. Near the spot Nancy Ellen first met him, I imagine. How did you recognize him? Nancy Ellen had just been showing me his picture and telling me about him. Great day, but she's in love with him. And so he is with her, if Lang's conclusions from his behavior can be depended upon. They inform me that he can be induced to converse on no other subject. The whole arrangement appeals to me as distinctly admirable. And you should see the lilac bush and the cabbage roses, said Kate. And the strangest thing is father. He is peaceable as a lamb. She is not to teach, but to spend the winter sewing on her clothes and bedding. And father told her he would give her the necessary money. She said so, and I suspect he will. He always favored her because she was so pretty, and she can come closer to wielding him than any of the rest of us, excepting you, Agatha. It is an innovation, surely. Mother is nearly as bad. Father furnished money for clothes, and painting the barn is no more remarkable than Mother letting her turn the house inside out. If it had been I, Father would have told me to teach my school this winter, buy my own clothes and linen with the money I had earned, and do my sewing next summer. But I'm not jealous. It is because she is handsome, and the man fine-looking, with such good prospects. There you have it, said Adam emphatically. If it were you marrying Jim Lang, to live on Lang's West 40, you would pay your own way. But if it were you marrying a fine-looking young doctor, who would soon become a power in Hartley, no doubt, it would tickle Father's vanity until he would do the same for you. I doubt it, said Kate. I can't see the vanity in Father. You can't? Said Adam Jr. bitterly. Maybe not. You have not been with him in the treasurer's office when he calls for the tax on those little parcels of land of mine. He looks every inch of 6 feet 6 then, and swells like a toad. To hear him, you would think 1,650 acres of the cream of this country could be tied in a bandana and carried on a walking stick, he is so casual about it. And those men fly round like buttons on a barn door to wait on him, and it's Mr. Bates this and Mr. Bates that, till it turns my stomach. Vanity, he rolls in it. He eats it. He risks losing our land for us that some of us have slaved over for 20 years to feed that especial vein of his vanity. Where should we be if he let anything happen to those deeds? How refreshing, cried Kate. I love to hear you grouching. I hear nothing else from the woman of the Bates family, but I didn't even know the men had a grouch. Are Peter and John and Hiram and the other boys sore too? I should say they are, but they're too diplomatic to say so. They're afraid to cheep. I just open my head and say right out loud in meeting that since I've turned in the taxes and insurance for all these years and improved my land for more than 50%, I'd like to own it and pay my taxes myself, like a man. I'd like to have some land under any conditions, said Kate, but probably I never shall. And I bet you never get a flipper on that deed until Father has crossed over Jordan, which, with his health and strength, won't be for 25 years yet at least. He's performing a miracle that will make the other girls rave when he gives Nancy Ellen money to buy her outfit, but they won't dare let him hear a whisper of it. They'll take it all out on Mother, and she'll be afraid to tell him. Afraid? Mother afraid of him? Not on your life. She is hand in glove with him. She thinks as he does and helps him in everything he undertakes. That's so, too. Come to think of it, she isn't a particle afraid of him. She agrees with him perfectly. It would be interesting to hear them having a private conversation. They never talk a word before us, but they always agree, and they heartily agree on Nancy Ellen's man. That is plainly to be seen. It will make a very difficult winter for you, Catherine, said Agatha. When Nancy Ellen becomes interested in dresses and table linen and bedding, she'll want to sew all the time, and leave the cooking and dishes for you, as well as your schoolwork. Kate turned towards Agatha in surprise. But I won't be there. I told you I had taken a school. You taken a school? Shouted Adam. Why didn't they tell you that Father has signed up for the home school for you? Good heavens, said Kate. What will be to pay now? Did you contract for another school? Cried Adam. I surely did, said Kate slowly. I signed an agreement to teach the village school in Walden. It's a brick building with a janitor to sweep and watch fires. Only a few blocks to walk, and it pays $20 a month more than the home school, where you can wade snow 3 miles, build your own fires, and freeze all day in a little frame building at that. I teach the school I have taken. And throw our school out of a teacher? Father could be sued, and probably will be, said Adam. And throw the housework Nancy Ellen expected you to do on her, said Agatha at the same time. I see, said Kate. Well, if he is sued, he will have to settle. He wouldn't help me a penny to go to school. I am of age, the debt is my own, and I don't owe it to him. He said all my work has been worth all my life, and I have surely paid my way. I shall teach the school I have signed for. You will get into a pretty kettle of fish, said Adam. Agatha, will you sell me your telescope for what you paid for it, and get yourself a new one the next time you go to Hartley? It is only a few days until time to go to my school. It opens sooner than in the country, and closes later. The term is 4 months longer, so I earn that much more. I haven't gotten a telescope yet. You can add it to my first payment. You may take it, said Agatha. But hadn't you better reconsider, Catherine? Things are progressing so nicely, and this will upset everything for Nancy Ellen. That taking the homeschool will upset everything for me doesn't seem to count. It is late to find teachers, and I can be held responsible if I break the contract I have made. Father can stand the racket better than I can. When he wouldn't consent to my going, he had no business to make plans for me. I had to make my own plans, and go in spite of him. He might have known I'd do all in my power to get a school. Besides, I don't want the home school, or the home work piled on me. My hands look like a human being's for the first time in my life. Then I need all my time outside of school to study and map out lessons. I'm going to try for a room in the Hartley schools next year, or the next after that, surely. They shan't change my plans and boss me. I am going to be free to work and study and help myself like other teachers. A grand row this will be, commented young Adam. And as usual, Kate will be right, while all of them will be trying to use her to their advantage. Ma has done her share. Now it's your turn, Pa. Ain't you going to go over and help her? What could I do? Demanded his father. The mischief is done now. Well, if you can't do anything to help, you can let me have the buggy to drive her to Walden if they turn her out. Forcibly invite her to proceed to her destination, you mean, son? Said Agatha. Yes, Ma, that is exactly what I mean, said young Adam. Do I get the buggy? Yes, you may take my private conveyance, but do nothing to publish the fact. There is no need to incur antagonism, if it can be avoided. Kate, I'll be driving past the privet bush about 9 in the morning. If you need me, hang a white rag on it, and I'll stop at the corner of the orchard. I shall probably be standing in the road waiting for you, said Kate. Oh, I hope not, said Agatha. Looks remarkably like it to me, said Kate. Then she picked up the telescope, said goodbye to each of them, and in acute misery started back to her home. This time she followed the footpath beside the highway. She was so busy with her indignant thought that she forgot to protect her skirts from the dust of the wayside weeds. While in her excitement she walked so fast, her face was red and perspiring when she approached the church. Oh dear, I don't know about it, said Kate to the small, silent building. I am trying to follow your advice, but it seems to me that life is very difficult, any way you go at it. If it isn't one thing, it's another. An hour ago, I was the happiest I had ever been in my life. Only look at me now. Anyone who wants the wings of the morning may have them for all of me. It seems definitely settled that I walk, carry a load, and fight for the chance to do even that." A big tear rolled down either side of Kate's nose, and her face twisted in self-pity for an instant. But when she came in sight of home, her shoulders squared, the blue-gray of her eyes deepened to steel, and her lips set in a line that was an exact counterpart of her father's when he had made up his mind and was ready to drive his family, with their consent or without it. As she passed the vegetable garden, there was no time or room for flowers in the Bates garden. Kate, looking ahead, could see Nancy Ellen and Robert Gray beneath the cherry trees. She hoped Nancy Ellen would see that she was tired and dusty, and should have time to brush and make herself more presentable to meet a stranger. And so Nancy Ellen did, for which reason she immediately arose and came to the gate, followed by her suitor, whom she at once introduced. Kate was in no mood for words. One glance at her proved to Robert Gray that she was tired and dusty, that there were tear marks dried on her face. They hastily shook hands, but neither mentioned the previous meeting. Excusing herself, Kate went into the house, saying she would soon return. Nancy Ellen glanced at Robert, and saw the look of concern on his face. "I believe she has been crying," she said, "and if she has, it's something new, for I never saw a tear on her face before in my life." "Truly?" he questioned in amazement. "Why, of course. The Bates family are not weepers." "So I have heard," the man said, rather dryly. Nancy Ellen resented his tone. "Would you like us better if we were?" "I couldn't like you better than I do, but because of what I have seen and heard, it naturally makes me wonder what could have happened that has made her cry." "We are rather outspoken, and not at all secretive," said Nancy Ellen carelessly. "You will soon know." Kate followed the walk around the house and entered at the side door, finding her father and mother in the dining room, reading the weekly papers. Her mother glanced up as she entered. "What did you bring Agatha's telescope back with you for?" she instantly demanded. For a second, Kate hesitated. It had to come. She might as well get it over. Possibly it would be easier with them alone than if Nancy Ellen were present. "It is mine," she said. "It represents my first purchase on my own hook and line." "You are not very choicy to begin on second-hand stuff. Nancy Ellen would have had a new one." "No doubt," said Kate, "but this will do for me." Her father lowered his paper and asked harshly, "What did you buy that thing for?" Kate gripped the handle and braced herself. "To pack my clothes in when I go to my school next week," she said simply. "What?" he shouted. "What?" cried her mother. "I don't know why you seem surprised," said Kate. "Surely you knew I went to Normal to prepare myself to teach. Did you think I couldn't find a school?" "Now look here, young woman," shouted Adam Bates. "You are done taking the bit in your teeth. Nancy Ellen is not going to teach this winter. I have taken the home school for you. You will teach it. That is settled. I have signed the contract. It must be fulfilled." "Then Nancy Ellen will have to fulfill it," said Kate. "I also have signed a contract that must be fulfilled. I am of age, and you had no authority from me to sign a contract for me." For an instant, Kate thought there was danger that the purple rush of blood to her father's head might kill him. He opened his mouth, but no distinct words came. Her face paled with fright, but she was of his blood, so she faced him quietly. Her mother was quicker of wit and sharper of tongue. "Where did you get a school? Why didn't you wait until you got home?" she demanded. "I'm going to teach the village school in Walden," said Kate. "It is a brick building, has a janitor. I can board reasonably, near my work, and I get $20 more a month than our school pays, while the term is 4 months longer." "Well, it is a pity about that, but it makes no difference," said her mother. "Our home school has got to be taught as Pa contracted, and Nancy Ellen has got to have her chance." "What about my chance?" said Kate evenly. "Not one of the girls, even exceptional ability, ever had as good a school or as high wages to start on. If I do well there this winter, I am sure I can get in the Hartley graded schools next fall." "Don't you dare nickname your sister," cried Mrs. Bates shrilly. "You stop your impudence and mind your father." "Ma, you'll leave this to me," said Adam Bates thickly. Then he glared at Kate as he arose, stretching himself to full height. "You've signed a contract for a school?" he demanded. "I have," said Kate. "Why didn't you wait until you got home and talked it over with us?" he questioned. "I went to you to talk over the subject of going," said Kate. "You would not even allow me to speak. How was I to know that you would have the slightest interest in what school I took, or where? When did you sign this contract?" he continued. "Yesterday afternoon, in Hartley," said Kate. "Aha! Then I did miss a letter from my pocket. When did you get to be a thief?" he demanded. "Oh, father," cried Kate, "it was my letter. I could see my name on the envelope. I asked you for it before I took it. From behind my back, like the sneak thief you are. You are not fit to teach in a school where half the scholars are the children of your brothers and sisters, and you are not fit to live with honest people. Pack your things and be off." "Now? This afternoon?" asked Kate. "This minute," he cried. "All right. You will be surprised at how quickly I can go," said Kate. She set down the telescope and gathered a straw sunshade and an apron from the hooks at the end of the room, opened the dish cupboard, and took out a mug decorated with the pinkest of wild roses and the reddest and fattest of robins, bearing the inscription in gold, "For a good girl," on a banner in its beak. Kate smiled at it grimly as she took the telescope and ran upstairs. It was the work of only a few minutes to gather her books and clothing and pack the big telescope. Then she went down the front stairs and left the house by the front door, carrying in her hand everything she possessed on earth. As she went down the walk, Nancy Ellen sprang up and ran to her, while Robert Gray followed. "You'll have to talk to me on the road," said Kate. "I am forbidden the house, which also means the grounds, I suppose." She walked across the road, set the telescope on the grass under a big elm tree, and sat down beside it. "I find I'm rather tired," she said. "Will you share the sofa with me?" Nancy Ellen lifted her pink skirt and sat beside Kate. Robert Gray stood looking down at them. "What in the world is the matter?" asked Nancy Ellen. "You know, of course, that Father signed a contract for me to teach the home school this winter," explained Kate. "Well, I am of age, and he had no authority from me, so his contract isn't legal. None of you would lift a finger to help me get away to Normal. How was I to know that you would take any interest in finding me a school while I was gone? I thought it was all up to me, so I applied for the school in Walden, got it, and signed the contract to teach it. It is a better school, at higher wages. I thought you would teach here. I can't break my contract. Father is furious and has ordered me out of the house. So there you are, or rather, here I am." "Well, it isn't much of a joke," said Nancy Ellen, thinking intently. What she might have said had they been alone, Kate always wondered. What she did say, while her betrothed looked at her with indignant eyes, was possibly another matter. It proved to be merely, "Oh, Kate, I am so sorry." "So am I," said Kate. "If I had known what your plans were, of course I should gladly have helped you out. If only you had written me and told me." "I wanted to surprise you," said Nancy Ellen. "You have," said Kate, "enough to last a lifetime. I don't see how you figured. You knew how late it was. You knew it would be nip and tuck if I got a school at all. Of course we did. We thought you couldn't possibly get one this late. So we fixed up the scheme to let you have my school, and let me sew on my linen this winter. We thought you would be as pleased as we were." "I'm too sorry for words," said Kate. "If I had known your plan, I would have followed it, even though I gave up a better school at a higher salary. But I didn't know. I thought I had to paddle my own canoe, so I made my own plans. Now I must live up to them, because my contract is legal, while Father's is not. I would have taught the school for you in the circumstances, but since I can't, so far as I am concerned, the arrangement I have made is much better. The thing that really hurts me the worst, aside from disappointing you, is that Father says I was not honest in what I did." "But what did you do?" cried Nancy Ellen. So Kate told them exactly what she had done. "Of course you had a right to your own letter, when you could see the address on it, and it was where you could pick it up," said Robert Gray. Kate lifted dull eyes to his face. "Thank you for so much grace, at any rate," she said. "I don't blame you a bit," said Nancy Ellen. "In the same place I'd have taken it myself." "You wouldn't have had to," said Kate. "I'm too abrupt, too much like the gentleman himself. You would have asked him in a way that would have secured you the letter with no trouble." Nancy Ellen highly appreciated these words of praise before her lover. She arose immediately. "Maybe I could do something with him now," she said. "I'll go and see." "You shall do nothing of the kind," said Kate. "I am as much Bates as he is. I won't be taunted afterwards that he turned me out and that I sent you to him to plead for me." I'll tell him that you didn't want me to come, that I came of my own accord," offered Nancy Ellen. "And he won't believe you," said Kate. "Would you consent for me to go?" asked Robert Gray. "Certainly not. I can look out for myself." "What shall you do?" asked Nancy Ellen anxiously. "That is getting slightly ahead of me," said Kate. "If I had been diplomatic, I could have evaded until this morning. Adam 3rd is to be over then, prepared to take me anywhere I want to go. What I have to face now is a way to spend the night without letting the neighbors know that I am turned out. How can I manage that?" Nancy Ellen and Robert each began making suggestions, but Kate preferred to solve her own problems. "I think," she said, "that I shall hide the telescope under the privet bush. There isn't going to be rain tonight. And then I will go down to Hiram's and stay all night and watch for Adam when he passes in the morning. Hiram always grumbles because we don't come oftener." "Then we will go with you," said Nancy Ellen. "It will be a pleasant evening walk, and we can keep you company and pacify my twin brother at the same time." So they all walked to the adjoining farm on the south, and when Nancy Ellen and Robert were ready to start back, Kate said she was tired, and she believed she would stay until morning, which was agreeable to Hiram and his wife, a girlhood friend of Kate's. As Nancy Ellen and Robert walked back towards home, "How is this going to come out?" he asked anxiously. "It will come out all right," said Nancy Ellen serenely. "Kate hasn't a particle of tact. She is father himself all over again. It will come out this way. He will tell me that Kate has gone back on him, and I shall have to teach at school, and I will say that is the only solution and the best thing to do. Then I shall talk all evening about how provoking it is, and how I hate to change my plans, and say I'm afraid I shall lose you if I have to put off our wedding to teach the school, and things like that." Nancy Ellen turned a flushed, sparkling face to Robert, smiling quizzically. "And tomorrow I shall go early to see Serena Woodruff, who is a fine scholar and a good teacher, but missed her school in the spring by being so sick she was afraid to contract for it. She is all right now, and she will be delighted to have the school. And when I know she will take it, then I shall just happen to think of her in a day or two and suggest her, after I have wailed a lot more, and father will go over to see her of his own accord, and it will be all settled, as easy as falling off a chunk. Only I shall not get on so fast with my sewing, because of having to help mother. But I shall do my best, and everything will be all right." The spot was secluded. Robert Gray stopped to tell Nancy Ellen what a wonderful girl she was. He said he was rather afraid of such diplomacy. He foresaw clearly that he was going to be a managed man. Nancy Ellen told him, of course he was. All men were. The thing was not to let them know it. Then they laughed and listened to a wood robin singing out his little heart in an evening song that was almost as melodious as his spring performances had been. End of Chapter 4.
Chapter 5 of A Daughter of the Land. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Daughter of the Land by Jean Stratton-Porter. Chapter 5. The Prodigal Daughter. Early in the morning, Kate set her young nephew on the gate-post to watch for his cousin, and he was to have a penny for calling at his approach. When his lusty shout came, Kate said good-bye to her sister-in-law, paid the penny, kissed the baby, and was standing in the road when Adam stopped. He looked at her inquiringly. "Well, it happened," she said. "He turned me out instanter, with no remarks about when I might return, if ever, while Mother cordially seconded the motion. It's a good thing, Adam, that you offered to take care of me, because I see clearly that you are going to have it to do." "Of course I will," said Adam promptly, "and of course I can. Do you want to go to Hartley for anything? Because if you don't, we can cut across from the next road and get to Walden in about 15 miles, while it's 17 by Hartley. But if you want to go, we can, for I needn't hurry. I've got a box of lunch and a feed for my horse in the back of the buggy. Mother said I was to stay with you until I saw you settled in your room if you had to go, and if you do, she is angry with Grandpa, and she is going to give him a portion of her mentality the very first time she comes in contact with him. She said so." "Yes, I can almost hear her," said Kate, struggling to choke down a rising laugh. "She will never know how I appreciate what she has done for me, but I think talking to Father will not do any good. Home hasn't been so overly pleasant. It's been a small, dark, cramped house, dingy and hot, when it might have been big, airy, and comfortable, well furnished and pretty as Father's means would allow, and as all the neighbors always criticize him for not having it. It's meant hard work and plenty of it, ever since I was set to scouring the tinware with rushes at the mature age of 4. But it's been home, all the home I have had, and it hurts more than I can tell you to be ordered out of it as I was. But if I do well and make a big success, maybe he will let me come back for Christmas, or next summer's vacation." "If he won't, Ma said you could come to our house," said Adam. "That's kind of her, but I couldn't do it," said Kate. "She said you could," persisted the boy. "But if I did it, and Father got as mad as he was last night and tore up your father's deed, then where would I be?" asked Kate. "You'd be a 16th of 200 acres better off than you are now," said Adam. "Possibly," laughed Kate, "but I wouldn't want to become a land shark that way. Look down the road." "Who is it?" asked Adam. "Nancy Ellen with my telescope," answered Kate. "I am to go all right." "All right, then we will go," said the boy angrily. "But it is a blame shame and there is no sense to it, as good a girl as you have been, and the way you have worked. Mother said at breakfast there was neither sense nor justice in the way Grandpa always has acted, and she said she would wager all she was worth that he would live to regret it. She said it wasn't natural, and when people undertook to controvert, ain't that a peach? Bet there isn't a woman in 10 miles using that word except Ma. Nature, they always hurt themselves worse than they hurt their victims. And I bet he does, too, and I, for one, don't care. I hope he does get a good jolt just to pay him up for being so mean." "Don't, Adam, don't," cautioned Kate. "I mean it," cried the boy. "I know you do. That's the awful thing about it," said Kate. "I am afraid every girl he has feels the same way, and from what your father said yesterday, even the sons he favors don't feel any too good toward him." "You just bet they don't. They are every one as sore as boiled owls. Pa said so, and he knows, for they all talk it over every time they meet. He said they didn't feel like men, they felt like a lot of spanked schoolboys." "They needn't worry," said Kate. "Every deed is made out. Father reads them over whenever it rains. They'll all get their land when he dies. It is only his way." "Yes, and this is only his way, too, and it's a dern poor way," said Adam. "Pa isn't going to do this way at all. Mother said he could go and live on his land, and she'd stay home with Susan and me if he tried it. And when I'm a man I'm going to do just like Pa and Ma, because they are the rightest people I know, only I'm not going to save quite so close as Pa. And if I died for it I never could converse or dance like Ma." "I should hope not," said Kate, and then added hastily, "It's all right for a lady, but it would seem rather sissy for a man, I believe." "Yes, I guess it would, but it is language, let me tell you, when Ma cuts loose," said Adam. "Hello, Nancy Ellen," said Kate, as Adam stopped the buggy. "Put my telescope in the back with the horse feed. Since you have it, I don't need ask whether I am the prodigal daughter or not. I see clearly I am." Nancy Ellen was worried until she was pale. "Kate," she said, "I never have seen Father so angry in all my life. I thought last night that in a day or two I could switch the school over to Serena Woodruff and go on with my plans. But Father said at breakfast if the Bates name was to stand for anything approaching honor, a Bates would teach that school this winter or he'd know the reason why, and you know how easy it is to change him. Oh, Kate, won't you see if that Walden trustee can't possibly find another teacher and let you off? I know Robert will be disappointed, for he's rented his office and bought a house, and he said last night to get ready as soon after Christmas as I could. Oh, Kate, won't you see if you can't possibly get that man to hire another teacher?" "Why, Nancy Ellen," said Kate. Nancy Ellen, with a twitching face, looked at Kate. "If Robert has to wait months, there in Hartley, handsome as he is, and he has to be nice to everybody to get practice, and you know how those Hartley girls are." "Yes, Nancy Ellen, I know," said Kate. "I'll see what I can do. Is it understood that if I give up the school and come back and take ours, Father will let me come home?" "Yes, oh yes," cried Nancy Ellen. "Well, nothing goes on guesswork. I'll hear him say it myself," said Kate. She climbed from the buggy. Nancy Ellen caught her arm. "Don't go in there. Don't you go there," she cried. "He'll throw the first thing he can pick up at you. Mother says he hasn't been asleep all night." "Pooh!" said Kate. "How childish! I want to hear him say that, and he'll scarcely kill me." She walked swiftly to the side door. "Father," she said, "Nancy Ellen is afraid she will lose Robert Gray if she has to put off her marriage for months." Kate stepped back quickly as a chair crashed against the door facing. She again came into view and continued, "So she asked me if I would get out of my school and come back if I could." Kate dodged another chair when she appeared again. "To save the furniture, of which we have none too much, I'll just step inside," she said. When her father started toward her, she started around the dining table, talking as fast as she could, he lunging after her like a furious bull. She asked me to come back and teach the school, to keep her from putting off her wedding, because she is afraid to. If I can break my contract there, may I come back and help her out here?" The pace was going more swiftly each round. It was punctuated at that instant by a heavy meat platter aimed at Kate's head. She saw it picked up and swayed so it missed. "I guess that is answer enough for me," she panted, racing on. "A lovely father you are. No wonder your daughters are dishonest through fear of you. No wonder your wife has no mind of her own. No wonder your sons hate you and wish you would die, so they could have their deeds and be like men, instead of spanked schoolboys as they feel now. No wonder the whole posse of us hate you." Directly opposite the door, Kate caught the table and drew it with her to bar the opening. As it crashed against the casing, half the dishes flew to the floor in a heap. When Adam Bates pulled it from his path, he stepped in a dish of fried potatoes and fell heavily. Kate reached the road, climbed in the buggy, and said to Nancy Ellen, "You'd better hide. Cut a bundle of stuff and send it to me by Adam, and I'll sew my fingers to the bone for you every night. Now drive like sin, Adam." As Adam Bates came lurching down the walk in fury, the buggy dashed past, and Kate had not even time to turn her head to see what happened. "Take the first turn," she said to Adam. "I've done an awful thing." "What did you do?" cried the boy. "Asked him as nicely as I could, but he threw a chair at me. Something funny happened to me, and I wasn't afraid of him at all. I dodged it and finished what I was saying, and another chair came, so the two Bates went at it." "Oh, Kate, what did you do?" cried Adam. "Went inside and ran around the dining table while I told him what all his sons and daughters think of him. Spanked schoolboys and all." "Did you tell him my father said that?" he demanded. "No, I had more sense left than that," said Kate. "I only said all his boys felt like that. Then I pulled the table after me to block the door and smashed half the dishes, and he slipped in the fried potatoes and went down with a crash." "Bloody murder!" cried young Adam, aghast. "Me too," said Kate. "I'll never step in that house again while he lives. I've spilled the beans now." "That you have," said Adam, slacking his horse to glance back. "He is standing in the middle of the road, shaking his fist after you." "Can you see Nancy Ellen?" asked Kate. "No, she must have climbed the garden fence and hidden behind the privet bush." "Well, she better make it a good long hide until he has had plenty of time to cool off. He'd have killed me if he had caught me after he fell, and wasted all those potatoes already cooked." Kate laughed a dry, hysterical laugh, but the boy sat white-faced and awed. "Never mind," said Kate, seeing how frightened he was. "When he has had plenty of time he'll cool off, but he'll never get over it. I hope he doesn't beat Mother because I was born." "Oh, drat such a man," said young Adam. "I hope something worse than this happens to him. If ever I see Father begin to be the least bit like him as he grows older, I shall—" "Well, what shall you do?" asked Kate as he paused. "Tell Ma!" cried young Adam emphatically. Kate leaned her face in her hands and laughed. When she could speak, she said, "Do you know, Adam, I think that would be the very best thing you could do." "Why, of course," said Adam. They drove swiftly and reached Walden before 10 o'clock. There they inquired their way to the home of the trustee, but Kate said nothing about giving up the school. She merely made a few inquiries, asked for the key of the schoolhouse, and about boarding places. She was directed to 4 among which she might choose. "Where would you advise me to go?" she asked the trustee. "Well now, folks differ," said he. "All those folks is neighbors of mine, and some might like one and some might like another best. I could say this. I think Means would be the cheapest, Knowles the dearest, but the last teacher was a good one, and she seemed well satisfied with the Widder Holt." "I see," said Kate, smiling. Then she and young Adam investigated the schoolhouse, and found it far better than either of them had ever been inside. It promised every comfort and convenience, compared with schools to which they had been accustomed, so they returned the keys, inquired about the cleaning of the building, and started out to find a boarding place. First they went to the cheapest, but it could be seen at a glance that it was too cheap, so they eliminated that. Then they went to the most expensive, but it was obvious from the house and grounds that board there would be more than Kate would want to pay. "I'd like to save my digestion and have a place in which to study where I won't freeze," said Kate, "but I want to board as cheaply as I can. This morning changes my plans materially. I shall want to go to school next summer part of the time, but the part I do not I shall have to pay my way, so I mustn't spend money as I thought I would. Not one of you will dare be caught doing a thing for me. To make you safe I'll stay away, but it will cost me money that I'd hoped to have for clothes like other girls." "It's too bad," said Adam, "but I'll stick to you, and so will Ma." "Of course you will, you dear boy," said Kate. "Now let's try our third place. It is not far from here." Soon they found the house, but Kate stopped short on sight of it. Adam, there has been little in life to make me particular, she said, but I draw the line at that house. I would go crazy in a house painted bright red with brown and blue decoration. It should be prohibited by law. Let us hunt up the Widder Holt and see how her taste in color runs. The joke is on you, said Adam, when they had found the house. It was near the school, on a wide shady street across which big maples locked branches. There was a large lot filled with old fruit trees and long grass, with a garden at the back. The house was old and low, having a small porch in front, but if it ever had seen paint, it did not show it at that time. It was a warm, linty gray, the shingles of the old roof almost moss-covered. The joke is on me, said Kate. I shall have no quarrel with the paint here, and will you look at that? Adam looked where Kate pointed across the street, and nodded. That ought to be put in a gold frame, he said. I think so too, said Kate. I shouldn't be a bit surprised if I stay where I can see it. They were talking of a deep gully facing the house and running to a levee where the street crossed. A stream ran down it, dipped under a culvert, turned sharply, and ran away to a distant river, spanning which they could see the bridge. Tall old forest trees lined the banks, shrubs and bushes grew in a thicket. There were swaying, clambering vines and a babble of bird notes over the seed and berry-bearing bushes. Let's go inside, and if we agree, then we will get some water and feed the horse and eat our lunch over there, said Kate. Just the thing, said young Adam. Come, and we will proceed to the residence of Mrs. Holt and investigate her possibilities. How do you like that? That is fine, said Kate gravely. It is, said Adam promptly, because it is Ma, and whatever is Ma is right. Good for you, cried Kate. I am going to break a Bates record and kiss you goodbye when you go. I probably shan't have another in years. Come on. They walked up the grassy wooden walk, stepped on the tiny vine-covered porch, and lifted and dropped a rusty old iron knocker. Almost at once the door opened, to reveal a woman of respectable appearance, a trifle past middle age. She made Kate think of dried sage because she had a dried-out look, and her complexion, hair, and eyes were all that color. She was neat and clean, while the hall into which she invited them was clean and had a wholesome odor. Kate explained her errand. Mrs. Holt breathed a sigh of relief. Well, thank goodness I was beforehanded, she said. The teacher stayed here last year and she was satisfied, so I asked the trustee to mention me to the new teacher. Nobody was expecting you until the last of the week, but I says to myself, always take time by the fetlock, Samantha, always be ready. So last week I put in scouring my spare room to beat the nation, and it's all ready so's you can walk right in. Thank you, said Kate, rather resenting the assumption that she was to have no option in the matter. I have 4 places on my list where they want the teacher, so I thought I would look at each of them and then decide. My, ain't we choicey, said Mrs. Holt in sneering tones. Then she changed instantly, and in suave commendation went on. That's exactly right. That's the very thing for you to do. After you have seen what Walden has to offer, then a pretty young thing like you can make up your mind where you will have the most quiet for your work, the best room, and be best fed. One of the greatest advantages here for a teacher is that she can be quiet and not have her room rummaged. Every place else that takes boarders there's a lot of children. Here there is only me and my son, and he is grown, and will be off to his medical work next week for the year, so all your working time here you'd be alone with me. This is the room. That surely would be a great advantage, because I have much studying to do, said Kate as they entered the room. With one glance she liked it. It was a large room with low ceiling, quaintly papered in very old creamy paper, scattered with delicately cut green leaves, but so carefully had the room been kept that it was still clean. There were 4 large windows to let in light and air, freshly washed white curtains hanging over the deep green shades. The floor was carpeted with a freshly washed rag carpet stretched over straw. The bed was invitingly clean and looked comfortable. There was a washstand with bowl and pitcher, soap and towels, a small table with a lamp, a straight-backed chair, and a rocking chair. Mrs. Holt opened a large closet having hooks for dresses at one end and shelves at the other. On the top of these there were a comfort and a pair of heavy blankets. Your winter covers, said Mrs. Holt, indicating these, and there is a good stove I take out in summer to make more room, and set up as soon as it gets cold, and that is a wood box. She pointed at a shoebox covered with paper similar to that on the walls. Kate examined the room carefully, the bed, the closet, and tried the chairs. Behind the girl, Mrs. Holt, with compressed lips, forgetting Adam's presence, watched in evident disapproval. I want to see the stove, said Kate. It is out in the woodhouse. It hasn't been cleaned up for the winter yet. Then it won't be far away. Let's look at it. Almost wholly lacking experience, Kate was proceeding by instinct in exactly the same way her father would have taken through experience. Mrs. Holt hesitated, then turned. "Oh, very well," she said, leading the way down the hall, through the dining room, which was older in furnishing and much more worn, but still clean and wholesome, as were the small kitchen and back porch. From it there was only a step to the woodhouse, where on a little platform across one end sat 2 small stoves for burning wood, one so small as to be tiny. Kate walked to the larger, lifted the top, looked inside, tried the dampers and drafts, and turning, said, "That is very small. It will require more wood than a larger one." Mrs. Holt indicated dry wood corded to the roof. "We get all our wood from the thicket across the way. That little strip and this lot is all we have left of Father's farm. We kept this to live on, and sold the rest for town lots, all except that gully which we couldn't give away. But I must say I like the trees and birds better than maybe I'd like people who might live there. We always get our wood from it, and the shade and running water make it the coolest place in town." "Yes, I suppose they do," said Kate. She took one long look at everything as they returned to the hall. "The trustee told me your terms are $4.50 a week, furnishing food and wood," she said, "and that you allowed the last teacher to do her own washing on Saturday for nothing. Is that right?" The thin lips drew more tightly. Mrs. Holt looked at Kate from head to foot in close scrutiny. "I couldn't make enough to pay the extra work at that," she said. "I ought to have $1 more to really come out even. I'll have to say $5.50 this fall." "If that is the case, goodbye," said Kate. "Thank you very much for showing me. $5.50 is what I paid at Normal. It is more than I can afford in a village like this." She turned away, followed by Adam. They crossed the street, watered the horse at the stream, placed his food conveniently for him, and, taking their lunch-box, seated themselves on a grassy place on the bank and began eating. "Wasn't that a pretty nice room?" asked Adam. "Didn't you kind of hate to give it up?" "I haven't the slightest intention of giving it up," answered Kate. "That woman is a skinflint, and I don't propose to let her beat me. No doubt she was glad to get $4.50 last fall. She's only trying to see if she can wring me for $1 more. If I have to board all next summer, I shall have to watch every penny, or I'll not come out even, let alone saving anything. I'll wager you a nickel that before we leave, she comes over here and offers me the room at the same price she got last winter." "I hope you are right," said Adam. "How do you like her?" "Got a grouch, nasty temper, mean disposition. Clean house, good room, good cook, maybe. Lives just on the edge of comfort by daily skimping," summarized Kate. "If she comes, are you going to try it?" asked Adam. "Yes, I think I shall. It is nearest my purse and requirements, and if the former teacher stayed there, it will seem all right for me. But she isn't going to put that little stove in my room. It wouldn't heat the closet. How did you like her?" "Not much," said Adam promptly. "If glaring at your back could have killed you, you would have fallen dead when you examined the closet and bedding and stove. She honeyed up when she had to, but she was mad as hops. I nearly bursted right out when she talked about taking time by the fetlock. I wanted to tell her she looked like she had, and almost got the life kicked out of her doing it, but I thought I'd better not." Kate laughed. "Yes, I noticed," she said, "but I dared not look at you. I was afraid you'd laugh. Isn't this a fine lunch?" "Bet your life it is," said Adam. "Ma never puts up any other kind." "I wish someone admired me as much as you do your mother, Adam," said Kate. "Well, you be as nice as Ma, and somebody is sure to," said he. "But I never could," said Kate. "Oh, yes, you could," said Adam, "if you would only set yourself to do it, and try with all your might to be like her. Look, quick! That must be her medical course man." Kate glanced across the way and saw a man she thought to be about 30 years of age. He did not resemble his mother in any particular, if he was the son of Mrs. Holt. He was above the average man in height, having broad, rather stooping shoulders, dark hair and eyes. He stopped at the gate and stood a few seconds looking at them, so they could not very well study him closely. Then he went up the walk with loose, easy stride and entered the house. "Yes, that is her son," said Kate. "That is exactly the way a man enters a house that belongs to him." "That isn't the way I am going to enter my house," said Adam. "Now what shall we do?" "Rest half an hour while they talk it over, and then get ready to go very deliberately. If she doesn't come across, literally and figuratively, we hunt another boarding place." "I half believe she will come," said Adam. "She is watching us. I can see her pull back the blind of her room to peep." "Keep looking ahead. Don't let her think you see her. Let's go up the creek and investigate this ravine. Isn't it a lovely place?" "Yes, I'm glad you got it," said Adam. "That is, if she comes across. I will think of you as having it to look at in summer. And this winter, my, what rabbit hunting there will be, and how pretty it will look." So they went wandering up the ravine, sometimes on one bank, sometimes crossing stepping stones or logs to the other, looking, talking, until a full hour had passed when they returned to the buggy. Adam began changing the halter for the bridle, while Kate shook out the lap-robe. "Nickel, please," whispered Kate. Adam glanced across the street to see Mrs. Holt coming. She approached them, and with no preliminaries said, "I have been telling my son about you, and he hates so bad to go away and leave me alone for the winter, that he says to take you at the same as the last teacher, even if I do lose money on it." "Oh, you wouldn't do that, Mrs. Holt," said Kate carelessly. "Of course it is for you to decide. I like the room, and if the board was right for the other teacher, it will be fine for me. If you want me to stay, I'll bring my things over and take the room at once. If not, I'll look farther." "Come right over," said Mrs. Holt cordially. "I am anxious to get on the job of mothering such a sweet young lady. What will you have for your supper?" "Whatever you are having," said Kate. "I am not accustomed to ordering my meals. Adam, come and help me unpack." In half an hour Kate had her dresses on the hooks, her underclothing on the shelves, her books on the table, her pencils and pen in the robin cup, and was saying goodbye to Adam, and telling him what to tell his father, mother, and Nancy Ellen, if he could get a stolen interview with her on the way home. He also promised to write Kate what happened about the home school and everything in which she would be interested. Then she went back to her room, sat in the comfortable rocking chair, and with nothing in the world she was obliged to do immediately, she stared at the opposite wall and day by day reviewed the summer. She sat so long and stared at the wall so intently that gradually it dissolved and shaped into the deep green ravine across the way, which sank into soothing darkness, and then slowly lightened until a peep of gold came over the treetops. And then a red sun crept up, having a big, wonderful, widespread wing on each side of it. Kate's head fell with a jerk which awakened her, so she arose, removed her dress, washed and brushed her hair, put on a fresh dress, and taking a book, she crossed the street and sat on the bank of the stream again, which she watched instead of reading as she had intended. End of Chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of A Daughter of the Land. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Emily Livingston. A Daughter of the Land by Jean Stratton-Porter. Chapter 6. Kate's Private Pupil. At first, Kate merely sat in a pleasant place and allowed her nerves to settle. After the short nap she had enjoyed in the rocking chair, it was such a novel experience for her to sit idle, that despite the attractions of growing things, running water, and singing birds, she soon veered to thoughts of what she should be doing if she were at home, and that brought her to the fact that she was forbidden her father's house. So, if she might not go there, she was homeless. As she had known her father for nearly 19 years, for she had a birth anniversary coming in a few days, she felt positive that he never would voluntarily see her again, while with his constitution he would live for years. She might as well face the fact that she was homeless, and prepare to pay her way all the year round. She wondered why she felt so forlorn and what made the dull ache in her throat. She remembered telling Nancy Ellen before going away to Normal that she wished her father would drive her from home. Now that was accomplished. She was away from home, in a place where there was not one familiar face, object, or plan of life, but she did not wish for it at all. She devoutly wished that she were back home, even if she were preparing supper, in order that Nancy Ellen might hem towels. She wondered what they were saying. Her mind was crystal clear as to what they were doing. She wondered if Nancy Ellen would send Adam the Third with a parcel of cut-out sewing for her to work on. She resolved to sew quickly and with stitches of machine-like evenness if it came. She wondered if Nancy Ellen would be compelled to put off her wedding and teach the home school in order that it might be taught by a Bates, as her father had demanded. She wondered if Nancy Ellen was forced to this uncongenial task, whether it would sour the wonderful sweetness developed by her courtship, and make her so provoked that she would not write or have anything to do with her. They were nearly the same age. They had shared rooms and, until recently, beds, and whatever life brought them. Now Kate lifted her head and ran her hand against her throat to ease the ache gathering there more intensely every minute. With eyes that did not see, she sat staring at the sheer walls of the ravine as it ran toward the east, where the water came tumbling and leaping down over stones and shale bed. When at last she arose, she had learned one lesson, not in the history she carried. No matter what its disadvantages are, having a home of any kind is vastly preferable to having none. And the casualness of people so driven by the demands of living and money making that they do not take the time to even be slightly courteous and kind, no matter how objectionable it may be, still that, even that is better than their active displeasure. So she sat brooding and going over and over the summer, arguing her side of the case, honestly trying to see theirs, until she was mentally exhausted, and still had accomplished nothing further than arriving at the conclusion that if Nancy Ellen was forced to postpone her wedding, she would turn against her and influence Robert Gray in that same feeling. Then Kate thought of him. She capitalized him in her thought, for after 19 years of Bates men, Robert Gray would seem a deified creature to their women. She reviewed the scene at the crossing log while her face flushed with pleasure. If she had remained at home and gone after the blackberries, as it was sure as fate she would have done, then she would have met him first, and he would have courted her instead of Nancy Ellen. Suddenly Kate shook herself savagely and sat straight. "Why, you big fool," she said. "Nancy Ellen went to the berry patch in a pink dress, wearing a sunbonnet to match, and carrying a blue bowl. Think of the picture she made. But if I had gone, I'd have been in a ragged old dirt-colored gingham, father's boots, and his old straw hat jammed down to my ears. I'd have been hot and in a surly temper, rebelling because I had the berries to pick. He would have taken one look at me, jumped the fence, and run to Lang's for dear life. Better cut that idea right out." So Kate cut that idea out at once, but the operation was painful, because when one turns mental surgeon and operates on the ugly spots in one's disposition, there is no anesthetic, nor is the work done with skillful hands, so the wounds are numerous and leave ugly scars. But Kate was ruthless. She resolved never to think of that brook scene again. In life, as she had lived it, she would not have profited by having been first at the berry patch. Yet she had a right to think of Robert Gray's face, grave and concerned for her, his offers to help, the influence he would have in her favour with Nancy Ellen. Of course, if he was forced to postpone his wedding, he would not be pleased, but it was impossible that the fears which were tormenting Nancy Ellen would materialize into action on his part. No sane man loved a woman as beautiful as her sister and cast her aside because of a few months' enforced waiting, the cause of which he so very well knew, but it would make both of them unhappy and change their beautiful plans, after he even had found and purchased the house. Still, Nancy Ellen said that her father was making it a point of honor that a Bates woman should teach the school, because he had signed the contract for Kate to take the place Nancy Ellen had intended to fill, and then changed her plans. He had sworn that a Bates should teach the school. Well, Hiram had taken the county examination, as all pupils of the past 10 years had when they finished the country schools. It was a test required to prove whether they had done their work well. Hiram held a certificate for a year, given him by the county superintendent, when he passed the examinations. He had never used it. He could teach. He was Nancy Ellen's twin. School did not begin until the 1st of November. He could hire help with his corn if he could not finish alone. He could arise earlier than usual and do his feeding and milking. He could clean the stables, haul wood on Saturday and Sunday if he must, For the Bates family looked on Sunday more as a day of rest for the horses and physical man than as one of religious observances. They always worked if there was anything to be gained by it. 6 months being the term, he would be free by the end of the 1st of May. Surely the money would be an attraction, while Nancy Ellen could coach him on any new methods she had learned at Normal. Kate sprang to her feet, ran across the street, and, entering the hall, hurried to her room. She found Mrs. Holt there and in the act of closing her closet door. Kate looked at her with astonished eyes. "I was just telling my son," Mrs. Holt said rather breathlessly, "that I would rather take a peep to see if I'd forgot to put your extra covers on the shelf." Kate threw her book on the bed and walked to the table. She had experienced her share of battle for the day. "No children to rummage," passed through her brain. It was the final week of a hot, dry August weather. While a point had been made of calling her attention to the extra cover when the room had been shown to her, she might have said these things, but why say them? The shamed face of the woman convicted her of "rummaging," as she had termed it. Without a word, Kate sat down beside the table, drew her writing material before her, and began addressing an envelope to her brother Hiram. Mrs. Holt left the room, disliking Kate more than if she had said what the woman knew she thought. Kate wrote briefly, convincingly, covering every objection and every advantage she could conceive, and then she added the strongest plea she could make. What Hiram could do she had no idea. As with all Bates men, land was his god, but it required money to improve it. He would feel timid about making a first attempt to teach after he was married and a father of a child, but Nancy Ellen's marriage would furnish a plausible excuse. All of the family had done their school work as perfectly as all work they undertook. If he could teach, if he wanted to, would he want to? If he did, at least she would be sure of the continued friendship of her sister and Robert Gray. Suddenly Kate understood what that meant to her, as she had not realized before. She was making long strides towards understanding herself, which is the most important feature of any life. She sent a line of pleading to her sister-in-law, a word of love to the baby, and finishing her letter, started to post it. As she remembered, the post office was only a few steps down the street. In the hall it occurred to her that she was the teacher now, and so should be an example. Possibly the women of Walden did not run bareheaded down the street on errands. She laid the letter on a small shelf of an old hat rack, and stepped back to her room to put on her hat. Her return was so immediate that Mrs. Holt had the letter in her fingers when Kate came back, and was reading the address so intently that with extended hand the girl said in cold tones, "My letter, please," before the woman came to realize she was there. Their eyes met in a level look. Mrs. Holt's mouth opened in a ready excuse, but this time Kate's temper overcame her better judgment. "Could you read it clearly without your glasses?" she said politely. "I wouldn't for the world have you make the mistake as to whom my letter is addressed. It goes to my brother, Hiram Bates, youngest son of Adam Bates, Bates Corners, Hartley, Indiana." "I was going to give it to my son so that he could take it to the office," said Mrs. Holt. "And I am going to take it myself, as I know your son is downtown, and I want it to go over in the evening hack, so it will be sure to get out early in the morning." Surprise overcame Mrs. Holt's discomfiture. "Land sakes!" she cried. "Bates is such a common name it didn't mean a thing to me. Be you a daughter of Adam Bates, the land king of Bates Corners?" "I be," said Kate tersely. Well, I never! All them hundreds of acres of land and money in the bank and mortgages on half his neighbors. What the nation! And no more of better clothes than you got, and teachin' school! I never heard of the lack of it in all my life. If you have the Bates history down so fine, you should know that every girl of the entire Bates family has taught from the time she finished school until she married. Also, we never buy more clothing than we need, or of the kind not suitable for our work. This may explain why we own some land and have a few cents in the bank. My letter, please. Kate turned and went down the street, a dull red tingeing her face. I could hate that woman more cordially without half trying, she said. The house was filled with the odor of cooking food when she returned, and soon she was called to supper. As she went to the chair indicated for her, a step was heard in the hall. Kate remained standing, and when a young man entered the room, Miss Holt at once introduced her son George. He did not take the trouble to step around the table and shake hands, but muttered a gruff "Howdy do," and seating himself, at once picked up the nearest dish and began filling his plate. His mother would have had matters otherwise. "Why, George," she chided, "what's your hurry? Why don't you brush up and wait on Miss Bates first?" "Oh, if she is going to be one of the family," he said, "she will have to learn to get on without much pollyfoxing. Grub is to eat. We can all reach at a table of this size." Kate looked at George Holt with a searching glance. Surely he was almost 30, of average height, appeared strong, and as if he might have a forceful brain, but he was loosely jointed, and there was a trace of domineering selfishness on his face that was repulsive to her. I could hate that man cordially without half trying, she thought to herself, smiling faintly at the thought. The sharp eyes of Mrs. Holt detected the smile. She probably would have noticed it if Kate had merely thought of smiling. "Why do you smile, my dear?" she asked in a melting tone. "Oh, I was feeling so at home," answered Kate suavely. "Father and the boys hold exactly those opinions and practice them in precisely the same way. Only if I were to think about it at all, I should think that a man within a year of finishing a medical course would begin exercising politeness with every woman he meets. I believe a doctor depends on women to be most of his patients, and women don't like a rude doctor." "Rot," said George Holt. "Miss Bates is exactly right," said his mother. "Ain't I been tellin' you the whole endurin' time that you never get a call unless you practice manners as well as medicine? Ain't I now?" "Yes, you have," he said angrily. "But if you think all of a sudden that manners are so essential, why didn't you hammer some into me when you had the whip hand and could do what you pleased? You didn't find any fault with my manners then." "How of all the world was I to know that you'd grow up and go in for doctorin'? I supposed then you'd take the farm and run it like your pa did, 'stead of forcin' me to sell it off by inches to live, and then you wastin' half the money." "Got it, Mother," said George Holt rudely. "Tell all you know, and then piece out with anything you can think of that you don't." Mrs. Holt's face flushed crimson. She looked at Kate and said vindictively, "If you want any comfort in life, never marry and bring a son inter the world. You can humour him, and cook for him, and work your hands to the bone for him, and sell your land, and spend all you can raisin' and educatin' him for half a dozen things, and him never stickin' to none or payin' back a cent, but sass you in your old age." "Go it, Mother, you're doin' fine," said George. If you keep on, Miss Bates will want to change her boardin' place before mornin'." "It will not be wholly your mother's fault if I do," said Kate. "I would suggest that, if we can't speak civilly, we eat our supper in silence. This is very good food. I could enjoy it if I had the chance." She helped herself to another soda biscuit and a second piece of fried chicken and calmly began eating them. "That's a good idea," said Mrs. Holt. "Then why don't you practice it?" said her son. Thereupon began a childish battle for the last word. Kate calmly rose, picked up her plate, walked from the room down the hall, and, entering her own room, closed the door quietly. "You fool! You great big dunder-headed fool!" cried Mrs. Holt. "Now you have done it for the 1000th time. She will start out in less than no time to find some place else to stay, and who could blame her? Don't you know who she is? Ain't you sense in your head? If there was ever a girl you ought to go after, and go quick and hard, there she is." "What? That big beef? What for?" asked George. "You idjit! You idjit! Don't you sense that she's the daughter of Adam Bates, him they call the Land King? Ain't you sense nor reason? Drive her from the house, will you? And me relyin' on sendin' yer half her board money to help ye out? You fool!" "Why the heavens didn't you tell me? How could I know? No danger but the bowl is upset, and it's all your fault. She should be worth 10,000, maybe 20." "I never knew till just before supper. I got it from a letter she wrote to her brother. I'd no chance to tell you. Course I meant to, first chancet I had. But you go to work and upset everything before I get a chancet. You never did amount to anything, and you never will." "Oh, well, now stop that. I didn't know. I thought she was just some common truck. I'll fix it up with her right after supper. Now shut up." "You can't do it. It's gone too far. She'll leave this house inside 15 minutes," said Mrs. Holt. "Well, I'll just show you," he boasted. George Holt pushed back his plate, wiped his mouth, brushed his teeth at the washing place on the back porch, and sauntered around the house to seat himself on the front porch steps. Kate saw him there and remained in her room. When he had waited an hour, he arose and tapped on her door. Kate opened it. "Miss Bates," he said, "I have been doing penance an hour. I am very sorry I was such a bore. I was in earnest when I said I didn't get the gad when I needed it. I had a big disappointment today, and I came in sore and cross. I am ashamed of myself, but you will never see me that way again. I know I will make a failure of my profession if I don't be more polite than mother ever taught me to be. Won't you let me be your scholar too? Please do come over to the ravine where it is cool and give me my first lesson. I need you dreadfully." Kate was desperately in need of human companionship in that instant, herself someone who could speak and sin and suffer and repent. As she looked straight in the face of the man before her, she saw, not him being rude and quarrelling pettily with his mother, but herself racing around the dining table, pursued by her father, raving like an insane man. Who was she to judge or refuse help when it was asked? She went with him, and Mrs. Holt, listening and peering from the side of the window blind of her room across the hall, watched them cross the road and sit beside each other on the bank of the ravine in what seemed polite and amicable conversation. She heaved a deep sigh of relief and went to wash the dishes and plan breakfast. Better feed her up pretty well till she gets the habit of staying here, and mebbe the rest who takes boarders will be full, she said to herself. Time enough to go at skimpin' when she gets settled and busy and I get the whip hand. But in planning to get the whip hand, Mrs. Holt reckoned without Kate. She had been under the whip hand all her life. Her dash to freedom had not been accomplished without both mental and physical hurt. She was doing nothing but going over her past life minutely, and as she realized more fully with each review how barren and unlovely it had been, all the strength and fresh young pride in her arose, an imperative demand for something better in the future. She listened with interest to what George Holt said to her. All her life she had been driven by a man of inflexible will, his very soul inoculated with greed for possessions which would give him power, his body endowed with unfailing strength to meet the demands he made on it, and his heart wholly lacking in sentiment. But she did not propose to start her new life by speaking of her family to strangers. George Holt's experiences had been those of a son spoiled by a weak woman, one day petted, the next bribed, the next nagged, again left his own devices for days, with strong inherited tendencies to be fought, tendencies to what he did not say. Looking at his heavy jaw and swarthy face, Kate supplied temper and not much inclination to work. He had asked her to teach him. She would begin by setting an example in the dignity of self control. Then she would make him work. How she would make that big, strong man work! As she sat there on the back of the ravine, with a background of delicately leaved bushes in the light of the setting sun on her face and her hair, George Holt studied her closely, mentally and physically, and would have given all he possessed if he had not been so hasty. He saw that she had a good brain and courage to follow in her convictions, while on closer study he decided that she was molded on the finest physical lines of any woman he had ever seen. Also his study of medicine taught him to recognize glowing health and to set a right estimate on it. Truly he was sorry, to the bottom of his soul, but he did not believe in being too humble. He said as much in apology as he felt forced, and then set himself to the task of calling out and parading the level best he could think up concerning himself, or life in general. He tried farming, teaching, merchandise, and law before he had decided his vocation was medicine. On account of Robert Gray, Kate was much interested in this, but when she asked which college he was attending, he said he was going to a school in Chicago that was preparing to revolutionize the world of medicine. Then he started on a hobby that he had ridden for months, paying for the privilege, so Kate learned with surprise and no small dismay that in a few months a man could take a course in medicine that would enable him to cure any ill which the human flesh is heir, as he expressed it, without knowing anything of surgery or drugs or using either. Kate was amazed and said so at once. She disconcertingly inquired what he would do with patients who sustained fractured skulls, developed cancers, or been exposed to smallpox. But the man before her proposed to deal with none of those disagreeable things, or their like. He was going to make fame and fortune in the world by treating mental and muscular troubles. He was going to be a zonoletic doctor. He turned teacher and spelled it for her, because she never had heard the word. Kate looked at George Holt with long and with intense interest, while her mind was busy with new thoughts. On her pillow that night she decided that if she were a man driven by a desire to heal the suffering of the world, she would be the man who took the long, exhaustive course of training that enabled him to deal with accidents, contagions, and germ developments. He looked at her with keen appreciation of her physical freshness and mental strength, and maneuvered patiently toward the point where he would dare ask blankly how many there were in her family, and on exactly how many acres her father paid tax. He decided it would not do for at least a week yet. Possibly he could raise the subject casually with someone downtown who would know, so he would never ask her at will. Whatever the answer might be, it was definitely settled in his own mind that Kate was the best chance he had ever had, or probably ever would have. He mapped out his campaign. This week, before he must go, he would be her pupil and her slave. The holiday week he would be her lover. In the spring he would propose, and in the fall he would marry her, and live on the income from her land ever afterward. It was a glowing prospect, so glowing that he seriously considered stopping school at once so that he could be at the courting part of his campaign 3 times a day and every evening. He was afraid to leave for fear of people in the village would tell the truth about him. He again studied Kate carefully and decided that during the week that was coming, by deft and energetic work, he could so win her approval that he could make her think that she knew him better than outsiders did. So the siege began. Kate had decided to try making him work, to see if he would, or was accustomed to it. He was sufficiently accustomed to it that he could do whatever she suggested with facility that indicated practice, and there was no question of his willingness. He urged her to make suggestions as to what else he could do, after he had made all the needed repairs about the house and premises. Kate was enjoying herself immensely. Before the week was over, he had another row of wood corded to the shed roof, in case the winter should be severe. She had the stove she thought would warm her room polished and set up while he was there to do it. She had the back porch mended and the loose board on the front walk replaced. She borrowed buckets and clothes and impressed George Holt for the cleaning of the school building which she superintended. Before the week was over, she had every child of school age who came to the building to see what was going on, scouring out desks, blacking stoves, raking the yard, even cleaning the street before the building. Across the street from his home, George sawed the dead wood from the trees, and then, with 3 days to spare, Kate turned her attention to the ravine. She thought that probably she could teach better there in the spring than in the school building. She and George talked it over. He raised all the objections he could think of that the townspeople would, while entirely agreeing with her himself, but it was of no use. She overruled the proxy objections he so kindly offered her. She was so obliged to drag his tired body up the trees on both banks for several hundred yards and drop the dead wood. Kate marshalled a corps of boys who would be her older pupils, and they dragged out the dry branches, saved all that were suitable for firewood, and made bonfires from the remainder. They raked the tin cans and town refuse of years from the water and banks and induced the village delivery man to haul the stuff to the river bridge and dump it in the deepest place in the stream. They cleaned the creek bank to the water's edge and built rustic seats down the sides. They even rolled boulders to the bed and set them where the water would show their markings and beat itself to foam against them. Mrs. Holt looked on in breathless amazement, and privately expressed to her son her opinion of him in terse and vigorous language. He answered laconically, "Has a fish got much to say about what happens to it after you get it out of the water?" "No," snapped Mrs. Holt, "and neither have you, if you kill yourself to get it." "Do I look killed?" inquired her son. "No, you look the most like a real man I ever saw you," she conceded. And Kate Bates won't need glasses for 40 years yet, he said as he went back to work in the ravine. Kate was in the middle of the creek helping plant a big stone. He stood a second watching her as she told the boys surrounding her how best to help her, then turned away, a dull red burning his cheek. "I'll have her if I die for it," he muttered, "but I hope to heaven she doesn't think I am going to work like this for every day of my life." As the villagers sauntered past and watched the work of the new teacher, many of them thought of things they could do that would improve their premises greatly, and a few went home and began work of a like nature. They made their neighbors' places look so unkept that they were forced to trim and rake and mend in turn. So by the time the school began, the whole village was busy in a crusade that extended to the streets and alleys, while the new teacher was the most popular person who had ever been there. Without having heard of such a thing, Kate had started a civic improvement. George Holt leaned against a tree trunk and looked down at her as she rested. "Do you suppose there is such a thing as ever making anything out of this?" he asked. "A perfectly lovely park for the village, yes. Money selling it for anything, no. It's too narrow a strip, cut too deeply with the water, the bank's too steep. Commercially, I can't see that it's worth 10 cents. Cheering. It's the only thing on earth that truly and wholly belongs to me. The road divided the land. Father willed everything on the south side to Mother, so she would have the house, and the land on this side of it was mine. I sold off all I could to Jasper Lynn to add to his farm, but he would only buy to within about 20 rods of the ravine. The land was too rocky and poor, so about half a mile of this comprises my earthly possessions." "Do you keep up the taxes?" she asked. "No, I never paid them," he said carelessly. "Then don't be so sure it is yours," she said. "Someone may have paid them and taken the land. You had better look it up." "What for?" he demanded. "It is beautiful. It is the shadiest, coolest place in town. Having it here doubles the value of your mother's house across the street. In some way, some day, it might turn out to be worth something." "I can't see how," he said. "Some of the trees may become valuable when lumber gets scarcer, as it will when the land grows older. Maybe a stone quarry could be opened up, if the stone runs back as far as you say. A lot of things might make it valuable. If I were you, I would go to Hartley quietly tomorrow and examine the records. And if there are back taxes, I'd pay them." "I'll look it up anyway," he agreed. "You surely have made another place of it. It will be wonderful by spring." "I can think of many uses for it," said Kate. "Here comes your mother to see how we are getting along." Instead, she came to hand Kate a letter she had brought from the post office while doing her marketing. Kate took the letter, saw at a glance that it was from Nancy Ellen, and excusing herself, she went to one of the seats they had made, and turning her face so that it could not be seen, she read: "Dear Kate, you can prepare yourself for the surprise of your life. 2 Bates men have done something for one of their women. I hope you will survive the shock. It almost finished me, and Mother is still speechless. I won't try to prepare you. I could not. Here it is. Father raged for 3 days, and we got out of his way like scared rabbits. I saw I had to teach, so I said I would. But I had not told Robert, because I couldn't bear to. Then up came Hiram and offered to take the school for me. Father said no, I couldn't get out of it that way. Hiram said I had not seen him or sent him any word, and I could prove by Mother that I hadn't been away from the house, so Father believed him. He said that he wanted the money to add 2 acres to his land from the Sims place. That would let down his stock to water on the far side of the land where it would be a great convenience and give him a better arrangement of fields so he could make more money. You know Father. He shut up like a clam and only said, "Do what you please. If a Bates teaches the school, it makes my word good." So Hiram is going to teach for me. He is brushing up a little nights, and I am helping him on theory. And I am wild with joy, and so is Robert. I shall have plenty of time to do all my sewing, and we shall be married at or after Christmas. Robert says to tell you to come see him if you ever come to Hartley. He is there in his new office now, and it is lonesome, but I am busy and the time will soon pass. I might as well tell you that Father said right after you left that you should never enter this house again, and Mother and I should not speak your name before him. I do hope he gets over it before the wedding. Write me how you like your school and where you board. Maybe Robert and I can slip off and drive over to see you some day. But that would make Father so mad if he found out that he would not give me the money he promised, so we had better not. But you come and see us as soon as we get our home. Love from both, Nancy Ellen. Kate read the joyful letter slowly. It contained all she hoped for. She had not postponed Nancy Ellen's wedding. That was all she asked. She had known she would not be forgiven so soon. There was slight hope she ever would. Her only chance, thought Kate, lay in marrying a farmer having about 1,000 acres of land. If she could do that, her father would let her come home again some time. She read the letter slowly, then tearing it in long strips, she cross-tore them and sifted the handful of small bits on the water, where they started a dashing journey toward the river. Mrs. Holt, narrowly watching her, turned with snaky, gleaming eyes to her son and whispered, "Aha! Miss Smart Aleck has a secret." End of chapter 6. Recording by Emily Livingston.
Chapter 7 of A Daughter of the Land. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Veronica Jenkins. A Daughter of the Land by Jean Stratton-Porter. Chapter 7. Helping Nancy Ellen and Robert to establish a home. The remainder of the time before leaving, George Holt spent in the very strongest mental and physical effort to show Kate how much of a man he was. He succeeded in what he hoped he might do. He so influenced her in his favor that during the coming year, whenever anyone showed signs of criticizing him, Kate stopped them by commendation, based upon what she supposed to be knowledge of him. With the schoolhouse and grounds cleaned as they never had been before, the parents and pupils naturally expected new methods. During the week spent in becoming acquainted with the teacher, the parents heartily endorsed her, while the pupils liked her cordially. It could be seen at a glance that she could pick up the brawniest of them and drop him from the window if she chose. The days at the stream had taught them her physical strength, while at the same time they had glimpses of her mental processes. The boys learned many things: that they must not lie or take anything which did not belong to them, that they must be considerate and manly if they were to be her friends, yet not one word had been said on any of these subjects. As she spoke to them, they answered her, and soon spoke in the same way to each other. She was very careful about each statement she made, often adducing convenient proof, so that they saw that she was always right and never exaggerated. The first hour of this made the boys think, the second they imitated, the third they instantly obeyed. She started in to interest and educate these children. She sent them home to investigate more subjects the first day than they had ever carried home in any previous month. Boys suddenly began asking their fathers about business. Girls questioned their mothers about marketing and housekeeping. The week of Christmas vacation was going to be the hardest. Everyone expected the teacher to go home for the holidays. Many of them knew that her sister was marrying the new doctor of Hartley. When Kate was wondering how she could possibly conceal the rupture with her family, Robert Gray drove into Walden and found her at the schoolhouse. She was so delighted to see him that she made no attempt to conceal her joy. He had driven her way for exercise and to pay her a call. When he realized from her greeting how she had felt the separation from her family, he had an idea that he at once propounded. "Kate, I have come to ask a favor of you," he said. "Granted," laughed Kate. "Whatever can it be?" "Just this. I want you to pack a few clothes, drive to Hartley with me, and do what you can to straighten out the house so there won't be such confusion when Nancy Ellen gets there." Kate stared at him in a happy daze. "Oh, you blessed Robert Gray, what a heavenly idea!" she cried. "Of course it wouldn't be possible for me to fix Nancy Ellen's house the way she would, but I could put everything where it belonged. I could arrange well enough, and I could have a supper ready, so that you could come straight home." "Then you will do it?" he asked. "Do it?" cried Kate. "Do it? Why, I would be willing to pay you for a chance to do it. How do you think I'm to explain my not going home for the holidays and to my sister's wedding and retain my self-respect before my patrons?" "I didn't think of it in that way," he said. "I'm crazy," said Kate. "Take me quickly. How far along are you?" "House cleaned, blinds up, stoves all in, coal and wood, cellar stocked, carpets down, and furniture all there, but not unwrapped or in place, dishes delivered but not washed, cooking utensils there, but not cleaned." "Enough said," laughed Kate. "You go marry Nancy Ellen. I shall have the house warm, arranged so you can live in it, and the first meal ready when you come. Does Nancy Ellen know you are here?" "No, I have enough country practice that I need a horse. I'm trying this one. I think of you often, so I thought I'd drive out. How are you making it, Kate?" "Just fine so far as the school goes. I don't particularly like the woman I board with. Her son is some better. Yes, he is much better. And Robert, what is a zonoletic doctor?" "A poor fool too lazy to be a real doctor, with no conscience about taking people's money for nothing," he said. "As bad as that?" asked Kate. "Worse. Why?" he said. "Oh, I only wondered," said Kate. "Now I'm ready here, but I must run to the house where I board a minute. It's only a step. You watch where I go and drive down." She entered the house quietly, and going back to the kitchen, she said, "The folks have come for me, Mrs. Holt. I don't know exactly when I shall be back, but in plenty of time to start school. If George goes before I return, tell him Merry Christmas for me." "He'll be most disappointed to death," said Mrs. Holt. "I don't see why he should," said Kate calmly. "You never have had the teacher here at Christmas." "We never had a teacher that I wanted before," said Mrs. Holt, while Kate turned to avoid seeing the woman's face as she perjured herself. "You're like one of the family. George is crazy about you. He wrote me to be sure to keep you. Couldn't you possibly stay over Sunday?" "No, I couldn't," said Kate. "Who came after you?" asked Mrs. Holt. "Dr. Gray," answered Kate. "That new doctor at Hartley? Why be you and him friends?" Mrs. Holt had followed down the hall, eagerly waiting in the doorway. Kate glanced at her and felt sudden pity. The poor woman was warped. Everything in her life had gone wrong. Possibly she could not avoid being the disagreeable person she was. Kate smiled at her. "Worse than that," she said. "We be relations in a few days. He's going to marry my sister Nancy Ellen next Tuesday." Kate understood the indistinct gurgle she heard to be approving, so she added, He came after me early so I could go to Hartley and help get their new house ready for them to live in after the ceremony." "Did your father give them the house?" asked Mrs. Holt eagerly. "No, Dr. Gray bought his home," said Kate. "How nice! What did your father give them?" Kate's patience was exhausted. "You'll have to wait until I come back," she said. "I haven't the gift of telling about things before they have happened." Then she picked up her telescope and, saying good-bye, left the house. As they drove toward Hartley, "I'm anxious to see your house," said Kate. "Did you find one in a good neighborhood?" "The very best, I think," said the doctor. "That is all one could offer Nancy Ellen." "I'm so glad for her, and I'm glad for you, too. She'll make you a beautiful wife in every way. She's a good cook, she knows how to economize, and she's too pretty for words if she is my sister." "I heartily agree with you," said the doctor, "but I notice you put the cook first and the beauty last." "You will, too, before you get through with it," answered Kate. "Here we are," said he, soon after they entered Hartley. "I'll drive around the block so you can form an idea of the location." Kate admired every house in the block, the streets and trees, the one house Robert Gray had selected in every particular. They went inside and built fires, had lunch together at the hotel, and then Kate rolled up her sleeves, and with a few yards of cheesecloth for a duster, began unwrapping furniture and standing it in the room where it belonged. Robert moved the heavy pieces, then he left to call on a patient and spend the evening with Nancy Ellen. So Kate spent several happy days setting Nancy Ellen's new home in order. From basement to garret, she had it immaculate and shining. No Bates girl, not even Agatha, ever had gone into a home having so many comforts and conveniences. Kate felt lonely the day she knew her home was overcrowded with all her big family. She sat very still, thinking of them during the hour of the ceremony. She began preparing supper almost immediately, because Robert had promised her that he would not eat any more of the wedding feast than he could help, and he would bring Nancy Ellen as soon afterward as possible. Kate saw them drive to the gate and come up the walk together. As they entered the door, Nancy Ellen was saying, "Why, how does the house come to be all lighted up? Seems to me I smell things to eat." "Well, if the table isn't all set—" There was a pause, and then Nancy Ellen's clear voice called, "Kate, Kate, where are you? Nobody else could be this nice to me. You dear girl, where are you?" "I'll get to stay until I go back to school," was Kate's mental comment as she ran to clasp Nancy Ellen in her arms, while they laughed and very nearly cried together, so that the doctor felt it incumbent upon him to hug both of them. Shortly afterward he said, "There is a fine show in town tonight, and I have 3 tickets. Let's all go." "Let's eat before we go," said Nancy Ellen. "I haven't had time to eat a square meal for a week, and things smell deliciously." They finished their supper leisurely, stacked the dishes, and went to the theater, where they saw a fair performance of a good play, which was to both of the girls a great treat. When they returned home, Kate left Nancy Ellen and Robert to gloat over the carpets they had selected, as they appeared on their floors, to arrange the furniture and re-examine their wedding gifts, while she slipped into the kitchen and began washing the dishes and planning what she would have for breakfast. But soon they came to her, and Nancy Ellen insisted on wiping the dishes, while Robert carried them to the cupboard. Afterward they sat before their fireplace and talked over events since the sisters' separation. Nancy Ellen told about getting ready for her wedding, life at home, the school, the news of the family. Then Kate drew a perfect picture of the Walden School, her boarding place, Mrs. Holt, the ravine, the town, and the people, with the exception of George Holt. Him she never mentioned. After Robert had gone to his office the following morning, Kate said to Nancy Ellen, "Now, I wish you would be perfectly frank with me." "As if I could be anything else," laughed the bride. "All right, then," said Kate. "What I want is this: that these days shall always come back to you in memory as nearly perfect as possible. Now, if my being here helps ever so little, I'd like to stay, and I'll be glad to cook and wash dishes while you fix your house to suit you, But if you'd rather be alone, I'll go back to Walden and be satisfied and happy with the fine treat this has been. I can look everyone in the face now, talk about the wedding, and feel all right." Nancy Ellen said slowly, "I shan't spare you until barely time to reach your school Monday morning, and I'm not keeping you to work for me either. We'll do everything together. And then we'll plan how to make the house pretty, and go see Robert in his office, and go shopping. I'll never forgive you if you go." "Why, Nancy Ellen!" said Kate, then fled to the kitchen, too happy to speak further. None of them ever forgot that week. It was such a happy time that all of them dreaded its end. But when it came, they parted cheerfully, and each went back to work, the better for the happy reunion. Kate did not return to Walden until Monday. Then she found Mrs. Holt in an evil temper. Kate could not understand it. She had no means of knowing that for a week George had nagged his mother unceasingly, because Kate was gone on his return and would not be back until after time for him to go again. The only way for him to see her during the week he had planned to come out openly as her lover was to try to find her at her home or at her sister's. He did not feel that it would help him to go where he never had been asked. His only recourse was to miss a few days of school and do extra work to make it up. But he detested nothing in life as he detested work. So the world's happy week had been to them one of constant sparring and unhappiness, for which Mrs. Holt blamed Kate. Her son had returned expecting to court Kate Bates strenuously. His disappointment was not lightened by his mother's constant nagging. Monday forenoon she went to market and came in gasping. "Land's sakes!" she cried as she panted down the hall. "I've got a good one on that impudent hussy now." "You'd better keep your mouth shut and not gossip about her," he said. "Everyone likes her." "No, they don't, for I hate her worse'n snakes. If it wa'n't for her money, I'd fix her so's that she'd never marry you in kingdom come." George Holt clenched his big fist. "Just you try it," he threatened. "Just you try that. You'll live to see the day you'd thank me if I did. She ain't been home. Mind you, she ain't been home. She never seen her sister married at all. Tilly Nepple has a sister living near the Bates who worked in the kitchen. She's visitin' at Tilly's now. Miss High and Mighty never seen her sister married at all. And it looked mighty queer her comin' here a week ahead of time in the fall. Looks like she'd done somepin she don't dare go home. No wonder she tears every scrap of mail she gets to ribbons and burns it. I told you she had a secret, if ever you'd listened to me." "Why, you're crazy!" he exclaimed. "I did listen to you. What you told me was that I should go after her with all my might. So I did. Now you come with this. Shut it up. Don't let her get wind of it for the world. And Tilly Nepple's sister says old Land King Bates never give his daughter a cent, and he never give none of his girls a cent. It's up to the men they marry to take keer of them. The old skinflint. What you want to do is go 'long to your schoolin', if you really are going to make something of yourself at last, and let that big strap of a girl be "Now stop!" shouted George Holt. "Scenting another scandal, are you? Don't you dare mar Kate Bates' standing, or her reputation in this town, or we'll have a time like we never had before. If old Bates doesn't give his girls anything when they marry, they'll get more when he dies. And so far as money is concerned, this has gone past money with me. I'm going to marry Kate Bates as soon as ever I can, and I've got to the place where I'd marry her if she hadn't a cent. If I can't take care of her, she can take care of me. I am crazy about her, and I'm going to have her, so you keep still and do all you can to help me, or you'll regret it." "It's you that will regret it," she said. "Stop your nagging, I tell you, or I'll come at you in a way you won't like," he cried. "You do that every day you're here," said Mrs. Holt, starting to the kitchen to begin dinner. Kate appeared in half an hour, fresh and rosy, also prepared, for one of her little pupils had said, "Tilly Nepple's sisters say you wasn't at your sister's wedding at all. Did you cry 'cause you couldn't go?" Instantly Kate comprehended what must be town gossip, so she gave the child a happy solution of the question bothering her, and went to her boarding house forewarned. She greeted both Mrs. Holt and her son cordially, then sat down to dinner in the best of spirits. The instant her chance came, Mrs. Holt said, "Now tell us all about the lovely wedding." "But I wasn't managing the wedding," said Kate cheerfully. "I was on the infare job. Mother and Nancy Ellen put the wedding through. You know our house isn't very large, and close relatives fill it to bursting. I've seen the same kind of wedding about every 18 months all my life. I had a new job this time, and one I liked better." She turned to George. "Of course your mother told you that Dr. Gray came after me. He came to ask me, as an especial favor, to go to his new house in Hartley, and do what I could to arrange it, and to have a supper ready. I was glad. I'd seen 6 weddings that I can remember, all exactly alike. There's nothing to them. But brushing those new carpets, unwrapping nice furniture and placing it, washing pretty new dishes, untying the loveliest gifts and arranging them, that was something new in a Bates wedding. Oh, but I had a splendid time." George Holt looked at his mother in too great disgust to conceal his feelings. "Another gilt-edged scandal gone sky high," he said. Then he turned to Kate. "One of the women who worked in your mother's kitchen is visiting here, and she started a great hullabaloo because you were not at the wedding. You probably haven't got a leg left to stand on. I suspect the old cats of Walden have chewed them both off, and all the while you were happy and doing the thing any girl would much rather have done. Lord, I hate this eternal picking. How did you come back, Kate?" "Dr. Gray brought me." "I should think it would have made talk, your staying there with him," commented Mrs. Holt. "Fortunately, the people of Hartley seem reasonably busy attending their own affairs," said Kate. "Dr. Gray had been boarding at the hotel all fall, so he just went on living there until after the wedding." George glared at his mother, but she avoided his eyes, and laughing in a silly, half-confused manner, she said, "How much money did your father give the bride?" "I can't tell you in even dollars and cents," said Kate. "Nancy Ellen didn't say." Kate saw the movement of George's foot under the table, and knew that he was trying to make his mother stop asking questions. So she began talking to him about his work. As soon as the meal was finished, he walked with her to school, visiting until the session began. He remained 3 days, and before he left he told Kate he loved her and asked her to be his wife. She looked at him in surprise and said, "Why, I never thought of such a thing. How long have you been thinking about it?" "Since the first instant I saw you," he declared with fervor. "Matter of months," said Kate. "Well, when I have had that much time, I will tell you what I think about it." End of chapter 7. Recording by Veronica Jenkins, Ottawa, Illinois.
Chapter 8 of A Daughter of the Land. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bridget Gage. A Daughter of the Land by Jean Stratton-Porter. Chapter 8 The History of a Leghorn Hat. Kate finished her school in the spring, then went for a visit with Nancy Ellen and Robert, before George Holt returned. She was thankful to leave Walden without having seen him, for she had decided, without giving the matter much thought, that he was not the man she wanted to marry. In her heart she regretted having previously contracted for the Walden school another winter, because she felt certain that with the influence of Dr. Gray she could now secure a position in Hartley that would enable her either to live with, or to be near, her sister. With this thought in mind, she tried to make the acquaintance of teachers in the school who lived in Hartley, and she soon became rather intimate with one of them. It was while visiting with this teacher that Kate spoke of attending Normal again, in an effort to prepare herself still better for the work of the coming year. Her new friend advised against it. She said the course would be only the same thing over again, with so little change or advancement, that the trip was not worth the time and money it would cost. She proposed that Kate go to Lake Chautauqua and take the teacher's course, where all spare time could be put in attending lectures and concerts and studying the recently devised methods of education. Kate went from her to Nancy Ellen and Robert, determined at heart to go. She was pleased when they strongly advised her to, and offered to help her get ready. Aside from having paid Agatha and for her board, Kate had spent almost nothing on herself. She figured the probable expenses of the trip for a month, what it would cost her to live until school began again, if she were forced to go to Walden, and then spent all her remaining funds on the prettiest clothing she had ever owned. Each of the sisters knew how to buy carefully. Then the added advantage of being able to cut and make their own clothes made money go twice as far as where a dressmaker had to be employed. When everything they had planned was purchased, neatly made, and packed in a trunk, into which Nancy Ellen slipped some of her prettiest belongings, Kate made a trip to the milliner's shop to purchase her first real hat. She had decided on a big, wide-brimmed leghorn, far from cheap. While she was trying the effect of flowers and ribbon on it, the wily milliner slipped up and with the hat on Kate's gold crown, looped in front a bow of wide black velvet ribbon, and drooped over the brim a long, exquisitely curling ostrich plume. Kate had one good view of herself before she turned her back on the temptation. "You look lovely in that," said the milliner. "Don't you like it?" "I certainly do," said Kate. "I look the best in that hat, with the black velvet and the plume, I ever did. But there's no use to look twice. I can't afford it." "Oh, but it's very reasonable. We haven't a finer hat in the store, nor a better plume," said the milliner. She slowly waved it in all its glory before Kate's beauty-hungry eyes. Kate turned so she could not see it. "Please excuse one question. Are you teaching in Walden this winter?" asked the milliner. "Yes," said Kate. "I have signed the contract for that school." "Then charge the hat and pay for it in September. I'd rather wait for my money than see you fail to spend the summer under that plume. It really is lovely against your gold hair." "Get thee behind me, Satan," quoted Kate. "No, I never had anything charged and never expect to. Please have the black velvet put on, and let me try it with the bows set and sewed." "All right," said the milliner, "but I'm sorry." She was so sorry that she carried the plume to the workroom, and when she walked up behind Kate, who sat waiting before the mirror, and carefully set the hat on her head at exactly the right angle, the long plume crept down one side and drooped across the girl's shoulder. "I will reduce it $1 more," she said, "and send the bill to you at Walden the last week of September." Kate moved her head from side to side, lifted and dropped her chin. Then she turned to the milliner. "You should be killed," she said. The woman reached for a hat box. "No, I shouldn't," she said. "Waiting that long, I'll not make much on the hat, but I'll make a good friend who will come again and bring her friends. What is your name, please?" Kate took one look at herself. Smooth pink cheeks, gray eyes, gold hair, the sweeping wide brim, the trailing plume. "Miss Katherine Eleanor Bates," she said. "Bates Corners, Hartley, Indiana. Please call my carriage." The milliner laughed heartily. "That's the spirit of '76," she commended. "I'd be willing to wager something worth while that this very hat brings you the carriage before fall, if you show yourself in it in the right place. It's a perfectly stunning hat. Shall I send it, or will you wear it?" Kate looked in the mirror again. "You may put a fresh blue band on the sailor I was wearing, and send that to Dr. Gray's when it is finished," she said. "And put in a fancy bow, for my throat, of the same velvet as the hat, please. I'll surely pay you the last week of September. And if you can think up an equally becoming hat for winter—" "You just bet I can, young lady," said the milliner to herself as Kate walked down the street. From afar, Kate saw Nancy Ellen on the veranda, so she walked slowly to let the effect sink in. But it seemed to make no impression until she looked up at Nancy Ellen's very feet and said, "Well, how do you like it?" "Good gracious!" cried Nancy Ellen. "I thought I was having a stylish caller. I didn't know you. Why, I never saw you walk that way before." "You wouldn't expect me to plod along as if I were plowing, with a thing like this on my head, would you?" "I wouldn't expect you to have a thing like that on your head, but since you have, I don't mind telling you that you are stunning in it," said Nancy Ellen. "Better and better," laughed Kate, sitting down on the step. "The milliner said it was a stunning hat." "The goose!" said Nancy Ellen. "You become that hat, Kate, quite as much as the hat becomes you." The following day, dressed in a linen suit of natural colour, with the black bow at her throat, the new hat in a bandbox, and the renewed sailor on her head, Kate waved her farewells to Nancy Ellen and Robert on the platform, then walked straight to the dressing room of the car and changed the hats. Nancy Ellen had told her this was not the thing to do. She should travel in a plain, untrimmed hat, and when the dust and heat of her journey were past, she should bathe, put on fresh clothing, and wear such a fancy hat only with her best frocks in the afternoon. Kate need not have been told that. right instincts and Bates economy would have taught her the same thing. But she had a perverse streak in her nature. She had seen herself in the hat. The milliner, who knew enough of the world and human nature to know how to sell Kate the hat, when she never intended to buy it, and knew she should not in the way she did, had said that before fall it would bring her a carriage, which put into bald terms meant a rich husband. Now Kate liked her school, and she gave it her full attention. She had done, and still intended to keep on doing, first-class work in the future. But her school, or anything pertaining to it, was not worth mentioning beside Nancy Ellen's home and the deep understanding and strong feeling that showed so plainly between her and Robert Gray. Kate expected to marry by the time she was 20 or soon after. All Bates girls had. Most of them had married very well indeed. She frankly envied Nancy Ellen, while it never occurred to her that any one would criticize her for saying so. Only one thing could happen to her that would surpass what had come to her sister. If only she could have a man like Robert Gray, and have him on a piece of land of their own. Kate was a girl, but no man of the Bates tribe ever was more deeply bitten by the lust for land. She was the true daughter of her father, in more than one way. If that very expensive hat was going to produce the man, why not let it begin to work from the very start? If her man was somewhere, only waiting to see her, and the hat would help him to speedy recognition, why miss a chance? She thought over the year, and while she deplored the estrangement from home, she knew that if she had to go back to 1 year ago, giving up the present and what it had brought and promised to bring, for a reconciliation with her father, she would not voluntarily return to the old driving, nagging, overwork, and skimping, missing every real comfort of life to buy land, in which she would never have any part. You get your knocks taking the wings of the morning, thought Kate to herself, but after all it is the only thing to do. Nancy Ellen says Sally Whistler is pleasing mother very well. Why should I miss my chance and ruin my temper to stay at home and do the work done by a woman who can do nothing else? Kate moved her head slightly to feel if the big, beautiful hat that sat her braids so lightly was still there. Go to work, you beauty, thought Kate. Do something better for me than George Holt. I'll have him to fall back on if I can't do better. But I think I can. Yes, I'm very sure I can. If you can't do your part, you lovely plume, I know I can. Toward noon, the train ran into a violent summer storm. The sky grew black, the lightning flashed, the wind raved, the rain fell in gusts. The storm was at its height when Kate quit watching it and arose, preoccupied with her first trip to a dining car, thinking about how little food she could order and yet avoid a hunger headache. The twisting whirlwind struck her face as she stepped from the day coach to go to the dining car. She threw back her head and sucked her lungs full of the pure, rain-chilled air. She was accustomed to being out in storms. She liked them. One second she paused to watch the gale sweeping the fields. The next, a twitch at her hair caused her to throw up her hands and clutch wildly at nothing. She sprang to the step railing and leaned out in time to see her wonderful hat whirl against the corner of the car, hold there an instant with the pressure of the wind, then slide down, draw under, and drop across the rail, where passing wheels ground it to a pulp. Kate stood very still a second. Then she reached up and tried to pat the disordered strands of hair into place. She turned and went back into the day coach, opened the bandbox, and put on the sailor. She resumed her old occupation of thinking things over. All the joy had vanished from the day and the trip. Looking forward, it had seemed all right to defy custom and Nancy Ellen's advice and do as she pleased. Looking backward, she saw that she had made a fool of herself in the estimation of everyone in the car by not wearing the sailor, which was suitable for her journey, and would have made no such mark for a whirling wind. She found traveling even easier than anyone had told her. Each station was announced. When she alighted, there were conveyances to take her and her luggage to a hotel, patronized almost exclusively by teachers, near the schools and lecture halls. Large front suites and rooms were out of the question for Kate, but luckily a tiny corner room at the back of the building was empty, and when Kate specified how long she would remain, she secured it at a less figure than she had expected to pay. She began by almost starving herself at supper in order to save enough money to replace her hat with whatever she could find that would serve passably and be cheap enough. That far she proceeded stoically. But when night settled and she stood in her dressing jacket brushing her hair, something gave way. Kate dropped on her bed and cried into her pillow, as she never had cried before about anything. It was not all about the hat. While she was at it, she shed a few tears about every cruel thing that had happened to her since she could remember that she had borne tearlessly at the time. It was a deluge that left her breathless and exhausted. When she finally sat up, she found the room so close, she gently opened her door and peeped into the hall. There was a door opening on an outside veranda, running across the end of the building and the length of the front. As she looked from her door and listened intently, she heard the sound of a woman's voice in choking, stifled sobs, in the room having a door directly across the narrow hall from hers. "My Lord, there's two of us!" said Kate. She leaned closer, listened again, but when she heard a short groan mingled with the sobs, she immediately tapped on the door. Instantly the sobs ceased, and the room became still. Kate put her lips to the crack and said in her offhand way, "It's only a schoolmarm rooming next to you. If you're ill, could I get anything for you?" "Will you please come in?" asked a muffled voice. Kate turned the knob, and stepping inside closed the door after her. She could dimly see her way to the dresser, where she found matches and lighted the gas. On the bed lay in a tumbled heap a tiny, elderly, Dresden china doll woman. She was fully dressed, even to her wrap, bonnet, and gloves. One hand clutched her side, the other held a handkerchief to her lips. Kate stood an instant under the light, studying the situation. The dark eyes in the narrow face looked appealingly at her. The woman tried to speak, but gasped for breath. Kate saw that she had heart trouble. "The remedy, where is it?" she cried. The woman pointed to a purse on the dresser. Kate opened it, took out a small bottle, and read the directions. In a second she was holding a glass to the woman's lips. Soon she was better. She looked at Kate eagerly. "Oh, please don't leave me," she gasped. "Of course not," said Kate instantly. "I'll stay as long as you want me." She bent over the bed, and gently drew the gloves from the frail hands. She untied and slipped off the bonnet. She hunted keys in the purse, opened a travelling bag, and found what she required. Then slowly and carefully she undressed the woman, helped her into a night robe, and stooping, she lifted her into a chair until she opened the bed. After giving her time to rest, Kate pulled down the white wavy hair and brushed it for the night. As she worked, she said a word of encouragement now and again. When she had done all she could see to do, she asked if there was more. The woman suddenly clung to her hand and began to sob wildly. Kate knelt beside the bed, stroked the white hair, patted the shoulders she could reach, and talked very much as she would have to a little girl. "Please don't cry," she begged. "It must be your heart. You'll surely make it worse." "I'm trying," said the woman, "but I've been scared sick. I most certainly would have died if you hadn't come to me and found the medicine. Oh, that dreadful Susette! How could she?" The clothing Kate had removed from the woman had been of finest cloth and silk. Her hands wore wonderful rings. A heavy purse was in her bag. Everything she had was the finest that money could buy, while she seemed as if a rough wind never had touched her. She appeared so frail that Kate feared to let her sleep without knowing where to locate her friends. "She should be punished for leaving you alone among strangers," said Kate indignantly. "If I only could learn to mind John," sighed the little woman. "He never liked Susette, but she was the very best maid I ever had. She was like a loving daughter, until all at once, on the train, among strangers, she flared out at me and simply raved. Oh, it was dreadful. And knowing you were subject to these attacks, she did the thing that would precipitate one, and then left you alone among strangers. How wicked, how cruel!" said Kate, in tense indignation. "John didn't want me to come, but I used to be a teacher, and I came here when this place was mostly woods, with my dear husband. Then after he died, through the long years of poverty and struggle, I would read of the place and the wonderful meetings, but I could never afford to come. Then, when John began to work and made good so fast, I was dizzy half the time with his successes. I didn't think about the place. But lately, since I've had everything else I could think of, something possessed me to come back here and take a suite among the women and men who are teaching our young people so wonderfully, and to sail on the lake and hear the lectures and dream my youth over again. I think that was it most of all, to dream my youth over again, to try to relive the past." "There now, you have told me all about it," said Kate, stroking the white forehead in an effort to produce drowsiness. "Close your eyes and go to sleep." "I haven't begun to tell you," said the woman perversely. "If I talked all night I couldn't tell you about John, how big he is and how brave he is, and how smart he is, and how he is the equal of any business man in Chicago, and soon, if he keeps on, he will be worth as much as some of them, more than any one of his age, who has had a lot of help instead of having his way to make alone, and a sick old mother to support besides. No, I couldn't tell you in a week half about John, and he didn't want me to come. If I would come, then he wanted me to wait a few days until he finished a deal so he could bring me. But the minute I thought of it, I was determined to come. You know how you get. I know how badly you want to do a thing you have set your heart on, admitted Kate. I had gone places with Suzette in perfect comfort. I think the trouble was that she tried from the first to attract John. About the time we started, he let her see plainly that all he wanted of her was to take care of me. She was pretty and smart, so it made her furious. She was pampered in everything, as no maid I ever had before. John is young yet, and I think he is very handsome, and he wouldn't pay any attention to her. You see, when other boys were going to school and getting acquainted with girls by association, even when he was a little bit of a fellow in knee breeches, I had to let him sell papers, and then he got into a shop, and he invented a little thing, and then a bigger, and bigger yet. And then he went into stocks and things, and he doesn't know anything about girls, only about sick old women like me. He never saw what Suzette was up to. You do believe that I wasn't ugly to her, don't you?" "You couldn't be ugly if you tried," said Kate. The woman suddenly began to sob again, this time slowly, as if her forces were almost spent. She looked to Kate for the sympathy she craved, and for the first time really saw her closely. "Why, you dear girl," she cried, "your face is all tear-stained. You've been crying yourself." "Roaring in a pillow," admitted Kate. "But, my dear, forgive me. I was so upset with that dreadful woman. Forgive me for not having seen that you, too, are in trouble. Won't you please tell me?" "Of course," said Kate. "I lost my new hat." "But, my dear, crying over a hat, when it is so easy to get another. How foolish," said the woman. "Yes, but you didn't see the hat," said Kate, "and it will be far from easy to get another, with this one not paid for yet. I'm only one season removed from sunbonnets, so I never should have bought it at all." The woman moved in bed, and taking one of Kate's long, crinkly braids, she drew the wealth of gold through her fingers repeatedly. "Tell me about your hat," she said. So to humour this fragile woman and keep from thinking of her own trouble, Kate told the story of her leghorn hat and ostrich plume, and many things besides, for she was not her usual terse self with her new friend, who had to be soothed to forgetfulness. Kate ended, "I was all wrong to buy such a hat in the first place. I couldn't afford it. It was foolish vanity. I'm not really good looking. I shouldn't have flattered myself that I was. Losing it before it was paid for was just good for me. Never again will I be so foolish." "Why, my dear, don't say such things or think them," chided the little woman. "You had as good a right to a becoming hat as any girl. Now let me ask you one question, and then I'll try to sleep. You said you were a teacher. Did you come here to attend the summer school for teachers?" "Yes," said Kate. "Would it make any great difference to you if you missed a few days?" she asked. "Not in the least," said Kate. "Well, then, you won't be offended, will you, if I ask you to remain with me and take care of me until John comes? I could send him a message to-night that I am alone, and bring him by this time to-morrow, but I know he has business that will cause him to lose money should he leave, and I was so wilful about coming, I dread to prove him right so conclusively the very first day. That door opens into a room reserved for Suzette, if only you'd take it, and leave the door unclosed to-night. And if only you would stay with me until John comes, I could well afford to pay you enough to lengthen your stay as long as you'd like, and it makes me so happy to be with such a fresh young creature. Will you stay with me, my dear?" "I certainly will," said Kate heartily, "if you'll only tell me what I should do. I'm not accustomed to rich ladies, you know." "I'm not myself," said the little woman, "but I do seem to take to being waited upon with the most remarkable facility." End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of A Daughter of the Land. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bridget Gage. A Daughter of the Land by Jean Stratton-Porter. Chapter 9. A Sunbonnet Girl. With the first faint light of morning, Kate slipped to the door to find her charge still sleeping soundly. It was 8 o'clock when she heard a movement in the adjoining room and went again to the door. This time the woman was awake, and smilingly waved to Kate as she called, "Good morning, come right in. I was wondering if you were regretting your hasty bargain." "Not a bit of it," laughed Kate. "I am here waiting to be told what to do first. I forgot to tell you my name last night. It is Kate Bates. I'm from Bates Corners, Hartley, Indiana." The woman held out her hand. "I'm so very glad to meet you, Miss Bates," she said. "My name is Mariette Jardine. My home is in Chicago." They shook hands, smiling at each other, and then Kate said, "Now, Mrs. Jardine, what shall I do for you first?" "I will be dressed, I think, and then you may bring up the manager until I have an understanding with him, and give him a message I want sent, and an order for our breakfast. I wonder if it wouldn't be nice to have it served on the corner of the veranda, in front of our rooms, under the shade of that big tree." "I think that would be famous," said Kate. They ate together under the spreading branches of a giant maple tree, where they could see into the nest of an oriole that brooded in a long purse of gray lint and white cotton cord. They could almost reach out and touch it. The breakfast was good, nicely served by a neat maid, evidently doing something so out of the ordinary that she was rather stunned. But she was a young person of some self-possession, for when she removed the tray, Mrs. Jardine thanked her and gave her a coin that brought a smiling, "Thank you very much. If you want your dinner served here and will ask for Jenny Weeks, I'd like to wait on you again." "Thank you," said Mrs. Jardine. "I shall remember that. I don't like changing waiters each meal. It gives them no chance to learn what I want or how I want it." Then she and Kate slowly walked the length of the veranda several times, while she pointed out parts of the grounds they could see that remained as she had known them formerly, and what were improvements. When Mrs. Jardine was tired, they returned to the room, and she lay on the bed while they talked of many things. Talked of things with which Kate was familiar, and some concerning which she unhesitatingly asked questions until she felt informed. Mrs. Jardine was so dainty, so delicate, yet so full of life, so well informed, so keen mentally, that as she talked she kept Kate chuckling most of the time. She talked of her home life, her travels, her friends, her son. She talked of politics, religion, and education. Then she talked of her son again. She talked of social conditions, civic improvement, and women's rights. Then she came back to her son, until Kate saw that he was the real interest in the world to her. The mental picture she drew of him was peculiar. One minute Mrs. Jardine spoke of him as a man among men, pushing, fighting, forcing matters to work his will. So Kate imagined him tall, broad, and brawny, indefatigable in his undertakings. The next, his mother was telling of his thoughtfulness, such kindness, such loving care that Kate's mental picture shifted to a neat, exacting little man, purely effeminate as men ever can be, but whatever she thought, some right instinct prevented her from making a comment or asking a question. Once she sat looking far across the beautiful lake with such an expression on her face that Mrs. Jardine said to her, "What are you thinking of, my dear?" Kate said smilingly, "Oh, I was thinking of what a wonderful school I shall teach this winter." "Tell me what you mean," said Mrs. Jardine. "Why, with even a month of this, I shall have riches stored for every day of the year. None of my pupils ever saw a lake, that I know of. I shall tell them of this with its shining water, its rocky, shady, sandy shore lines, of the rowboats and steamboats, and the people from all over the country. Before I go back, I can tell them of wonderful lectures, concerts, educational demonstrations here. I shall get much from the experiences of other teachers. I shall delight my pupils with just you." "In what way?" asked Mrs. Jardine. "Oh, I shall tell them of a dainty little woman who knows everything. From you I shall teach my girls to be simple, wholesome, tender, and kind, to take the gifts of God thankfully, reverently, yet with self-respect. From you I can tell them what really fine fabrics are, and about laces and linens. When the subjects arise, as they always do in teaching, I shall describe each ring you wear, each comb and pin, even the handkerchiefs you carry, and the bags you travel with. To teach means to educate, and it is a big task, but it is almost painfully interesting. Each girl of my school shall go into life a gentler, daintier woman, more careful of her person and speech because of my having met you. Isn't that a fine thought?" "Why, you darling!" cried Mrs. Jardine. "Life is always having lovely things in store for me. Yesterday I thought Susette's leaving me as she did was the most cruel thing that ever happened to me. To-day I get from it this lovely experience. If you are straight from sunbonnets, as you told me last night, where did you get these advanced ideas?" "If sunbonnets could speak, many of them would tell of surprising heads they have covered," laughed Kate. "Life deals with women much the same as with men. If we go back to where we start, history can prove to you that there are 10 sunbonnets to 1 leghorn hat in the high places of the world." "Not to entertain me, but because I am interested, my dear, will you tell me about your particular sunbonnet?" asked Mrs. Jardine. Kate sat staring across the blue lake with wide eyes, a queer smile twisting her lips. At last she said slowly, "Well, then, my sunbonnet is in my trunk. I'm not so far away from it but that it still travels with me. It's blue chambray, made from pieces left from my first pretty dress. It is ruffled and has white stitching. I made it myself. The head that it fits is another matter. I didn't make that, or its environment, or what was taught it, until it was of age, and had worked out its legal time of service to pay for having been a head at all. But my head is now free, in my own possession, ready to go as fast and far on the path of life as it develops the brains to carry it. You'd smile if I should tell you what I'd ask of life, if I could have what I want." "I scarcely think so. Please tell me." "You'll be shocked," warned Kate. "Just so it isn't enough to set my heart rocking again," said Mrs. Jardine. "We'll stop before that," laughed Kate. "Then, if you will have it, I want of life by the time I am 20, a man of my stature, dark eyes and hair, because I am so light. I want him to be honest, forceful, hard-working, with a few drops of the milk of human kindness in his heart, and the same ambitions I have." "And what are your ambitions?" asked Mrs. Jardine. "To own and to cultivate, and to bring to the highest state of efficiency at least 200 acres of land, with convenient and attractive buildings and pedigreed stock, and to mother at least 12 perfect physical and mental boys and girls." "Oh, my soul!" cried Mrs. Jardine, falling back in her chair, her mouth agape. "My dear, you don't mean that! You only said that to shock me." "But why should I wish to shock you? I sincerely mean it," persisted Kate. "You amazing creature! I never heard a girl talk like that before," said Mrs. Jardine. "But you can't look straight ahead of you any direction you turn without seeing a girl working for dear life to attract the man she wants. If she can't secure him, some other man, and in lieu of him, any man at all, in preference to none. Life shows us women on the age-old quest every day, everywhere we go. Why be so secretive about it? Why not say honestly what we want, and take it if we can get it? At any rate, that is the most important thing inside my sunbonnet. I knew you'd be shocked." "But I am not shocked at what you say. I agree with you. What I am shocked at is your ideals. I thought you'd want to educate yourself to such superiority over common women that you could take the platform and, backed by your splendid physique, work for suffrage or lecture to educate the masses. I think more could be accomplished with selected specimens, by being steadily on the job, than by giving an hour to masses. I'm not much interested in masses. They are too abstract for me. I prefer one stern reality. And as for woman's rights, if anybody gives this woman the right to do anything more than she already has the right to do, there'll surely be a scandal." Mrs. Jardine lay back in her chair laughing. "You are the most refreshing person I have met in all my travels. Then, to put it baldly, you want of life a man, a farm, and a family." "You comprehend me beautifully," said Kate. "All my life I've worked like a towhead to help earn 200 acres of land for some one else. I think there's nothing I want so much as 200 acres of land for myself. I'd undertake to do almost anything with it, if I had it. I know I could, if I had the shoulder-to-shoulder, real man. You notice it will take considerable of a man to touch shoulders with me. I'm a head taller than most of them." Mrs. Jardine looked at her speculatively. She murmured. Kate laughed. "For 18 years I have been under marching orders," said Kate. "Over a year ago I was advised by a minister to take the wings of the morning. So I took wing. I started on one grand flight, and fell kersmash in short order. Life since has been a series of battering my wings, until I have almost decided to buy some especially heavy boots, and walk the remainder of the way. As a concrete example, I started out yesterday morning wearing a hat that several very reliable parties assured me would so assist me to that flight that I might at least have a carriage. Where, oh, where are my hat and my carriage now? The carriage non est. The hat, I'm humbly hoping some little country girl who has lived a life as barren as mine will find the remains and retrieve the velvet bow for a hair ribbon. As for the man that Leghorn hat was supposed to symbolize, he won't even look my way when I appear in my bobby little sailor. He's as badly crushed out of existence as my beautiful hat." "You never should have been wearing such a hat to travel in, my dear," murmured Mrs. Jardine. "Certainly not," said Kate. "I knew it. My sister told me that. Common sense told me that. But what has that got to do with the fact that I was wearing the hat? I guess I have you there." "Far from it," said Mrs. Jardine. "If you are going to start out in life calmly ignoring the advice of those who love you and the dictates of common sense, the result will be that soon the wheels of life will be grinding you instead of a train making bag rags of your hat." "Hum," said Kate. "There is food for reflection there. But wasn't it plain logic that if the hat was to bring the man, it should be worn where any minute he might see it?" "But my dear, if such a man as a woman like you should have had seen you wearing that hat in the morning on a railway train, he would merely have thought you prideful and extravagant. You would have been far more attractive to any man I know in your blue sunbonnet." "I surely have learned that lesson," said Kate. "Hereafter, sailors or sunbonnets for me in the morning. Now, what may I do to add to your comfort?" "Leave me for an hour until I take a nap, and then we'll have lunch and go to a lecture. I can go to-day perfectly well after an hour's rest." So Kate went for a very interesting walk around the grounds. When she returned, Mrs. Jardine was still sleeping, so she wrote Nancy Ellen, telling all about her adventure, but not a word about losing her hat. Then she had a talk with Jenny Weeks, whom she found lingering in the hall near her door. When at last that nap was over, a new woman seemed to have developed. Mrs. Jardine was so refreshed and interested the remainder of the day that it was easier than before for Kate to see how shocked and ill she had been. As she helped dress her for lunch, Kate said to Mrs. Jardine, "I met the manager as I was going to post a letter to my sister, so I asked him always to send you the same waiter. He said he would, and I'd like you to pay particular attention to her appearance and the way she does her work." "Why?" asked Mrs. Jardine. "I met her in the hall as I came back from posting my letter, so we visited a little, as the country folks say. She has taught one winter of country school, a small school in an out county. She's here waiting table 2 hours 3 times a day to pay for her room and board. In the meantime, she attends all the sessions and studies as much as she can, but she's very poor material for a teacher. I pity her pupils. She's a little thing, bright enough in her own way, but she has not much initiative, not strong enough for the work, and she has not got enough spunk. She'll never lead the minds of school children anywhere that will greatly benefit them." "And your deduction is?" "That she would make you a kind, careful, obedient maid, who is capable enough to be taught to wash your hair and manicure you with deftness, and who would serve you for respect as well as hire. I think it would be a fine arrangement for you and good for her." "This surely is kind of you," said Mrs. Jardine. "I'll keep strict watch of Jenny Weeks. If I could find a really capable maid here and not have to wire John to bring one, I'd be so glad. It does so go against the grain to prove to a man that he has a right to be more conceited than he is naturally." As they ate lunch, Kate said to Mrs. Jardine, "I noticed one thing this morning that is going to be balm to my soul. I passed many teachers and summer resorters going to the lecture halls and coming from them, and half of them were bareheaded, so my state will not be remarkable until I can get another hat." "God moves in mysterious ways, his wonders to perform," laughingly quoted Mrs. Jardine. "You thought losing that precious hat was a calamity, but if you hadn't lost it, you probably would have slept soundly while I died across the hall. My life is worth the price of a whole millinery shop to me. I think you value the friendship we are developing. I foresee I shall get a maid who will not disgrace me in public. You will have a full summer here. Now truly, isn't all this worth many hats?" "Of course, it's like a fairy tale," said Kate. "Still, you didn't see the hat." "But you described it in a truly graphic manner," said Mrs. Jardine. "When I am the snowiest of great grandmothers, I shall still be telling small people about the outcome of my first attempt at vanity," laughed Kate. The third morning dawned in great beauty, a misty, moisty morning, Mrs. Jardine called it. The sun tried to shine, but could not quite pierce the intervening clouds, so on every side could be seen exquisite pictures painted in delicate pastel colours. Kate, fresh and rosy, wearing a blue chambray dress, was a picture well worth seeing. Mrs. Jardine kept watching her so closely that Kate asked at last, "Have you made up your mind yet?" "No, and I'm afraid I never shall," answered Mrs. Jardine. "You are rather an astonishing creature. You're so big, so vital, you absorb knowledge like a sponge takes water." "And for the same purpose," laughed Kate, "that it may be used for the benefit of others. Tell me some more about me. I find me such an interesting subject." "No doubt," admitted Mrs. Jardine. "No doubt about that. We are all more interested in ourselves than in any one else in this world until love comes. Then we soon learn to love a man more than life, and when a child comes we learn another love, so clear, so high, so purifying, that we become of no moment at all, and live only for those we love." "You speak for yourself and a class of women like you," answered Kate, gravely. "I'm very well acquainted with many women who have married and borne children, and who are possibly more selfish than before. The great experience never touched them at all." There was a tap at the door. Kate opened it and delivered to Mrs. Jardine a box so big that it almost blocked the doorway. Mrs. Jardine lifted from the box a big leghorn hat of weave so white and fine it almost seemed like woven cloth instead of braid. There was a bow in front, but the bow was nested in and tied through a web of flowered gold lace. One velvet end was slightly long and concealed a wire which lifted one side of the brim a trifle, beneath which was fashioned a smashing big, pale pink velvet rose. There was an ostrich plume even longer than the other, broader, blacker, as wonderful a feather as ever dropped from the plumage of a lordly bird. Mrs. Jardine shook the hat in such a way as to set the feather lifting and waving after the confinement of the box. With slender, sure fingers, she set the bow and lace as they should be, and touched the petals of the rose. She inspected the hat closely, shook it again, and held it toward Kate. "A very small price to pay for the breath of life, which I was rapidly losing," she said. "Do me the favor to accept it as casually as I offer it. Did I understand your description anywhere near right? Is this your hat?" "Thank you," said Kate. "It is just the speaking image of my hat, but it's a glorified, sublimated, celestial image. What I described was merely a hat. This is what I think I have lately heard Nancy Ellen mention as a creation. Whew!" She went to the mirror, arranged her hair, set the hat on her head, and turned. "Gracious heaven!" said Mrs. Jardine. "My dear, I understand now why you wore that hat on your journey." "I wore that hat," said Kate, "as an ascension stalk wears its crown of white lilies, as a bobolink wears its snowy courting crest, as a bride wears her veil. But please take this from me to-night, lest I sleep in it." That night Mrs. Jardine felt tired enough to propose resting in her room, with Jenny Weeks where she could be called. So for the first time Kate left her, and donning her best white dress and the hat, attended a concert. At its close she walked back to the hotel with some of the other teachers stopping there, talked a few minutes in the hall, went to the office desk for mail, and slowly ascended the stairs, thinking intently. What she thought was, "If I am not mistaken, my hat did a small bit of execution tonight." She stepped to her room to lock the door, and stopped a few minutes to arrange the clothing she had discarded when she dressed hurriedly before going to the concert. Then, the letters in her hand, she opened Mrs. Jardine's door. A few minutes before, there had been a tap on that same door. "Come in," said Mrs. Jardine, expecting Kate or Jenny Weeks. She slowly lifted her eyes, and faced a tall, slender man standing there. "John Jardine, what in the world are you doing here?" she demanded, after the manner of mothers. "And what in this world has happened to you?" "Does it show on me like that?" he stammered. "Was your train in a wreck? Are you in trouble?" she asked. "Something shows plainly enough, but I don't understand what it is." "Are you all right, mother?" He advanced a step, looking intently at her. "Of course I'm all right. You can see that for yourself. The question is, what's the matter with you?" "If you will have it, there is something the matter. Since I saw you last, I have seen a woman I want to marry. That's all, unless I add that I want her so badly that I haven't much sense left. Now you have it." "No, I don't have it, and I won't have it. What designing creature has been trying to intrigue you now?" she demanded. "Not any one. She didn't see me, even. I saw her. I've been following her for nearly 2 hours instead of coming straight to you, as I always have. So you see where I am. I expect you won't forgive me, but since I'm here, you must know that I could only come on the evening train. He crossed the room, knelt beside the chair, and took it and its contents in his arms. "Are you going to scold me?" he asked. "I am," she said. "I am going to take you out and push you into the deepest part of the lake. I'm so disappointed. Why, John, for the first time in my life I've selected a girl for you, the very most suitable girl I ever saw, and I hoped and hoped for 3 days that when you came you'd like her. Of course I wasn't so rash as to say a word to her, but I've thought myself into a state where I'm going to be sick with disappointment. But wait, mother, wait until I can manage to meet the girl I've seen. Wait until I have a chance to show her to you," he begged. "I suppose I shall be forced," she said. "I've always dreaded it. Now here it comes. Oh, why couldn't it have been Kate? Why did she go to that silly concert? If only I'd kept her here, and we'd walked down to the station. I'd half a mind to." Then the door opened, and Kate stepped into the room. She stood still, looking at them. John Jardine stood up, looking at her. His mother sat staring at them in turn. Kate recovered first. "Please excuse me," she said. She laid the letters on a small table and turned to go. John caught his mother's hand closer when he found himself holding it. "If you know the young lady, mother," he said, "why don't you introduce us?" "Oh, I was so bewildered by your coming," she said. "Kate, dear, let me present my son." Kate crossed the room, and looking straight into each other's eyes, they shook hands and found chairs. "How was your concert, my dear?" asked Mrs. Jardine. "I don't think it was very good," said Kate. "Not at all up to my expectations." "How did you like it, Mr. Jardine?" "Was that a concert?" he asked. "It was supposed to be," said Kate. "Thank you for the information," he said. "I didn't see it. I didn't hear it. I don't know where I was." "That is most astonishing," said Kate. Mrs. Jardine looked at her son, her eyes two big imperative question marks. He nodded slightly. "My soul!" she cried, then lay back in her chair half laughing, half crying, until Kate feared she might have another attack of heart trouble. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of A Daughter of the Land. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bridget Gage. A Daughter of the Land by Jean Stratton-Porter. Chapter 10. John Jardine's Courtship. The following morning they breakfasted together under the branches of the big maple tree in a beautiful world. Mrs. Jardine was so happy she could only taste a bite now and then when urged to. Kate was trying to keep her head level and be natural. John Jardine wanted to think of everything, and succeeded fairly well. It seemed to Kate that he could invent more ways to spend money, and spend it with freer hand, than any man she ever had heard of. But she had to confess that the men she had heard about were concerned with keeping their money, not scattering it. "Did you hear unusual sounds when John came to bid me good night?" asked Mrs. Jardine of Kate. "Yes," laughed Kate, "I did, and I'm sure I made a fairly accurate guess as to the cause." "What did you think?" asked Mrs. Jardine. "I thought Mr. Jardine had missed Susette, and you'd had to tell him," said Kate. "You're quite right. It's a good thing she went on and lost herself in New York. I'm not at all sure that he doesn't contemplate starting out to find her yet." "Let Susette go," said Kate. "We're interested in forgetting her. There's a little country school teacher here who wants to take her place, and it will be the very thing for your mother and for her, too. She's the one serving us. Notice her in particular." "If she's a teacher, how does she come to be serving us?" he asked. "I'm a teacher. How do I come to be dining with you?" said Kate. "This is such a queer world when you go adventuring in it. Jenny had a small school in an out county, a widowed mother, and a big family to help support. So she figured that the only way she could come here to try to prepare herself for a better school was to work for her room and board. She serves the table 2 hours, 3 times a day, and studies between times. She tells me that almost every waiter in the dining hall is a teacher. Please watch her movements and manner, and see if you think her suitable. Goodness knows she isn't intended for a teacher." "I like her very much," said John Jardine. "I'll engage her as soon as we finish." Kate smiled, but when she saw the ease and dexterity with which he ended Jenny Weeks' work as a waiter and installed her as his mother's maid, making the least detail all right with his mother, with Jenny, with the manager, she realized that there had been nothing for her to smile about. Jenny was delighted, and began her new undertaking earnestly, with sincere desire to please. Kate helped her all she could, while Mrs. Jardine developed a fund of patience commensurate with the need of it. She would have endured more inconvenience than resulted from Jenny's inexperienced hands because of the realization that her son and the girl she had so quickly learned to admire were on the lake, rambling the woods, or hearing lectures together. When she asked him how long he could remain, he said as long as she did. When she explained that she was enjoying herself thoroughly and had no idea how long she would want to stay, he said that was all right. He had only had one vacation in his life. It was time he was having another. When she marveled at this, he said, "Now look here, Mother, let's get this business straight right at the start. I told you when I came I'd seen the woman I wanted. If you want me to go back to business, the way to do it is to help me win her. But I don't want you to go back to business. I want you to have a long vacation and learn all you can from the educational advantages here. It's too late for me to learn more than I get every day by knocking around and meeting people. I've tried books 2 or 3 times, and I've given them up. I can't do it. I've waited too long. I've no way to get down to it. I can't remember to save my soul." "But you can remember anything on earth about a business deal," she urged. "Of course I can. I was born with a business head. It was remember or starve, and see you starve. If I'd had the books at the time, they would have helped. Now it's too late, and I'll never try it again. That's settled. Much as I want to marry Miss Bates, she'll have to take me or leave me as I am. I can't make myself over for her or for you. I would if I could, but that's one of the things I can't do, and I admit it. If I'm not good enough for her as I am, she'll have the chance to tell me so the very first minute I think it's proper to ask her. John, you are good enough for the best woman on earth. There never was a better lad. It isn't that, and you know it. I am so anxious that I can scarcely wait. But you must wait. You must give her time and go slowly, and you must be careful. Oh, so very careful. She's a teacher and a student. She came here to study." "I'll fix that. I can rush things so that there'll be no time to study." "You'll make a mistake if you try it. You'd far better let her go her own way and only appear when she has time for you," she advised. "That's a fine idea," he cried. "A lot of ice I'd cut, sitting back waiting for a signal to run after a girl, like a poodle. The way to do is the same as with any business deal. See what you want, overcome anything in your way, and get it. I'd go crazy hanging around like that. You've always told me I couldn't do the things in business I said I would, and I've always proved to you that I could, by doing them. Now watch me do this." "You know I'll do anything to help you, John. You know how proud I am of you, how I love you. I realize now that I've talked volumes to Kate about you. I've told her everything from the time you were a little boy and I slaved for you, until now, when you slave for me." "Including how many terms I'd gone to school?" "Yes, I even told her that," she said. "Well, what did she seem to think about it?" he asked. "I don't know what she thought. She didn't say anything. There was nothing to say. It was a bare-handed fight with the wolf in those days. I'm sure I made her understand that," she said. "Well, I'll undertake to make her understand this," he said. "Are you sure that Jenny Weeks is taking good care of you?" "Jenny is well enough and is growing better each day. Now be off to your courting. But if you love me, remember, and be careful," she said. "Remember? One particular thing, you mean?" he asked. She nodded, her lips closed. "You bet I will," he said. "All there is of me goes into this. Isn't she a wonder, Mother?" Mrs. Jardine looked closely at the big man who was all the world to her, so like her in mentality, so like his father with his dark hair and eyes and big well-rounded frame, looked at him with the eyes of love. Then, as he left her to seek the girl she had learned to love, she shut her eyes and frankly and earnestly asked the Lord to help her son to marry Kate Bates. One morning, as Kate helped Mrs. Jardine into her coat and gloves, preparing for one of their delightful morning drives, she said to her, "Mrs. Jardine, may I ask you a real question?" "Of course you may," said Mrs. Jardine, "and I shall give you a real answer if it lies in my power." "You'll be shocked," warned Kate. "Shock away," laughed Mrs. Jardine. "By now I flatter myself that I am so accustomed to you that you will have to try yourself to shock me." "It's only this," said Kate. "If you were a perfect stranger, standing back and looking on, not acquainted with any of the parties, merely seeing things as they happen each day, would it be your honest opinion, would you say that I am being courted?" Mrs. Jardine laughed until she was weak. When she could talk, she said, Yes, my dear, under the conditions, and in the circumstances you mention, I would cheerfully go on oath and testify that you were being courted more openly, more vigorously, and as tenderly as I ever have seen woman courted in all my life. I always thought that John's father was a master hand at courting, but John has him beaten in many ways. Yes, my dear, you are certainly being courted assiduously. Now then, on that basis, said Kate, just one more question, and we'll proceed with our drive. From the same standpoint, would you say from your observation and experience that the mother of the man had any insurmountable objection to the proceedings? Mrs. Jardine laughed again. Finally she said, "No, my dear, it's my firm conviction that the mother of the man in the case would be so delighted if you should love and marry her son, that she would probably have a final attack of heart trouble and pass away from sheer joy." "Thank you," said Kate. "I wasn't perfectly sure, having had no experience whatever, and I didn't want to make a mistake." That drive was wonderful, over beautiful country roads, through dells, and across streams and hills. They stopped where they pleased, gathering flowers and early apples, visiting with people they met, lunching wherever they happened to be. "If it weren't for wishing to hear John A. Logan tonight," said Kate, "I'd move that we drive on all day. I certainly am having the grandest time." She sat with her sailor hat filled with early harvest apples, a big bunch of Canadian anemones in her belt, a little stream at her feet. July drowsy fullness all around her, congenial companions, taking the wings of morning, paid, after all. "Why do you want to hear him so much?" asked John. Kate looked up at him in wonder. "Don't you want to see and hear him?" she asked. He hesitated, a thoughtful expression on his face. Finally he said, "I can't say that I do. Will you tell me why I should?" "You should, because he was one of the men who did much to preserve our Union. He may tell us interesting things about the war. Where were you when it was the proper time for you to be studying the speech of Logan's ancestor in McGuffey's Fourth?" "That must have been the year I figured out the improving coupling pin in the C&W shops. Wouldn't you think, mother?" "Somewhere near, my dear," she said. So they drove back as happily as they had set out, made themselves fresh, and while awaiting the lecture hour, Kate again wrote to Robert and Nancy Ellen, telling plainly and simply all that had occurred. She even wrote, "John Jardine's mother is of the opinion that he is courting me. I am so lacking in experience myself that I scarcely dare venture an opinion, but it has at times appealed to me that if he isn't really, he certainly must be going through the motions." Nancy Ellen wrote, "I have read over what you say about John Jardine several times. Then I had Robert write Bradstreet's and look him up. He is rated so high that if he hasn't a million right now, he soon will have. You be careful and do your level best. Are your clothes good enough? Shall I send more of my things? You know I'll do anything to help you. Oh yes, that George Holt from your boarding place was here the other day hunting you. He seemed determined to know where you were and when you would be back, and asked for your address. I didn't think you had any time for him, and I couldn't endure him or his foolish talk about a new medical theory, so I said you'd no time for writing, and were going about so much I had no idea if you'd get a letter if he sent one, and I didn't give him what he wanted. He'll probably try general delivery, but you can drop it in the lake. I want you to be sure to change your boarding place this winter if you teach, but I haven't an idea you will. Hadn't you better bring matters to a close if you can, and let the director know? Love from us both, Nancy Ellen." Kate sat very still, holding this letter in her hand, when John Jardine came up and sat beside her. She looked at him closely. He was quite as good-looking as his mother thought him, in a brawny, masculine way. But Kate was not seeking the last word in mental or physical refinement. She was rather brawny herself, and perfectly aware of the fact. She wanted intensely to learn all she could. She disliked the idea that any woman should have more stored in her head than she. But she had no time to study minute social graces and customs. She wanted to be kind, to be polite, but she told Mrs. Jardine flatly she didn't give a flip about being overly nice, which was the exact truth. That required subtleties beyond Kate's depth, for she was at times alarmingly casual. So she held her letter and thought about John Jardine. As she thought, she decided that she did not know whether she was in love with him or not. She thought she was. She liked being with him. She liked all he did for her. She would miss him if he went away. She would be proud to be his wife. But she did wish that he were interested in land, instead of inventions and stocks and bonds. Stocks and bonds were almost as evanescent as rainbows to Kate. Land was something she could understand and handle. Maybe she could interest him in land. If she could, that would be ideal. What a place his wealth would buy and fit up. She wondered, as she studied John Jardine, what was in his head, if he truly intended to ask her to be his wife. And since reading Nancy Ellen's letter, when? She should let the trustee know if she were not going to teach the school again. But some way, she rather wanted to teach the school. When she started anything, she did not know how to stop until she finished. She had so much she wanted to teach her pupils the coming winter. Suddenly, John asked, "Kate, if you could have anything you wanted, what would you have?" 200 acres of land, she said. How easy, laughed John, rising to find a seat for his mother, who was approaching them. What do you think of that, mother? A girl who wants 200 acres of land more than anything else in the world. What is better? Asked Mrs. Jardine. I never heard you say anything about land before. Certainly not, said his mother, and I'm not saying anything about it now, for myself. But I can see why it means so much to Kate, why it's her natural element. Well, I can't, he said. I meet many men in business who started on land, and most of them were mighty glad to get away from it. What's the attraction? Kate waved her hand toward the distance. Oh, merely sky and land and water and trees and birds and flowers and fruit and crops, and a few other things scarcely worth mentioning, she said lightly. I'm not in the mood to talk bushels, seed, and fertilization just now, but I understand them. They are in my blood. I think possibly the reason I want 200 acres of land for myself is because I've been hard on the job of getting them for other people ever since I began to work, at about the age of 4. But if you want land personally, why didn't you work to get it for yourself? Asked John Jardine. Because I happened to be the omega of my father's system, answered Kate. Mrs. Jardine looked at her interestedly. She had never mentioned her home or parents before. The older woman did not intend to ask a word, but if Kate was going to talk, she did not want to miss one. Kate evidently was going to talk, for she continued, You see, my father is land mad and son crazy. He thinks a boy of all the importance in the world, a girl of none whatever. He has the biggest family of anyone we know. From birth, each girl is worked like a man, or a slave, from 4 in the morning until 9 at night. Each boy is worked exactly the same way. The difference lies in the fact that the girls get plain food and plainer clothes out of it. The boys each get 200 acres of land, buildings and stock, that the girls have been worked to the limit to help pay for. They get nothing personally worth mentioning. I think I have 200 acres of land on the brain, and I think this is the explanation of it. It's a prenatal influence at our house, while we nurse, eat, sleep, and above all, work it afterward. She paused and looked toward John Jardine calmly. I think, she said, that there's not a task ever performed on a farm that I haven't had my share in. I have plowed, hoed, seeded, driven reapers and bound wheat, pitched hay and hauled manure, chopped wood and sheared sheep, and boiled sap. If you can mention anything else, go ahead. I bet $1 I've done it. Well, what do you think of that? He muttered, looking at her wonderingly. If you ask me, and want the answer in plain words, I think it's a shame, said Kate. If it were 100 acres of land, and the girls had as much, and were as willing to work it as the boys are, well and good. But to drive us like cattle, and turn all we earn into land for the boys, is another matter. I rebelled last summer, borrowed the money, and went to Normal and taught last winter. I'm going to teach again this winter, but last summer and this are the first of my life that I haven't been in the harvest fields at this time. Women in the harvest fields of land King Bates are common as men, and wagons and horses, but not nearly so much considered. The women always walk on Sunday to save the horses, and often on weekdays. Mother has it hammered into me that it isn't polite to ask questions, said John, but I'd like to ask one. Go ahead, said Kate. Ask 50. What do I care? How many boys are there in your family? There are 7, said Kate, and if you want to use them as a basis for a land estimate, add 250 for the home place. 1,650 is what Father pays taxes on, besides the numerous mortgages and investments. He's the richest man in the county we live in. At least he pays the most taxes. Mother and son looked at each other in silence. They had been thinking her so poor that she would be bewildered by what they had to offer. But if 200 acres of land were her desire, there was a possibility that she was a woman who was not asking either ease or luxury of life, and would refuse it if it were proffered. "I hope you will take me home with you and let me see all that land, and how it is handled," said John Jardine. "I don't own an acre. I never even have thought of it. But there is no reason why I, or any member of my family, shouldn't have all the land they want. Mother, do you feel a wild desire for 200 acres of land? Same kind of a desire that took you to come here?" "No, I don't," said Mrs. Jardine. "All I know about land is that I know it when I see it, and I know if I think it's pretty. But I can see why Kate feels that she would like that amount for herself, after having helped earn all those farms for her brothers. If it's land she wants, I hope she speedily gets all she desires in whatever location she wants it, and then I hope she lets me come to visit her and watch her do as she likes with it." "Surely," said Kate. "You are invited right now. As soon as I ever get the land, I'll give you another invitation. And of course you may go home with me, Mr. Jardine, and I'll show each of you what father calls those little parcels of land of mine. But the one he lives on we shall have to gaze at from afar, because I'm a prodigal daughter. When I would leave home in spite of him for the gay and riotous life of a schoolmarm, he ordered me to take all my possessions with me, which I did in one small telescope. I was not to enter his house again while he lived. I was glad to go. He was glad to have me, while I don't think either of us has changed our minds since. Teaching school isn't exactly gay, but I'll fill my tummy with quite a lot of symbolical husks before he'll kill the fatted calf for me. They'll be glad to see you at my brother Adam's, and my sister, Nancy Ellen, would greatly enjoy meeting you. Surely you may go home with me, if you'd like." "I can think of only one thing I'd like better," he said. "We've been such good friends here, and had such a good time. It would be the thing I'd like best to take you home with us, and show you where and how we live. Mother, did you ever invite Kate to visit us?" "I have, often, and she has said that she would," replied Mrs. Jardine. "I think it would be nice for her to go from here with us, and then you can take her home whenever she fails to find us interesting. How would that suit you for a plan, my dear?" "I think that would be a perfect ending to a perfect summer," said Kate. "I can't see any objection in any way. Thank you very much." "Then we'll call that settled," said John Jardine. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of A Daughter of the Land. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bridget Gage. A Daughter of the Land by Jean Stratton-Porter. Chapter 11. A Business Proposition. Mid-August saw them on their way to Chicago. Kate had taken care of Mrs. Jardine a few days, while Jenny Weeks went home to see her mother and arrange for her new work. She had no intention of going back to school teaching. She preferred to brush Mrs. Jardine's hair, button her shoes, write her letters, and read to her. In a month, Jenny had grown so deft at her work and made herself so appreciated that she was practically indispensable to the elderly woman, and therefore the greatest comfort to John. Immediately he saw that his mother was properly cared for, sympathetically, and even lovingly, he made it his business to smooth Jenny's path in every way possible. In turn, she studied him, and in many ways made herself useful to him. Often she looked at him with large and speculative eyes as he sat reading letters, or papers, or smoking. The world was all right with Kate when they crossed the sand dunes as they neared the city. She was sorry about the situation in her home, but she smiled sardonically as she thought how soon her father would forget his anger when he heard about the city home and the kind of farm she could have, merely by consenting to take it. She was that sure of John Jardine, yet he had not asked her to marry him. He had seemed on the verge of it a dozen times, and then had paused, as if better judgment told him it would be wise to wait a little longer. Now Kate had concluded that there was a definite thing he might be waiting for, since that talk about land. She thought possibly she understood what it was. He was a business man. He knew nothing else, he said so frankly. He wanted to show her his home, his business, his city, his friends, and then he required, he had almost put it into words, that he be shown her home and her people. Kate not only acquiesced, she approved. She wanted to know as much of a man she married as Nancy Ellen had known, and Robert had taken her to his home and told his parents she was his betrothed wife before he married her. Kate's eyes were wide open and her brain busy as they entered a finely appointed carriage, and she heard John say, "Rather sultry. Home down the lake shore, George." She wished their driver had not been named George, but after all it made no difference. There could not be a commoner name than John, and she knew of but one that she liked better. For the ensuing 3 days she lived in a lake shore home of wealth. She watched closely not to trip in the heavy rugs and carpets. She looked at the wonderful paintings and long shelves of books. She never had touched such china, or tasted such food, or seen so good service. She understood why John had opposed his mother's undertaking the trip without him, for every one in the house seemed busy serving the little woman. Jenny Weeks was frankly enchanted. "My sakes," she said to Kate, "if I'm not grateful to you for getting me into a place like this, I wouldn't give it up for all the school teaching in the world. I'm going to snuggle right in here and make myself so useful I won't have to leave until I die. I hope you won't turn me out when you come to take charge." "Don't you think you're presuming?" said Kate. Jenny drew back with a swift apology, but there was a flash in the little eyes and a spiteful look on the small face as she withdrew. Then Kate was shown each of John's wonderful inventions. To her they seemed almost miracles, because they were so obvious, so simple, yet brought such astounding returns. She saw offices and heard the explanation of big business, but did not comprehend, farther than that when an invention was completed the piling up of money began. Before the week's visit was over, Kate was trying to fit herself and her aims and objects of life into the surroundings, with no success whatever. She felt housed in, cribbed, confined, frustrated. When she realized that she was becoming plainly cross, she began a keen self-analysis and soon admitted to herself that she did not belong there. Kate watched with keen eyes. Repeatedly she tried to imagine herself in such surroundings for a life. A life sentence, she expressed it, for soon she understood that it would be to her a prison. The only way she could imagine herself enduring it at all was to think of the promised farm, and when she began to think of that on Jardine terms, she saw that it would mean to sit down and tell someone else what she wanted done. There would be no battle to fight. Her mind kept harking back to the day when she had said to John that she hoped there would be a lake on the land she owned, and he had answered casually, "If there isn't a lake, make one." Kate thought that over repeatedly. Make one. Make a lake? It would have seemed no more magical to her if he had said, "Make a cloud, make a star, or make a rainbow." What on earth would I do with myself, with my time, with my life? Pondered Kate. She said good-bye to Mrs. Jardine and Jenny Weeks, and started home with John, still pondering. When the train pulled into Hartley, Nancy Ellen and Robert were on the platform to meet them. From that time, Kate was on solid ground. She was reckoning in terms she could comprehend. All her former assurance and energy came back to her. She almost wished the visit were over, and that she were on the way to Walton to clean the schoolhouse. She was eager to roll her sleeves and beat a tub of soapy clothes to foam, and boil them snowy white. She had a desire she could scarcely control to sweep and dust and cook. She had been out of the environment she thought she disliked, and found, when she returned to it after a wider change than she could have imagined, that she did not dislike it at all. It was her element, her work, what she knew. She could attempt it with sure foot, capable hand, and certain knowledge. Sunday morning, she said to Nancy Ellen, as they washed the breakfast dishes, while the men smoked on the veranda, "Nancy Ellen, I don't believe I was ever cut out for a rich woman. If I have got a chance, I wish you had it, and I had this. This just suits my style to a T." "Tell me about it," said Nancy Ellen. Kate told all she could remember. "You don't mean to say you didn't like it?" cried Nancy Ellen. "I didn't say anything," said Kate, "but if I were saying exactly what I feel, you'd know I despise it all." "Why, Kate Barnes!" cried the horrified Nancy Ellen. "Whatever do you mean?" "I haven't thought enough to put it to you clearly," said Kate, "but some way the city repels me. Facilities for manufacturing something start a city. It begins with the men who do the work, and the men who profit from that work, living in the same coop. It expands and goes on and grows on that basis. It's the laborer living on his hire, and the manufacturer living on the laborer's productions, coming in daily contact. The contrast is too great, the space is too small. Somebody is going to get the life crowded out of him at every turn, and it isn't always the work hand in the factory. The money kings eat each other for breakfast every day. As for work, we always thought we worked. You should take a peep into the shops and factories I've seen this week. Work? Why, we don't know what work is, and we waste enough food every day to keep a workman's family. And we're dressed like queens, in comparison with them right now. Do you mean to say if he asks you?" It was a small explosion. "I mean to say if he asks me, buy me that 200 acres of land where I want it, build me the house and barns I want, and guarantee that I may live there as I please, and I'll marry you tomorrow. If it's Chicago, never. I haven't stolen, murdered, or betrayed. Why should I be imprisoned?" "Why, you hopeless anarchist," said Nancy Ellen, "I am going to tell John Jardine on you." "Do," urged Kate. "Sound him on the land question. It's our only hope of a common foundation. Have you sent Agatha word that we will be out this afternoon?" "I have," said Nancy Ellen, "and I don't doubt that now, even now, she is in the kitchen. How would she put it?" "Compounding a cake," said Kate, "while Adam is in the cellar, freezing a custard. Adam the third will be raking the yard afresh, and Susan will be sweeping the walk steadily from now until they sight us coming down the road. What you bet Agatha asked John his intentions?" "I almost wish she would," she added. "He has some, but there is a string to them in some way, and I can't just make out where or why it is." "Not even a guess?" asked Nancy Ellen. "Not even a guess, with any sense to it. I've thought it was coming repeatedly, but I've got a stubborn Bates streak, and I won't lift a finger to help him. He'll speak up loud and plain, or there will be no connubial bliss for us, as Agatha says. I think he has ideas about other things than freight train gear. According to his program, we must have so much time to become acquainted. I must see his home and people, he must see mine. If there's more after that, I'm not informed. Like as not there is. It may come after we get back tonight. I can't say." "Have you told him?" asked Nancy Ellen. "Not the details, but the essentials. He knows that I can't go home. It came up one day in talking about land. I guess they had thought before that my people were poor as church mice. I happened to mention how much land I had helped earn for my brothers, and they seemed so interested I finished the job. Well, after they had heard about the Land King, it made a noticeable difference in their treatment of me. Not that they weren't always fine, but it made, I scarcely know how to put it, it was so intangible, but it was a difference, an added respect. You bet money is a power. I can see why father hangs on to those deeds when I get out in the world. They are his compensation for his years of hard work, the material evidence that he has succeeded in what he undertook. He'd show them to John Jardine with the same feeling John showed me improved car couplers, brakes, and air cushions. They stand for successes that win the deference of men. Out in the little bit of world I've seen, I notice that men fight, bleed, and die for even a tiny fraction of deference. Aren't they funny? What would I care?" "Well, I'd care a lot," said Nancy Ellen. Kate surveyed her slowly. "Yes, I guess you would." They finished the dishes and went to church, because Robert was accustomed to going. They made a remarkable group. Then they went to the hotel for dinner, so that the girls would not have to prepare it. And then, in a double carriage Robert had secured for the occasion, they drove to Bates Corners, and, as Kate said, viewed the landscape o'er. Those 8 pieces of land, none under 200 acres, some slightly over, all in the very highest state of cultivation, with modern houses, barns, outbuildings, and fine stock grazing in the pastures, made an impressive picture. It was probably the first time that any of the Bates girls had seen it all at once, and looked on it merely as a spectacle. They stopped at Adam's last, and while Robert was busy with the team and John had alighted to help him, Nancy Ellen, revealing tight lips and unnaturally red cheeks, leaned back to Kate. "This is about as mean a trick and as big a shame as I've ever seen," she said hotly. "You know I was brought up with this, and I never looked at it with the eyes of a stranger before. If ever I get my fingers on those deeds, I'll make short work of them." "And a good job, too," assented Kate, instantly. "Look out, there comes Adam." "I'd just as soon tell him so as not," whispered Nancy Ellen. "Which would result in the deeds being recorded tomorrow and spoiling our trip today, and what good would it do you?" said Kate. "None, of course. Nothing ever does a Bates girl any good unless she gets out and does it for herself," retorted Nancy Ellen, spitefully. "There, there," said Robert, as he came to help Nancy Ellen protect her skirts in alighting. "I was afraid this trip would breed discontent." "What's the trouble?" asked John, as he performed the same service for Kate. "Oh, the girls are grouching a little because they helped earn all this, and are to be left out of it," explained Robert in a low voice. "Let's get each one of them a farm that will lay any of these completely in the shade," suggested John. "All right for you, if you can do it," said Robert, laughing, "but I've gone my limit for the present. Besides, if you gave each of them 200 acres of the kingdom of heaven, it wouldn't stop them from feeling that they had been defrauded of their birthright here." "How would you feel if you was served the same way?" asked John. And even as she shook hands with Adam, and introduced John Jardine, Kate found herself wishing that he had said "were." As the girls had predicted, the place was immaculate, the yard shady and cool from the shelter of many big trees, the house comfortable, convenient, the best of everything in sight. Agatha and Susan were in new white dresses, while Adam Jr. and Third wore tan and white striped seersucker coats, and white duck trousers. It was not difficult to feel a glow of pride in the place and people. Adam made them cordially welcome. "You undoubtedly are blessed with good fortune," said Agatha. "Won't you please enlighten us concerning your travels, Catherine?" So Kate told them everything she could think of that she thought would interest and amuse them, even outlining for Agatha speeches she had heard made by Dr. Vincent, Chaplain McCabe, Jehu DeWitt Miller, a number of famous politicians, teachers, and ministers. Then all of them talked about everything. Adam took John and Robert to look over the farm, whereupon Kate handed over her hat for Agatha to finger and try on. "And how long will it be, my dear," said Agatha to Kate, "before you enter connubial bliss?" "My goodness! I'm glad you asked me that while the men are at the barn," said Kate. "Mr. Jardine hasn't said a word about it himself, so please be careful what you say before him." Agatha looked at Kate in wonder. "You amaze me," she said. "Why, he regards you as if he would devour you. He hasn't proposed for your hand, you say? Surely you're not giving him proper encouragement." "She isn't giving him any, further than allowing him to be around," said Nancy Ellen. "Do enlighten me!" cried the surprised Agatha. "How astonishing! Why, Kate, my dear, there is a just and proper amount of encouragement that must be given any self-respecting youth before he makes his declarations. You surely know that." "No, I do not know it," said Kate. "I thought it was a man's place to speak up loud and plain, and say what he had to propose." "Oh, dear!" wailed Agatha, wringing her thin hands, her face a mirror of distress. "Oh, dear! I very much fear you will lose him. Why, Catherine, after a man has been to see you a certain number of times, and evidenced enough interest in you, my dear, there are 1,000 strictly womanly ways in which you can lend his enterprise a little, only a faint amount of encouragement, just enough to allow him to recognize that he is repulsive to you." "But how many times must he come, and how much interest must he evince?" asked Kate. "I can scarcely name an exact number," said Agatha. "That is personal. You must decide for yourself what is the psychological moment at which he is to be taken. Have you even signified to him that you could be induced even to contemplate marriage?" "Oh, yes," said Kate, heartily. "I told his mother that it was the height of my ambition to marry by the time I'm 20. I told her I wanted a man as tall as I am, 200 acres of land, and at least 12 babies." Agatha collapsed suddenly. She turned her shocked face toward Nancy Ellen. "Great day of rest!" she cried. "No wonder the man doesn't propose." When the men returned from their stroll, Agatha and Susan served them with delicious frozen custard and Angel's food cake. Then they resumed their drive, passing Hiram's place last. At the corner, Robert hesitated and turned to ask, "Shall we go ahead, Kate?" "Certainly," said Kate. "I want Mr. Jardine to see where I was born and spent my time of legal servitude. I suppose we daren't stop. I doubt if mother would want to see me, and I haven't the slightest doubt that father would not. But he has no jurisdiction over the road. It's the shortest way, and besides, I want to see the lilac bush and the cabbage roses." As they approached the place, Nancy Ellen turned. "Father's standing at the gate. What shall we do?" "There's nothing you can do but drive straight ahead, and you and Robert speak to him," said Kate. "Go fast, Robert." He touched the team, and at a fair speed they whirled past the white house, at the gate of which, stiffly erect, stood a brawny man of 6 feet 6, his face ruddy and healthy in appearance. He was dressed as he prepared himself to take a trip to pay his taxes or to go to court. He stood squarely erect, with stern, forbidding face, looking directly at them. Robert spoke to him, and Nancy Ellen leaned forward and waved, calling "Father," that she might be sure he knew her. But he gave not the slightest sign of recognition. They carried away a distinct picture of him, at his best physically and in appearance, at his worst mentally. "There you have it," said Kate, bitterly. "I'd be safe in wagering $1,000, if I had it, that Agatha or the children told, at Hiram's, or to mother's girl, that we were coming. They knew we would pass about this time. Mother was at the side door watching, and father was in his Sunday best, waiting to show us what would happen if we stopped, and that he never changes his mind. It didn't happen by accident that he was standing there dressed that way. What do you think, Nancy Ellen?" "That he was watching for us," said Nancy Ellen. "But why do you suppose that he did it?" asked Kate. "He thought that if he were not standing guard there, we might stop in the road, and at least call mother out. He wanted to be seen, and seen at his best, but as always, in command, showing his authority." "Don't mind," said John Jardine. "It's easy to understand the situation." "Thank you," said Kate. "I hope you'll tell your mother that. I can't bear her to think that the trouble is wholly my fault." "No danger of that," he said. "Mother thinks there's nobody in all the world like you, and so do I." Nancy Ellen kicked Robert's shin, to let him know that she had heard. Kate was very depressed for a time, but she soon recovered, and they spent a final happy evening together. When John had parted from Robert and Nancy Ellen, with the arrangement that he was to come again the following Saturday evening and spend Sunday with them, he asked Kate to walk a short distance with him. He seemed to be debating some proposition in his mind that he did not know how to approach. Finally he stopped abruptly and said, "Kate, mother told me that she told you how I grew up. We have been together most of every day for 6 weeks. I have no idea how a man used to a woman goes at what I want, so I can only do what I think is right and best, and above all, honest and fair. I'd be the happiest I've ever been, to do anything on earth I've got the money to do, for you. There's a question I'm going to ask you the next time I come. You can think over all you know of me, and of mother, and of what we have and are, and be ready to tell me how you feel about everything next Sunday. There's one question I want to ask you before I go. In case we can plan for a life together next Sunday, what about my mother?" "Whatever pleases her best, of course," said Kate. "Any arrangement that you feel will make her happy will be all right with me, in the event we agree on other things." He laughed shortly. "This sounds cold-blooded and businesslike," he said, "but mother's been all the world to me, until I met you. I must be sure about her. And one other thing, I'll write you about that this week. If that is all right with you, you can get ready for a deluge. I've held in as long as I can. Kate, will you kiss me good-bye?" "That's against the rules," said Kate. "That's getting the cart before the horse." "I know it," he said, "but haven't I been an example for 6 weeks? Only one, please?" They were back at Dr. Gray's gate, standing in the deep shelter of a big maple. Kate said, "I'll make a bargain with you. I'll kiss you tonight, and if we come to an agreement next Sunday night, you shall kiss me. Is that all right?" The reply was so indistinct, Kate was not sure of it, but she took his face between her hands and gave him exactly the same kind of kiss she would have given Adam III. She hesitated an instant, then gave him a second. "You may take that to your mother," she said, and fled up the walk. End of chapter 11.
Chapter 12 of A Daughter of the Land. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Daughter of the Land by Jean Stratton-Porter. Chapter 12. 2 Letters. Nancy Ellen and Robert were sitting on the side porch, not seeming in the least sleepy, when Kate entered the house. As she stepped out to them, she found them laughing mysteriously. "Take this chair, Kate," said Nancy Ellen. "Come on, Robert. Let's go stand under the maple tree and let her see whether she can see us. If you are going to rehearse any momentous moment of your existence," said Kate, "I shouldn't think of even being on the porch. I shall keep discreetly in the house, even going at once to bed. Good night. Pleasant dreams."
Now we've made her angry, said Robert. I think there was a little touch of asperity, as Agatha would say, in that, said Nancy Ellen. But Kate has a good heart. She'll get over it before morning. Would Agatha use such a common word as little? Asked Robert. Indeed, no, said Nancy Ellen. She would say infinitesimal. But all the same, he kissed her. If she didn't step up and kiss him, never again shall I trust my eyes, said the doctor. Hush, cautioned Nancy Ellen. She's provoked now. If she hears that, she'll never forgive us. Kate did not need even a hint to start her talking in the morning. The day was fine, a snappy tinge of autumn in the air. Her head and heart were full. Nancy Ellen would understand and sympathize. Of course, Kate told her all there was to tell. And even at that, said Nancy Ellen, he hasn't just come out right square and said, Kate, will you marry me, as I understand it? Same here, laughed Kate. He said he had to be sure about his mother, and there was one other thing he'd write me about this week, and he'd come again next Sunday. Then, if things were all right with me, the deluge. And what is the other thing? Asked Nancy Ellen. There he has me guessing. We had 6 long, lovely weeks of daily association at the lake. I've seen his home and his inventions, and as much of his business as is visible to the eye of a woman who doesn't know a tinker about business. His mother has told me minutely of his life, every day since he was born, I think. She insists that he never paid the slightest attention to a girl before, and he says the same. So there can't be any hidden ugly feature to mar my joy. He is thoughtful, quick, kind, a self-made businessman. He looks well enough, he acts like a gentleman, he seldom makes mistake in speech. He doesn't say enough to make any mistakes. I haven't yet heard him talk freely, give an opinion, or discuss a question, said Nancy Ellen. Neither have I, said Kate. He is very silent, thinking out more inventions, maybe. The worst thing about him is a kind of hard-headed self-assurance. He got it fighting for his mother from boyhood. He knew she would freeze and starve if he didn't take care of her. He had to do it. He soon found he could. It took money to do what he had to do. He got the money, then he began performing miracles with it. He lifted his mother out of poverty. He dressed her in purple and fine linen. He housed her in the same kind of home other rich men of the Lakeshore Drive live in, and gave her the same kind of service, as most men do when things begin to come their way. He lived for making money alone. He was so keen on the chase, he wouldn't stop to educate and culture himself. He drove headlong on and on, piling up more, far more than any one man should be allowed to have. So you can see that it isn't strange that he thinks there's nothing on earth that money can't do. You can see that sticking out all over him, at the hotel, on boats, on the trains, anywhere we went. He pushed straight for the most conspicuous place, the most desirable thing, the most expensive. I almost prayed sometimes that in some way he would strike one single thing that he couldn't make come his way with money. But he never did. No, I haven't an idea what he has in his mind yet. But he's going to write me about it this week, and if I agree to whatever it is, he is coming Sunday. Then he has threatened me with a deluge, whatever he means by that. He means providing another teacher for Walden, taking you to Chicago, shopping for a wonderful trousseau, marrying you in his lakeshore palace, no doubt. Well, if that's what he means by a deluge, said Kate, he'll find the flood coming his way. He'll strike the first thing he can't do with money. I shall teach my school this winter as I agreed to. I shall marry him in the clothes I buy with what I earn. I shall marry him quietly, here or at Adams, or before a justice of the peace, if neither of you wants me. He can't pick me up and carry me away and dress me and marry me as if I were a pauper. You're right about it, said Nancy Ellen. I don't know how we came to be so different. I should do at once any way he suggested to get such a fine-looking man and that much money. That it would be a humiliation to me all my afterlife. I wouldn't think about until the humiliation began, and then I'd have no way to protect myself. You're right. But I'd get out of teaching this winter if I could. I'd love to have you here. But I must teach to earn money for my outfit. I'll have to go back to school in the same old cellar. Don't you care, laughed Nancy Ellen. We know a secret. That we do, agreed Kate. Wednesday, Kate noticed Nancy Ellen watching for the boy Robert had promised to send with the mail as soon as it was distributed, because she was herself. Twice Thursday, Kate hoped in vain that the suspense would be over. It had to end Friday, if John were coming Saturday night. She began to resent the length of time he was waiting. It was like him to wait until the last minute, and then depend on money to carry him through. He is giving me a long time to think things over, Kate said to Nancy Ellen when there was no letter in the afternoon mail Thursday. It may have been lost or delayed, said Nancy Ellen. It will come tomorrow, surely. Both of them saw the boy turn in at the gate Friday morning. Each saw that he carried more than one letter. Nancy Ellen was on her feet and nearer to the door. She stepped to it and took the letters, giving them a hasty glance as she handed them to Kate. Two, she said tersely. One with the address written in the clear, bold hand of a gentleman, and one the straggle of a country clodhopper. Kate smiled as she took the letters. I'll wager my hat, which is my most precious possession, she said, that the one with the beautifully written address comes from the clodhopper and the straggle from the gentleman. She glanced at the stamping and addresses and smiled again. So it proves, she said. While I'm about it, I'll see what the clodhopper has to say, and then I shall be free to give my whole attention to the gentleman. Oh, Kate, how can you? Cried Nancy Ellen. Way I'm made, I expect, said Kate. Anyway, that's the way this is going to be done. She dropped the big square letter in her lap and ran her finger under the flap of the long, thin, beautifully addressed envelope, and drew forth several quite as perfectly written sheets. She read them slowly and deliberately, sometimes turning back a page and going over a part of it again. When she finished, she glanced at Nancy Ellen while slowly folding the sheets. Just for half a cent I'd ask you to read this, she said. I certainly shan't pay anything for the privilege, but I'll read it if you want me to, offered Nancy Ellen. All right, go ahead, said Kate. It might possibly teach you that you can't always judge a man by appearance or hastily. though just why George Holt looks more like a clodhopper than Adam or Hiram or Andrew, it passes me to tell. She handed Nancy Ellen the letter and slowly ripped open the flap of the heavy white envelope. She drew forth the sheet and sat an instant with it in her fingers, watching the expression of Nancy Ellen's face, while she read the most restrained yet impassioned plea that a man of George Holt's nature and opportunities could devise to make to a woman after having spent several months in the construction of it. It was a masterly letter, perfectly composed, spelled, and written. For among his other fields of endeavor, George Holt had taught several terms of country school, and taught them with much success, so that he might have become a fine instructor had it been in his blood to stick to anything long enough to make it succeed. After a page, as she turned the second sheet, Nancy Ellen glanced at Kate and saw that she had not opened the creased page in her hands. She flamed with sudden irritation. "You do beat the band," she cried. "You've watched for 2 days and been provoked because that letter didn't come. Now you've got it, there you sit like a mummy and let your mind be so filled with this idiotic drivel that you're not ever reading John Jardine's letter, that is to tell you what both of us are crazy to know. If you are in any mood to be fair and honest, you'd admit that you never read a finer letter than that," said Kate. "As for this, I never was so afraid in all my life. Look at that." She threw the envelope in Nancy Ellen's lap. "That is the very first line of John Jardine's writing I have ever seen," she said. "Do you see anything about it to encourage me to go farther?" "You goose!" cried the exasperated Nancy Ellen. "I suppose he transacts so much business he scarcely ever puts pen to paper. What's the difference how he writes? Look at what he is and what he does. Go on and read his letter." Kate arose and walked to the window, turning her back to Nancy Ellen, who sat staring at her, while she read John Jardine's letter. Once Nancy Ellen saw Kate throw up her head and twist her neck as if she were choking. Then she heard a great gulping sob down in her throat. Finally, Kate turned and stared at her with dazed, incredulous eyes. Slowly she dropped the letter, deliberately set her foot on it, and leaving the room, climbed the stairs. Nancy Ellen threw George Holt's letter aside and snatched up John Jardine's. She read, "My dearest Kate, I am a day late with this because I told you I have no schooling, and in writing a letter is where I prove it. So I never write them, but it was not fair to you for you not to know what kind of a letter I would write if I did write one. So here it is, very bad, no doubt, but the best I can possibly do, which has got nothing at all to do with my passion for you, and the awful time I will have till I hear from you. If you can stand for this, telegraph me, and I will come first train, and we will forget this, and I will never write another letter. With dearest love from Mother, and from me all the love of my heart. Forever yours only, John Jardine." The writing would have been a discredit to a 10-year-old schoolboy. Nancy Ellen threw the letter back on the floor. With a stiffly extended finger, she poked it into the position in which she thought she had found it, and slowly stepped back. "Great God!" she said amazedly. "What does the man mean? Where does that dainty and wonderful little mother come in? She must be a regular parasite, to take such ease and comfort for herself out of him, and not see that he had time and chance to do better than that for himself. Kate will never endure it, never in the world. And by the luck of the very devil, there comes that school-proof thing in the same mail. from that abominable George Holt, and Kate reads it first. It's too bad. I can't believe it. What did his mother mean? Suddenly, Nancy Ellen began to cry bitterly. Between sobs, she could hear Kate as she walked from closet to bureau to her trunk which she was packing. The lid slammed heavily, and a few minutes later Kate entered the room, dressed for the street. "Why are you weeping?" she asked casually. Her eyes were flaming, her cheeks scarlet, and her lips twitching. Nancy Ellen sat up and looked at her. She pointed to the letter. "I read that," she said. "Well, what do I care," said Kate, "if he has no more respect for me than to write me such an insult as that? Why should I have the respect for him to protect him in it? Publish it in the paper if you want to." "Kate, what are you going to do?" demanded Nancy Ellen. "Three things," said Kate, slowly putting on her long silk gloves. "First, I'm going to telegraph John Jardine that I never shall see him again, if I can possibly avoid it. Second, I'm going to send a drayman to get my trunk and take it to Walden. Third, I'm going to start out and walk miles. I don't know or care where. But in the end, I'm going to Walden to clean the schoolhouse and get ready for my winter term of school." "Oh, Kate, you are such a fine teacher. Teach him. Don't be so hurried. Take more time to think. You will break his heart," pleaded Nancy Ellen. Kate threw out both hands, palms down. "PASH AUGH HART DOUT DERE. She slowly spelled out the letters. "What about my heart and my pride? Think I can respect that, or ask my children to respect it? But thank you and Robert, and come after me as often as you can, as a mercy to me. If John persists in coming to try to buy me as he thinks he can buy anything he wants, you needn't let him come to Walden, for probably I won't be there until I have to, and I won't see him or his mother, so he needn't try to bring her in. Say good-bye to Robert for me." She walked from the house, head erect, shoulders squared, and so down the street from sight. In half an hour a truckman came for her trunk, so Nancy Ellen made everything Kate had missed into a bundle to send with it. When she came to the letters, she hesitated. "I guess she didn't want them," she said. "I'll just keep them a while, and if she doesn't ask about them the next time she comes, I'll burn them. Robert must go after her every Friday evening, and we'll keep her until Monday, and do all we can to cheer her. And this very day he must find out all there is to know about that George Holt. That is the finest letter I ever read. She does kind of stand up for him, and in the reaction, impulsive as she is and self-confident, of course she wouldn't, but you never can tell what kind of fool a girl will make of herself in some cases." Kate walked swiftly, finished 2 of the errands she set out to do, then her feet carried her 3 miles from Hartley on the Walden road before she knew where she was, so she proceeded to the village. Mrs. Holt was not at home, but the house was standing open. Kate found her room cleaned, shining, and filled with flowers. She paid the drayman, opened her trunk, and put away her dresses, laying out all the things which needed washing. Then she bathed, put on heavy shoes and old skirt and waist, and crossing the road sat in a secluded place in the ravine and looked stupidly at the water. She noticed that everything was as she had left it in the spring, with many fresher improvements made no doubt to please her. She closed her eyes, leaned against a big tree, and slow, cold and hot shudders alternated in shaking her frame. She did not open her eyes when she heard a step and her name called. She knew, without taking the trouble to look, that George had come home, found her luggage in her room, and was hunting for her. She heard him come closer, and knew when he seated himself that he was watching her, but she did not care enough even to move. Finally, she shifted her position to rest herself, opened her eyes, and looked at him without a word. He returned her gaze steadily, smiling gravely. She had never seen him looking so well. He had put in the summer grooming himself. He had kept up the house and garden, and spent all his spare time on the ravine and farming on the share with his mother's sister, who lived 3 miles east of them. At last she roused herself and again looked at him. "I had your letter this morning," she said. "I was wondering about that," he replied. "Yes, I got it just before I started," said Kate. "Are you surprised to see me?" "No," he answered. "After last year, we figured you might come the last of this week or the first of next, so we got your room ready Monday." "Thank you," said Kate. "It's very clean and nice. I hope soon to be able to offer you such a room and home as you should have," he said. "I haven't opened my office yet. It was late and hot when I got home in June, and Mother was fussing about this winter, that she had no garden and didn't do her share at Aunt Ollie's, so I have farmed most of the summer and lived on hope, but I'll start in and make things fly this fall, and by spring I'll be sailing around with a horse and carriage like the best of them. You bet I'm going to make things hum, so I can offer you anything you want." "You haven't opened an office yet?" she asked for the sake of saying something, and because a practical thing would naturally suggest itself to her. "I haven't had a breath of time," he said in candid disclaimer. "Why don't you ask me what's the matter?" "Didn't figure that it was any of my business in the first place," he said, "and I have a pretty fair idea in the second." "But how could you have?" she asked in surprise. "When your sister wouldn't give me your address, she hinted that you had all the masculine attention you cared for. Then Tilly Nepple visited town again last week, and she had been sick and called Dr. Gray. She asked him about you, and he told what a fine time you had at Chautauqua and Chicago with the rich new friends you'd made. I was watching for you about this time, and I just happened to be at the station in Hartley last Saturday when you got off the train with your fine gentleman. So I stayed over with some friends of mine, and I saw you several times Sunday. I saw that I'd practically no chance with you at all, but I made up my mind I'd stick until I saw you marry him. So I wrote just as I would if I hadn't known there was another man in existence." "That was a very fine letter," said Kate. "It is a very fine, deep, sincere love that I am offering you," said George Holt. "Of course I could see prosperity sticking out all over that city chap, but it didn't bother me much, because I knew that you, of all women, should judge a man on his worth. A rising young professional man is not to be sneered at least until he makes his start and proves what he can do. I couldn't get an early start because I've always had to work just as you've seen me last summer and this, so I couldn't educate myself so fast. But I've gone as fast and as far as I could." Kate winced. This was getting on places that hurt and to matters she well understood. But she was the soul of candor. You did very well to educate yourself as you have, with no help at all, she said. I've done my best in the past, but I'm going to do marvels in the future, and whatever I do, it is all for you and yours for the taking, he said grandiosely. Thank you, said Kate, but are you making that offer when you can't help seeing that I am in deep trouble? I am 1,000 times over, he said. All I want to know about your trouble is whether there is anything a man of my size and strength can do to help you. Not a thing, said Kate, in the direction of slaying a gay deceiver. If that's what you mean. The extent of my familiarities with John Jardine consists in voluntarily kissing him twice last Sunday night for the first and last time, once for himself and once for his mother, whom I have since ceased to respect. George Holt was watching her with eyes lynx sharp, but Kate never saw it. When she mentioned her farewell of Sunday night, a queer smile swept over his face and instantly disappeared. I should think any girl might be permitted that much in saying a final goodbye to a man who had shown her a fine time for weeks, he commented casually. But I didn't know I was saying goodbye, explained Kate. I expected him back in a week, and that I would then arrange to marry him. That was the agreement we made then. As she began to speak, George Holt's face flashed triumph at having led her on. At what she said it fell perceptibly, but he instantly controlled it and said casually, "In any event, it was your own business." "It was," said Kate. "I had given no man the slightest encouragement. I was perfectly free. John Jardine was courting me openly in the presence of his mother and anyone who happened to be around. I intended to marry him. I liked him as much as any man need to be liked. I don't know whether it was the same feeling Nancy Ellen had for Robert Gray or not, but it was a whole lot of feeling of some kind. I was satisfied with it, and he would have been. I meant to be a good wife to him and a good daughter to his mother, and I could have done much good in the world and extracted untold pleasure from the money he would have put in my power to handle. All was going merry as a marriage bell, and then this morning came my Waterloo, in the same post with your letter." "Do you know what you are doing?" cried George Holt, roughly, losing self-control with hope. "You are proving to me, and admitting to yourself, that you never loved that man at all. You were flattered and tempted with positions and riches, but your heart was not his, or you would be mighty sure of it. Don't you forget that." "I am not interested in analyzing exactly what I felt for him," said Kate. "It made small difference then. It makes none at all now. I would have married him gladly, and I would have been to him all a good wife is to any man. Then, in a few seconds, I turned squarely against him, and lost my respect for him. You couldn't marry me to him if he were the last man and only man on earth. But it hurt terribly, let me tell you that." George Holt suddenly arose and went to Kate. He sat down close beside her and leaned toward her. "There isn't the least danger of my trying to marry you to him," he said, "because I am going to marry you myself at the very first opportunity. Why not now? Why not have a simple ceremony somewhere at once, and go away until school begins, and forget him, having a good time by ourselves? Come on, Kate, let's do it. We can go stay with Aunt Ollie, and if he comes trying to force himself on you, he'll get what he deserves. He'll learn that there isn't something on earth he can't buy with his money." "But I don't love you," said Kate. Neither did you love him, retorted George Holt. I can prove it by what you say. Neither did you love him, but you were going to marry him, and use all his wonderful power of position and wealth and trust to association to bring love. You can try that with me. As for wealth, who cares? We are young and strong, and we have a fine chance in the world. You go on and teach this year, and I'll get such a start that by next year you can be riding around in your carriage, proud as Pompey. Of course we could make it all right, as to a living, said Kate, big and strong as we are. But then the torrent broke. At the first hint that she would consider his proposal, George Holt drew her to him and talked volumes of impassioned love to her. He gave her no chance to say anything. He said all there was to say himself. He urged that Jardine would come, and she should not be there. He begged, he pleaded, he reasoned. Night found Kate sitting on the back porch at Aunt Ollie's, with a confused memory of having stood beside the little stream with her hand in George Holt's, while she assented to the questions of a justice of the peace, in the presence of the school director and Mrs. Holt. She knew that immediately thereafter they had walked away along a hot, dusty country road. She had tried to eat something that tasted like salted ashes. She could hear George's ringing laugh of exultation breaking out afresh every few minutes. In sudden irritation at the latest guffaw, she clearly remembered one thing. In her dazed and bewildered state, she had forgotten to tell him that she was a prodigal daughter. End of chapter 12. Recording by Ping Xian.
Chapter 13 of A Daughter of the Land. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Veronica Jenkins. A Daughter of the Land by Jean Stratton-Porter. Chapter 13. The Bride. Only one memory in the 10 days that followed before her school began ever stood out clearly and distinctly with Kate. That was the morning of the day after she married George Holt. She saw Nancy Ellen and Robert at the gate, so she went out to speak with them. Nancy Ellen was driving. She held the lines and the whip in her hands. Kate in dull apathy wondered why they seemed so deeply agitated. Both of them stared at her, as if she might be a maniac. "Is this thing in the morning paper true?" cried Nancy Ellen, in a high, shrill voice that made Kate start in wonder. She did not take the trouble to evade by asking what thing. She merely made assent with her head. "You are married to that Nancy Ellen choked until she could not say what. "It's time to stop since I'm married to him," said Kate gravely. "You rushed in and married him without giving Robert time to find out and tell you what everybody knows about him?" demanded Nancy Ellen. "I married him for what I knew about him myself," said Kate. "We shall do very well." "Do well!" cried Nancy. "Do well! You'll be hungry and in rags the rest of your life." "Don't, Nancy Ellen, don't," pled Robert. "This is Kate's affair. Wait until you hear what she has to say before you go further." "I don't care what she has to say," cried Nancy Ellen. "I'm saying my say right now. This is a disgrace to the whole Bates family. We may not be much, but there isn't a lazy, gambling, drunken loafer among us, and there won't be so far as I'm concerned." She glared at Kate, who gazed at her in wonder. "You really married this lout?" she demanded. "I told you I was married," said Kate patiently, for she saw that Nancy Ellen was irresponsible with anger. "You're going to live with him? You're going to stay in Walden to live?" she cried. "This is my plan at present," said Kate. "Well, see that you stay there," said Nancy Ellen. "You can't bring that creature to my house, and if you're going to be his wife, you needn't come yourself. That's all I've got to say to you, you shameless, crazy—" "Nancy Ellen, you shall not!" cried Robert Gray, deftly slipping the lines from her fingers and starting the horse full speed. Kate saw Nancy Ellen's head fall forward and her hands lifted to cover her face. She heard the deep, tearing sob that shook her, and then they were gone. She did not know what to do, so she stood still in the hot sunshine trying to think, but her brain refused to act at her will. When the heat became oppressive, she turned back to the shade of a tree, sat down and leaned against it. There she got two things clear after a time. She had married George Holt. There was nothing to do but make the best of it. But Nancy Ellen had said that if she lived with him she should not come to her home. Very well, she had to live with him, since she had consented to marry him, so she was cut off from Robert and Nancy Ellen. She was now a prodigal indeed, and those things Nancy Ellen had said, she was wild with anger. She had been misinformed. Those things could not be true. "Shouldn't you be in here helping Aunt Ollie?" asked George's voice from the front step, where he seated himself with his pipe. "Yes, in a minute," said Kate, rising. "Did you see who came?" "No, I was out doing the morning work. Who was it?" he asked. "Nancy Ellen and Robert," she answered. He laughed hilariously. "Brought them in a hurry, didn't we? Why didn't they come in?" "They came to tell me," said Kate slowly, "that if I married you yesterday, as I did, that they felt so disgraced that I wasn't to come to their home again." "Disgraced?" he cried, his color rising. "Well, what's the matter with me? Not the things they said, I fervently hope." "Well, they have some assurance, to come out here and talk about me, and you've got as much to listen, and then come and tell me about it," he cried. "It was over in a minute," said Kate. "I'd no idea what they were going to say. They said it and went. Oh, I can't spare Nancy Ellen. She's all I had." Kate sank down on the step and covered her face. George took one long look at her, arose, and walked out of hearing. He went into the garden and fetched from behind a honeysuckle bush until he saw her finally lift her head and wipe her eyes. Then he sauntered back and sat down on the step beside her. "That's right," he said. "Cry it out, and get it over. It was pretty mean of them to come out here and insult you, and tell any lie they could think up, and then drive away and leave you, but don't mind, they'll soon get over it. Nobody ever keeps up a fuss over a wedding long." "Nancy Ellen never told a lie in her life," said Kate. "She has too much self-respect. What she said she thought was true. My only chance is that somebody has told her a lie. You know best if they did." "Of course they did," he broke in glibly. "Haven't you lived in the same house with me long enough to know me better than anyone else does?" "You can live in the same house with people and know less about them than anyone else for that matter," said Kate. "But that's neither here nor there. We're in this together. We got to get on the job and pull and make a success out of it that will make all of them proud to be our friends. That's the only thing left for me. As I know the Bates, once they make up their minds they never change. With Nancy Ellen and father both down on me, I'm a prodigal for sure." "What?" he cried loudly. "What? Is your father in this too? Did he send you word you couldn't come home either? This is a hell of a mess. Speak up." Kate closed her lips, looked at him with deep scorn, and walked around the corner of the house. For a second he looked after her threateningly, then he sprang to his feet and ran to her, catching her in his arms. "Forgive me, dearest," he cried. "That took the wind out of my sails until I was a brute. You'd no business to say a thing like that. Of course we can't have the old land king down on us. We've got to have our share of that land and money to buy us a fine home in Hartley and fix me up the kind of an office I should have. We'll borrow a rig and drive over to morrow and fix things solid with the old folks. You bet I'm a star-spangled old persuader. Look what I did with you." "You stop!" cried Kate, breaking from his hold. "You will drive me crazy. You're talking as if you married me expecting land and money from it. I haven't been home in a year, and my father would deliberately kill me if I went within his reach." "Well, score one for little old scratchin' pickin' Mammy!" he cried. "She said you had a secret." Kate stood very still, looking at him so intently that a sense of shame must have stirred in his breast. "Look here, Kate," he said roughly. "Mother did say you had a secret, and she hinted at Christmas that the reason you didn't go home was because your folks were at outs with you, and you can ask her if I didn't tell her to shut up and leave you alone. That I was in love with you, and I'd marry you, and we'd get along all right, even if you were barred from home and didn't get a penny. I just dare you to ask her." "It's no matter," said Kate wearily. "I'd rather take your word." "All right, you take it, for that's the truth," he said. "But what was the rumpus? How did you come to have a racket with your old man?" "Over my wanting to teach," said Kate. Then she explained in detail. "Pother! Don't you fret about that," said George. "I'm taking care of you now, and I'll see that you soon get home, and to Gray's too. That's all bunkum. As for your share of your father's estate, you watch me get it. You are his child, and there is law." "There's law that allows him to deed his land to his sons before he dies, and that is exactly what he has done," said Kate. "The devil you say!" shouted George Holt, stepping back to stare at her. "You tell that at the insane asylum or the feeble-minded home. I've seen the records. I know to the acre how much land stands in your father's name. Don't try to work that on me, my lady." "I'm not trying to work anything on you," said Kate dully, wondering to herself why she listened, why she went on with it. "I'm merely telling you. In father's big chest, at the head of his bed at home, lies a deed for 200 acres of land for each of his 7 sons, all signed and ready to deliver. He keeps the land in his name on record to bring him distinction and feed his vanity. He makes the boys pay the taxes and kowtow and help with his work. He keeps them under control, but the land is theirs. None of the girls get a penny's worth of it." George Holt cleared his face with an effort. "Well, we are no worse off than the rest of them, then," he said, trying to speak naturally and cheerfully. "But don't you ever believe it. Little old Georgie will sleep with this in his nightcap a while, and it's a problem he will solve if he works himself to death on it." "But that is father's affair," said Kate. "You had best turn your efforts and lie awake nights thinking how to make enough money to buy some land for us, yourself." "Certainly, certainly. I see myself doing it," laughed George Holt. "And now, knowing how you feel, and feeling none too good myself, we are going to take a few days off and go upstream fishing. I'll take a pack of comforts to sleep on, and the tackle and some food, and we will forget the whole bunch and go have a good time. There's a place, not so far away, where I have camped beside a spring since I was a little shaver, and it's quiet and cool. Go get what you can't possibly exist without, nothing more." "But we must dig the potatoes," protested Kate. "Let them wait until we get back. It's a trifle early, anyway," he said. "Stop objecting and get ready. I'll tell Aunt Ollie. We're chums. Whatever I do is always all right with her. Come on, this is our wedding trip. Not much like the one you had planned, no doubt, but one of some kind." So they slipped beneath the tangle of vines and bushes, and following the stream of the ravine, they walked until mid-afternoon, when they reached a spot that was very lovely, a clear, clean spring, grassy bank, a sheltered cave-in floored with clean sand, warm and golden. From the depths of the cave George brought an old frying pan and coffee pot. He spread a comfort on the sand of the cave for a bed, produced coffee, steak, bread, butter, and fruit from his load, and told Kate to make herself comfortable while he got dinner. They each tried to make allowances for and to be as decent as possible with the other, with the result that before they knew it they were having a good time. At least they were keeping the irritating things they thought to themselves, and saying only the pleasant ones. After a week, which George enjoyed to the fullest extent, while Kate made the best of everything, they put away the coffee pot and frying pan, folded the comforts, and went back to Aunt Ollie's for dinner, then to Walden in the afternoon. Because Mrs. Holt knew they would be there that day, she had the house clean and the best supper she could prepare ready for them. She was in a quandary as to how to begin with Kate. She heartily hated her. She had been sure the girl had a secret. Now she knew it. For if she did not attend the wedding of her sister, if she had not been at home all summer, if her father and mother never mentioned her name or made any answer to any one who did, there was a reason and a good reason. Of course, a man as rich as Adam Bates could do no wrong. Whatever the trouble was, Kate was at fault. She had done some terrible thing. "Hidin' in the bushes," spat Mrs. Holt. "Hidin' in the bushes. Marry a man who didn't know he was goin' to be married an hour before, unbeknownst to her folks, and wouldn't even come in the house and have a few of the neighbors in. Nice doin's for the school, ma'am. Nice prospect for George." Mrs. Holt hissed like a copperhead, which was a harmless little creature compared with her, as she scraped and slashed and dismembered the chicken she was preparing to fry. She had not been able, even by running into each store in the village and the post office, to find one person who would say a word against Kate. The girl had laid her foundations too well. The one thing people could and did say was, how could she marry George Holt? The worst of them could not very well say it to his mother. They said it frequently to each other, and then supplied the true answers. Look how he spruced up after she came. Look how he worked. Look how he ran after and waited on her. Look how nice he has been all summer. Plenty was being said in Walden, but not one word of it was for the itching ears of Mrs. Holt. They had told her how splendid Kate was, how they loved her, how glad they were that she was to have the school again, how fortunate her son was, how proud she should be, until she was almost bursting with repressed venom. She met them at the gate after their week's camping. They were feeling in splendid health, the best spirits possible in the circumstances, but appearing dirty and disreputable. They were both laughing as they approached the gate. "Purty lookin' bride you be," Mrs. Holt spat at Kate. "Yes, aren't I?" laughed Kate. "But you just give me a tub of hot soap suds and an hour and you won't know me. How are you? Things look as if you were expecting us." "Humph!" said Mrs. Holt. Kate laughed and went into the house. George stepped in front of his mother. "Now you look here," he said. "I know every nasty thing your mind has conjured up that you'd like to say and have other folks say about Kate. And I know as well as if you were honest enough to tell me, that you haven't been able to root out one living soul who would say a single word against her. Swallow your secret, swallow your suspicions, swallow your venom and forget all of them. Kate is as fine a woman as God ever made, and anybody who has common sense knows it. She can just make me if she wants to, and she will. She's coming on fine, much faster and better than I hoped for. Now you drop this. Stop it. Do you hear?" He passed her and hurried up the walk. In an hour both George and Kate had bathed and dressed in their very best. Kate put on her prettiest white dress, and George his graduation suit. Then together they walked to the post office for their mail, which George had ordered held before they left. Carrying the bundle, they entered several stores on trifling errands and then went home. They stopped and spoke to everyone. Kate kissed all her little pupils she met and told them to come to see her and to be ready to help clean the schoolhouse in the morning. Word flew over town swiftly. The teacher was back, wearing the loveliest dress and nicer than ever, and she had invited folks to come to see her. Kate and George had scarcely finished their supper when the first pair of shy little girls came for their kisses and to bring teacher a bunch of flowers and a pretty pocket handkerchief from each. They came in flocks, each with flowers, most with a towel or some small remembrance. Then the elders began to come, merchants with comforts, blankets, and towels, hardware men with frying pans, flat irons, and tinware. By 10 o'clock almost everyone in Walden had carried Kate some small gift, wished her joy all the more earnestly because they felt the chances of her ever having it were so small, and had gone their way, leaving her feeling better than she had thought possible. She slipped into her room alone and read 2 letters. One a few typewritten lines from John Jardine, saying he had been at Hartley, also at Walden, and having found her married and gone, there was nothing for him to do but wish that the man she married had it in his heart to guard her life and happiness as he would have done. He would never cease to love her, and if at any time in her life there was anything he could do for her, would she please let him know. Kate dropped the letter on her dresser with a purpose and let it lie there. The other was from Robert. He said he was very sorry, but he could do nothing with Nancy Ellen at present. He hoped she would change later. If there was ever anything he could do, to let him know. Kate locked that letter in her trunk. She wondered as she did so why both of them seemed to think she would need them in the future. She felt perfectly able to take care of herself. Monday morning George carried Kate's books to school for her, saw that she was started on her work in good shape, then went home, put on his old clothes, and began the fall work at Aunt Ollie's. Kate, wearing her prettiest blue dress, forgot even the dull ache in her heart as she threw herself into the business of educating those young people. She worked as she never had before. She seemed to have developed fresh patience, new perception, keener penetration. She made the dullest of them see her points, and interested the most inattentive. She went home to dinner feeling better. She decided to keep on teaching a few years, until George was well started in his practice, if he ever got started. He was very slow in action, it seemed to her, compared with his enthusiasm when he talked. End of chapter 13.
Chapter 14 of A Daughter of the Land. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Daughter of the Land by Jean Stratton-Porter. Chapter 14. Starting Married Life. For 2 weeks Kate threw herself into the business of teaching with all her power. She succeeded in so interesting herself and her pupils that she was convinced she had done a wise thing. Marriage did not interfere with her teaching. She felt capable and independent so long as she had her salary. George was working, and working diligently, to prepare for winter, whenever she was present or could see results. With her first month's salary she would buy herself a warm coat, a wool suit, an extra skirt for school, and some waists. If there was enough left, she would have another real hat. Then, for the remainder of the year, she would spend only for the barest necessities, and save to help toward a home something like Nancy Ellen's. Whenever she thought of Nancy Ellen and Robert, there was a choking sensation in her throat, a dull ache where she had been taught her heart was located. For 2 weeks everything went as well as Kate hoped. Then Mrs. Holt began to show the results of having been partially bottled up for the first time in her life. She was careful to keep to generalities which she could claim meant nothing if anything she said was taken up by either George or Kate. George was too lazy to quarrel unless he was personally angered. Kate thought best to ignore anything that did not come in the nature of a direct attack. So long as Mrs. Holt could not understand how some folks could see their way to live off other folks, or why a girl who had a chance to marry a fortune would make herself a burden to a poor man, Kate made the mistake of ignoring her. Thus emboldened, she soon became personal. It seemed as if she spent her spare time and mental force thinking up suggestive, sarcastic things to say, where Kate could not help hearing them. She paid no attention unless the attack was too mean and premeditated, but to her surprise she found that every ugly, malicious word the old woman said lodged in her brain and arose to confront her at the most inopportune times, in the middle of a recitation, or when she roused enough to turn over in her bed at night. The more vigorously she threw herself into her schoolwork, the more she realized a queer lassitude creeping over her. She kept squaring her shoulders, lifting her chin, and brushing imaginary cobwebs from before her face. The final Friday evening of the month, she stopped at the post office and carried away with her the bill for her Leghorn hat, mailed with nicely conceived estimate as to when her first check would be due. Kate visited the trustee and smiled grimly as she slipped the amount in an envelope and gave it to the hack driver to carry to Hartley on his trip the following day. She had intended all fall to go with him and select a winter headpiece that would be no discredit to her summer choice, but a sort of numbness was in her bones, so she decided to wait until the coming week before going. She declined George's pressing invitation to go along to Aunt Ollie's and help load and bring home a part of his share of their summer crops, on the ground that she had some work to prepare for the coming week. Then Kate went to her room feeling faint and heavy. She lay there most of the day, becoming sorrier for herself and heavier every passing hour. By morning she was violently ill, when she tried to leave her bed dizzy and faint. All day she could not stand. Toward evening she appealed to George either to do something for her himself or to send for the village doctor. He asked her a few questions and then, laughing coarsely, told her that a doctor would do her no good, and that it was very probable that she would feel far worse before she felt better. Kate stared at him in dumb wonder. "But my school!" she cried. "My school! I must be able to go to school in the morning. Could that spring water have been infected with typhus? I've never been sick like this before." "I should hope not," said George, and then he told her bluntly what caused her trouble. Kate had been white to begin with. Now she slowly turned greenish as she gazed at him with incredulous eyes. Then she sprang to her feet. "But I can't be ill!" she cried. "I can't! There is my school. I've got to teach. Oh, what shall I do?" George had a very clear conception of what she could do, but he did not intend to suggest it to her. She could think of it and propose it herself. She could not think of anything at that minute, because she fainted, and fell half on the bed, half in his arms as he sprang to her. He laid her down, and stood a second, smiling triumphantly at her unheeding face. "Easy snap for you this winter, Georgie, my boy," he muttered. "I don't see people falling over each other to get to you for professional services, and it's hard work anyway. Zonoletics are away above the head of these country ignoramuses. Blue mass and quinine are about their limit." He took his time to bathe Kate's face. Presently she sat up, then fell on the pillow again. "Better not try that," warned George. "You'll hurt yourself, and you can't make it. You're out of the game. You might as well get used to it." "I won't be out of the game," cried Kate. "I can't be. What will become of my school? Oh, George, could you possibly teach for me, only for a few days, until I get my stomach settled?" "Why, I'd like to help you," he said, "but you see how it is with me. I've got my fall work finished up, and I'm getting ready to open my office next week. I'm going to rent that nice front room over the post office." "But, George, you must," said Kate. "You've taught several terms. You've a license. You can take it until this passes. If you have waited from June to October to open your office, you can wait a few more days. Suppose you open the office and patients don't come, or we haven't the school. What will we live on? What would I buy things with and pay doctor bills?" "Why didn't you think of that before you got married? What was your rush, anyway? I can't figure it to save my soul," he said. "George, the school can't go," she cried. "If what you say is true, and I suspect it is, I must have money to see me through." "Then set your wits to work and fix things up with your father," he said casually. Kate arose, tall and straight, standing unwaveringly as she looked at him in blazing contempt. "So," she said, "this is the kind of man you are? I'm not so helpless as you think me. I have a refuge. I know where to find it. You'll teach my school until I'm able to take it myself, if the trustee and patrons will allow you, or I'll sever my relations with you as quickly as I formed them. You have no practice. I have grave doubts if you can get any. This is our only chance for the money we must have this winter. Go ask the trustee to come here until I can make arrangements with him." Then she wavered and rolled on the bed again. George stood looking at her between narrowed eyelids. "Tactics I use with mother don't go with you, old girl," he said to himself. "Thing of fire and tow, stubborn as an ox, won't be pushed a hair's breadth. Old Bates over again, alike as two peas. But I'll break you, damn you! I'll break you. Only I want that school. Lots easier than kneading somebody's old stiff muscles while the money is sure. Oh, I go after the trustee, all right." He revived Kate, and telling her to keep quiet and not excite herself, he explained that it was a terrible sacrifice to him to put off opening his office any longer. She must forgive him for losing self-control when he thought of it, but for her dear sake he would teach until she was better. Possibly she would be all right in a few days, and then she could take her work again. Because she so devoutly hoped it, Kate made that arrangement with the trustee. Monday she lay half-starved, yet gagging and ill, while George went to teach her school. As she contemplated that, she grew sicker than she had been before. When she suddenly marshalled all the facts she knew of him, she stoutly refused to think of what Nancy Ellen had said. When she reviewed his character and disposition, and thought of him taking charge of the minds of her pupils, Kate suddenly felt she must not allow that to happen. She must not. Then came another thought, even more personal and terrible, a thought so disconcerting she mercifully lost consciousness again. She sent for the village doctor, and found no consolation from her talk with him. She was out of the school, that was settled. No harpy ever went to its meat with one half the zest Mrs. Holt found in the situation. With Kate so ill she could not stand on her feet half the time, so ill she could not reply, with no spirit left to appeal to George, what more could be asked? Mrs. Holt could add to every grievance she formerly had, that of a sick woman in the house for her to wait on. She could even make vile insinuations to Kate, prostrate and helpless, that she would not have dared otherwise. She could prepare food that, with a touch of sugar or salt where it was not supposed to be, would have sickened a well person. One day George came in from school and saw a bowl of broth sitting on a chair beside Kate's bed. "Can't you drink it?" he asked. "Do, if you possibly can," he urged. "You'll get so weak you'll be helpless." "I just can't," said Kate. "Things have such a sickening sweetish taste, or they're bitter or sour. Not a thing is as it used to be. I simply can't." A curious look crept over George's face. He picked up the bowl and tasted its contents. Instantly his face went black. He started toward the kitchen. Kate heard part of what happened, but she never lifted her head. After a while he came back with more broth and a piece of delicate toast. "Try this," he said. "I made it myself." Kate ate ravenously. "That's good!" she cried. "I'll tell you what I'm going to do," he said. "I'm going to take you out to Aunt Ollie's for a week after school tonight. Want to go?" "Yes, oh, yes!" cried Kate. "All right," he said. "I know where I can borrow a rig for an hour. Get ready if you're well enough. If you're not, I'll help you after school." That week with Aunt Ollie remained a bright spot in Kate's memory. The October days were beginning to be crisp and cool. Food was different. She could sleep. She could eat many things Aunt Ollie knew to prepare especially. Soon she could walk and be outdoors. She was so much better, she wrote George a note asking him to walk out and bring her sewing basket and some goods she listed, and in the afternoons the two women cut and sewed quaint, enticing little garments. George found Kate so much better when he came that he proposed she remain another week. Then for the first time he talked to her about her theory of government and teaching, until she realized that the school director had told him he was dissatisfied with him, so George was trying to learn her ways. Appalled at what might happen if he lost the school, Kate made notes, talked at length, begged him to do his best, and to come at once if anything went wrong. He did come, and brought the school books, so she went over the lessons with him, and made marginal notes of things suggested to her mind by the text, for him to discuss and elucidate. The next time he came he was in such good spirits she knew his work had been praised, so after that they went over the lessons together every evening. Thinking of what would help him also helped to fill her day. He took her home greatly improved, in much better spirits, to her room, cleaned and ready for winter, with all of her things possible to use in place, so that it was much changed, prettier and more convenient. As they drove in, she said of him, "George, what about it? Did your mother purposely fix my food so I could not eat it?" "Oh, I wouldn't say that," he said. "You know, neither of you is violently attached to the other. She'll be more careful after this. I'm sure she will." "Why, have you been sick?" asked Kate, as soon as she saw Mrs. Holt. She seemed so nervous and appeared so badly, Kate was sorry for her, but she could not help noticing how she kept watch on her son. She seemed to keep the width of the room and a piece of furniture between them, while her cooking was so different that it was not in the least necessary for George to fix things for Kate himself, as he had suggested. Everything was so improved, Kate felt better. She began to sew, to read, to sit for long periods in profound thought, then to take walks that brought back her strength and color. So through the winter and toward the approach of spring they lived in greater comfort. With Kate's help, George was doing so well with the school that he was frequently complimented by the parents. That he was trying to do good work and win the approval of both pupils and parents was evident to Kate. Once he said to her that he wondered if it would be a good thing for him to put in an application for the school the coming winter. Kate stared at him in surprise. "But your profession," she objected. "You should be in your office and having enough practice to support us by then." "Yes, I should," he said, "but this is a new thing, and you know how these clodhoppers are." "If I came as near living in the country and working at farming as much as you do, that's the last thing I would call any human being," said Kate. "I certainly do know how they are, and what I know convinces me that you need not look to them for any patients." "You seem to think I won't have any from any source," he said hotly. "I confess myself dubious," said Kate. "You certainly are, or you wouldn't be talking of teaching." "Well, I'll just show you!" he cried. "I'm waiting," said Kate. "But as we must live in the meantime, and it will be so long before I can earn anything again, and so much expense, possibly it would be a good idea to have the school to fall back on, if you shouldn't have the patients you hope for this summer. I think you have done well in the school. Do your level best until the term closes, and you may have a chance." Laughing scornfully, he repeated his old boast. "I'll just show you." "Go ahead," said Kate. "And while you're at it, be generous. Show me plenty. But in the meantime save every penny you can, so you'll be ready to pay the doctor's bills and furnish your office." "I love your advice. It's so Batesy," he said. "I have money saved for both contingencies you mention, but I'll tell you what I think, and about this I'm the one who knows. I've told you repeatedly winter is my best time. I've lost the winter trying to help you out, and I've little chance until winter comes again. It takes cold weather to make folks feel what ails their muscles, and my treatment is mostly muscular. To save, so that we can get a real start, wouldn't it be a good idea for you to put part of your things in my room, take what you must have, and fix Mother's bedroom for you? Let her move her bed into her living room, and spare me all you can of your things to fix up your room for my office this summer. That would save rent, It's only a few steps from downtown, and when I wasn't busy with patients I could be handy to the garden, and to help you." "If your mother is willing, I'll do my share," said Kate, "although the room's cramped, and where I'll put the small party when he comes I don't know, but I'll manage some way. The big objection to it is that it will make it look to people as if it were a makeshift, instead of starting a real business." Real was the wrong word. It was the red rag that started George raging, until, to save her self-respect, Kate left the room. Later in the day he announced that his mother was willing; she would clean the living room and move in that day. How Kate hated the tiny room with its one exterior wall, only one small window, its scratched woodwork and soiled paper, she could not say. She felt physically ill when she thought of it, and when she thought of the heat of the coming summer she wondered what she would do, but all she could do was to acquiesce. She made a trip downtown and bought a quart of white paint and a few rolls of dainty, fresh paper. She made herself ill with turpentine odors in giving the woodwork 3 coats, and fell from a table almost killing herself while papering the ceiling. There was no room for her trunk. The closet would not hold half her clothes. Her only easy-chair was crowded out. She was sheared of personal comfort at a clip, just at a time when every comfort should have been hers. George ordered an operating table on which to massage his patients, a few other necessities, and in high spirits went about fixing up his office and finishing his school. He spent hours in the woodshed with the remainder of Kate's white paint, making a sign to hang in front of the house. He was so pathetically anxious for a patient, after he had put his table in place, hung up his sign, and paid for an announcement in the county paper and the little Walden sheet, that Kate was sorry for him. On a hot July morning Mrs. Holt was sweeping the front porch when a forlorn specimen of humanity came shuffling up the front walk and asked to see Dr. Holt. Mrs. Holt took him into the office and ran to the garden to tell George his first patient had come. His face had been flushed from pulling weeds, but it paled perceptibly as he started to the back porch to wash his hands. "Do you know who it is, Mother?" he asked. "It's that old Peter Mines," she said, "and he looks fit to drop." "Peter Mines?" said George. "He's had about 50 things the matter with him for about 50 years." "Then you're a made man if you can even make him think he feels enough better so's he'll go around talking about it," said Mrs. Holt shrewdly. George stood with his hands dripping water an instant, thinking deeply. "Well said for once, old lady," he agreed. "You are just exactly right." He hurried to his room and put on his coat. "A patient that will be a big boom for me," he boasted to Kate as he went down the hall. Mrs. Holt stood listening at the hall door. Kate walked around the dining room, trying to occupy herself. Presently cringing groans began to come from the room, mingling with George's deep voice, explaining and trying to encourage the man. Then came a wild shriek, and then silence. Kate hurried out to the back walk and began pacing up and down in the sunshine. She did not know it, but she was praying. A minute later George's pallid face appeared at the back door. "You come in here quick and help me," he demanded. "What's the matter?" asked Kate. "He's fainted. His heart, I think. He's got everything that ever ailed a man," he said. "Oh, George, you shouldn't have touched him," said Kate. "Can't you see it will make me, if I can help him? Even Mother could see that," he cried. "But if his heart is bad, the risk of massaging him is awful," said Kate, as she hurried after George. Kate looked at the man on the table, ran her hand over the heart region, and lifted terrified eyes to George. "Do you think?" he stammered. "Sure of it," she said. "But we can try. Bring your camphor bottle and some water," she cried to Mrs. Holt. For a few minutes they worked frantically. Then Kate stepped back. "I'm scared, and I don't know who knows it," she said. "I'm going after Dr. James." "No, you are not," said George. "You just hold yourself. I'll have him out in a minute. Begin at his feet and rub the blood up to his heart." "They are swollen to a puff. He's got no circulation," said Kate. "Oh, George, how could you ever hope to do anything for a man in this shape, with muscular treatment?" "You keep still and rub, for God's sake," he cried frantically. "Can't you see that I'm ruined if he dies on this table?" "No, I can't," said Kate. "Everybody would know that he was practically dying when he came here. Nobody will blame you, only you should never have touched him. George, I am going after Dr. James." "Well, go then," he said, wildly. Kate started. Mrs. Holt blocked the doorway. "You just stop, missy," she cried. "You're away too smart trying to get folks in here and ruin my George's chances. You just stay where you are till I think what to do, to put the best face on this." "He may not be really gone. The doctor might save him," cried Kate. Mrs. Holt looked long at the man. "He's deader'n a doornail," she said. "You stay where you are." Kate picked her up by the shoulders, set her to one side, ran from the room and down the street as fast as possible. She found the doctor in his offices with 2 patients. She had no time to think or temporize. "Get your case and come to our house quick, doctor," she cried. "An old man they call Peter Mines came to see George, and his heart has failed. Please hurry." "Heart, eh?" said the doctor. "Well, wait a minute. No use to go about a bad heart without digitalis." He got up and put on his hat, told the men he would be back soon, and went to the nearest drug store. Kate followed. The men who had been in the office came also. "Doctor, hurry!" she panted. "I'm so frightened." "You go to some of the neighbors and stay away from there," he said. "Hurry!" begged Kate. "Oh, do hurry!" She was beside him as they sped down the street, and at his shoulder as they entered the room. With one glance she lurched against the casing, and then she plunged down the hall, entered her room, closed the door behind her, and threw herself on the bed. She had only a glance, but in that glance she had seen Peter Mines sitting, fully clothed, his hat on his head, his stick in his hands, in her easy-chair, the operating table folded and standing against the wall, Mrs. Holt holding the camphor bottle to Peter's nose, while George had one hand over Peter's heart, the other steadying his head. The doctor swung the table in place, and with George's help laid Peter on it, then began tearing open his clothes. As they worked, the 2 men followed into the house to see if they could do anything, and excited neighbors began to gather. George and his mother explained how Peter had exhausted himself walking 2 miles from the country that hot morning, how he had entered the office, tottering with fatigue, and had fallen into the chair in a fainting condition. Everything was plausible until a neighbor woman, eager to be the center of attention for a second, cried, "Yes, we all see him come more'n an hour ago, and when he begins to let out the yells, we says to each other, 'There! George has got his first patient sure,' and we all kind o' waited to see if he'd come out better." The doctor looked at her sharply. "More than an hour ago?" he said. "You heard cries?" "Yes, more'n a good hour ago. Yes, we all heard him yell. Just once, good and loud," she said. The doctor turned to George. Before he could speak, his mother intervened. "That was our Kate done the yelling," she said. "She was scairt crazy from the start. He just come in and set in the chair, and he's been there ever since." "You didn't give him any treatment, Holt?" asked the doctor. Again Mrs. Holt answered. "Never touched him. Hadn't even got time to get his table open. Wa'n't nothing he could have done for him anyway. Peter was good as gone when he got here. His fool folks never ought to let him out on this hot day, sick as he was." The doctor looked at George, at his mother, long at Peter. "He surely was too sick to walk that far in this heat," he said. "But to make sure, I'll look him over. George, you help me. Clear the room of all but these 2 men." He began minutely examining Peter's heart region. Then he rolled him over and started to compress his lungs. Long white streaks marked the puffy red of the swollen, dropsical flesh. The doctor examined the length of the body, and looked straight into George Holt's eyes. "No use," he said. "Bill, go to the phone in my office and tell Coroner Smith to get here from Hartley as soon as he can. All that's left to do here is to obey the law and have a funeral. Better some of the rest of you go tell his folks. I've done all I can do. It's up to the coroner now. The rest of you, go home and keep still till he comes." When he and George were left alone, he said tersely, "Of course you and your mother are lying. You had this man stripped. He did cry out, and he did die from the pain of the treatment you tried to give him in his condition. By the way, where's your wife? This is a bad thing for her right now. Come, let's find her and see what state she's in." Together they left the room and entered Kate's door. As soon as the doctor was busy with her, George slipped back into the closed room, rolled Peter onto his back, and covered him, in the hope that the blood would settle until it could efface the marks of his work before the coroner arrived. By that time the doctor was too busy to care much what happened to Peter Mines. He was a poor old soul, better off as he was. Across Kate's unconscious body he said to George Holt, "I'm going to let the coroner make what he pleases out of this, solely for your wife's sake. But 2 things. Take down that shingle. Take it down now, and never put it up again if you want me to keep still. I'll give you what you paid for that table. It's a good one. Get him out as soon as you can. Set him in another room. I've got to have Mrs. Holt where I can work. And send Sarah Nepple here to help me. Move fast. This is going to be a close call. And the other thing. I've heard you put in an application for our school this winter. Withdraw it. Now move." So they set Peter in the living room, cleaned Kate's room quickly, and moved in her bed. By the time the coroner arrived, the doctor was too busy to care what happened. On oath he said a few words that he hoped would make life easier for Kate, and at the same time pass muster for truth. He told the coroner what witnesses to call, and gave an opinion as to Peter's condition. He also added that he was sure Peter's family would be very glad he was to suffer no more, and then he went back to Kate, who was suffering entirely too much for safety. Then began a long vigil that ended at midnight, with Kate barely alive, and Sarah Nepple, the Walden midwife, trying to divide a scanty wardrobe between a pair of lusty twins. End of chapter 14.
Chapter 15 of A Daughter of the Land. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rosie. A Daughter of the Land by Jean Stratton-Porter. Chapter 15. A New Idea. Kate slowly came back to consciousness. She was conscious of her body, sore from head to foot, with plenty of pain in definite spots. Her first clear thought was that she was such a big woman. It seemed to her that she filled the room, when she was one bruised ache from head to heels. Then she became conscious of a moving bundle on the bed beside her, and laid her hand on it to reassure herself. The size and shape of the bundle were not reassuring. "Oh, Lord," groaned Kate, "haven't you any mercy at all? It was your advice I followed when I took wing and started out in life." A big sob arose in her throat, while at the same time she began to laugh weakly. Dr. James heard her from the hall and entered hastily. At the sight of him, Kate's eyes filled with terrified remembrance. Her glance swept the room and rested on her rocking chair. "Take that out of here," she cried. "Take it out, split it into kindling wood, and burn it." "All right," said Dr. James calmly. "I'll guarantee that you never see it again. Is there anything else you want?" You didn't..." The doctor shook his head. "Very sorry," he said, "but there wasn't a thing could be done." "Where is he?" she asked in a whisper. "His people took him home immediately after the coroner's inquest, which found that he died from heart failure, brought on by his long walk in the heat." Kate stared at him with a face pitiful to behold. "You let him think that?" she whispered again. "I did," said the old doctor. "I thought, and still think, that for the sake of you and yours," he waved toward the bundle, "it was the only course to pursue." "Thank you," said Kate. "You're very kind. But don't you think that I and mine are going to take a lot of shielding? The next man may not be so kindly disposed. Besides, is it right? Is it honest?" "It is for you," said the doctor. "You had nothing to do with it. If you had, things would not have gone as they did. As for me, I feel perfectly comfortable about it in my conscience, which is my best guide. All I had to do was to let them tell their story. I perjured myself only to the extent of testifying that you knew nothing about it. The coroner could well believe that. George and his mother could easily manage the remainder." Kate waved toward the bundle. "Am I supposed to welcome and love them?" "A poet might expect you to," said the doctor. "In the circumstances, I do not. I shall feel that you have done your whole duty if you will try to nurse them when the time comes. You must have a long rest, and they must grow some before you'll discover what they mean to you. There's always as much chance that they'll resemble your people as that they will not. The boy will have dark hair and eyes, I think, but he looks exactly like you. The girl is more Holt." "Where is George?" she asked. "He was completely upset," said the doctor. "I suggested that he go somewhere to rest up a few days, so he took his tackle and went fishing, and to the farm." "Shouldn't he have stayed and faced it?" asked Kate. "There was nothing for him to face except himself, Kate," said the doctor. Kate shook her head. She looked ghastly ill. "Doctor," she said, "couldn't you have let me die?" "And left your son and your little daughter to them?" he asked. "No, Kate, I couldn't have let you die, because you've your work in the world under your hand right now." He said that because when he said, "left your son and your little daughter to them," Kate had reached over and laid her hand possessively, defensively, on the little squirming bundle, which was all Dr. James asked of her. Presently she looked the doctor straight in the face. "Exactly what do you know?" she asked. "Everything," said the doctor. "And you?" "Everything," said Kate. There was a long silence. Then Kate spoke slowly. "That George didn't know that he shouldn't have touched that man proves him completely incompetent," she said. "That he did, and didn't have the courage to face the results, proves him lacking in principle. He's not fit for either work to which he aspires." "You are talking too much," said the doctor. "Nurse Nepple is in charge here, and Aunt Ollie. George's mother went to the farm to cook for him. You're in the hands of two fine women who will make you comfortable. You have escaped lasting disgrace with your skirts clear. Now rest and be thankful." "I can't rest until I know one thing," said Kate. "You're not going to allow George to kill anyone else?" "No," said the doctor. "I regretted telling him very much, but I had to tell him that could not happen." "And about the school?" she asked. "I half thought he might get it." "He won't," said the doctor. "I'm in a position to know that. Now try to take some rest." Kate waved toward the babies. "Will you please take them away until they need me?" she asked. "Of course," said the doctor. "But don't you want to see them, Kate? There isn't a mark or blemish on either of them. The boy weighs 7 pounds and the girl 6. They seem as perfect as children can be." "You needn't worry about that," said Kate. "Twins are a Bates habit. My mother had 3 pairs, always a boy and a girl, always big and sound as any children. Mine will be all right, too." The doctor started to turn back the blanket. Kate turned her head away. "Don't you think I have had about enough at present?" she asked. "I'd stake my life that as a little further piece of my punishment, the girl looks exactly like Mrs. Holt." "By Jove," said the doctor, "I couldn't just think who it was." He carried the babies from the room, lowered the blinds, and Kate tried to sleep, and did sleep, because she was so exhausted she could not keep awake. Later in the evening Aunt Ollie slipped in and said George was in the woodhouse, almost crying himself to death, and begging to see her. "You tell him I'm too sick to be seen for at least a week," said Kate. "But, my dear, he's so broken up, he feels so badly," begged Aunt Ollie. "So do I," said Kate. "I feel entirely too badly to be worried over seeing him. I must take the babies now." "I do wish you would," persisted Aunt Ollie. "Well, I won't," said Kate. "I don't care if I never see him again. He knows why he is crying. Ask him." "I'll wager they ain't a word of truth in that tale they're telling," she said. Kate looked straight at her. "Well, for their sakes, and my sake, and the baby's sake, don't talk about it." "You poor thing," said Aunt Ollie. "I'll do anything in the world to help you. If you ever need me, just call on me. I'll go start him back in a hurry." He came every night, but Kate steadily refused, until she felt able to sit up in a chair to see him, or his mother when she came to see the babies. She had recovered rapidly, was over the painful part of nursing the babies, and had a long talk with Aunt Ollie before she consented to see George. At times she thought she could never see him again. At others she realized her helplessness. She had her babies to nurse for a year. There was nothing she could think of she knew to do, that she could do, and take proper care of 2 children. She was tied hand and foot, as Aunt Ollie said, and yet it was Aunt Ollie who solved her problem for her. Sitting beside the bed one day, she said to Kate, "My dear, do you know that I'm having a mighty good time? I guess I was lonesomer than I thought out there all alone so much, and the work was nigh to breaking me during the long cold winter. I got a big notion to propose somepin' to you that might be a comfort to all of us." "Propose away," said Kate. "I'm at my wit's end." "Well, what would you think of you and George taking the land, working it on the shares, and letting me have this room, and live in Walden a while?" Kate sat straight up in bed. "Oh, Aunt Ollie, would you?" she cried. "Would you? That would be a mercy to me. It would give George every chance to go straight, if there is a straight impulse in him." "Yes, I will," said Aunt Ollie. "And you needn't fear that I am getting the little end of the bargain, either. The only unpleasant thing about it will be my sister, and I'll undertake to manage her. I read a lot, and I can always come to see you when moral spirits will bear her no more. She'll be no such trial to me as she is to you." "You're an angel," said Kate. "You've given me hope where I had not a glimmer. If I have George out there alone, away from his mother, I can bring out all the good there is in him, and we can get some results out of life, or I can assure myself that it is impossible, so that I can quit with a clear conscience. I do thank you." "All right then. I'll go out and begin packing my things, and see about moving this afternoon. I'll leave my stoves and beds and tables and chairs for you. You can use your wedding things and be downright comfortable. I'll like living in town a spell real well." So once more Kate saw Hope a beckoning star in the distance, and ruffled the wings of the spirit preparatory to another flight. Only a short, humble flight this time, close earth, but still as full of promise as life seemed to hold in any direction for her. She greeted George casually, and as if nothing had happened, when she was ready to see him. "You're at the place where words are not of the slightest use to me," she said. "I'm giving you one and a final chance to act. This seems all that is open to us. Go to work like a man, and we will see what we can make of our last chance." Kate was so glad when she sat in the carriage that was to take her from the house and the woman she abominated that she could scarcely behave properly. She clasped Adam tightly in her arms, and felt truly his mother. She reached over and tucked the blanket closer over Polly, but she did not carry her, because she resembled her grandmother, while Adam was a Bates. George drove carefully. He was on behavior too good to last, but fortunately both women with him knew him well enough not to expect that it would. When they came in sight of the house, Kate could see that the grass beside the road had been cut, the trees trimmed, and, oh joy, the house freshly painted a soft, creamy white she liked, with a green roof. Aunt Ollie explained that she furnished the paint and George did the work. He had swung oblong clothes baskets from the ceiling of a big, cheery, old-fashioned bedroom for a cradle for each baby, and established himself in a small back room adjoining the kitchen. Kate said nothing about the arrangement because she supposed it had been made to give her more room, and that George might sleep in peace while she wrestled with two tiny babies. There was no doubt about the wrestling. The baby seemed of nervous temperament, sleeping in short naps and lightly. Kate was on her feet from the time she reached her new home, working when she should not have worked, so that the result developed cross babies, each attacked with the colic, which raged every night from 6 o'clock until 12 and after, both frequently shrieking at the same time. George did his share by going to town for a bottle of soothing syrup, which Kate promptly threw in the creek. Once he took Adam and began walking the floor with him, extending his activities as far as the kitchen. In a few minutes he had the little fellow sound asleep, and he did not waken until morning. Then he seemed to droop and feel listless. When he took the baby the second time and made the same trip to the kitchen, Kate laid Polly on her bed and silently followed. She saw George lay the baby on the table, draw a flask from his pocket, pour a spoon partly full, filling it the remainder of the way from the tea kettle. As he was putting the spoon to the baby's lips, Kate stepped beside him, and taking it, she tasted the contents. Then she threw the spoon into the dishpan standing near and picked up the baby. "I knew it," she said, "only I didn't know what. He acted like a drugged baby all last night and today. Since when did you begin carrying that stuff around with you and feeding it to tiny babies?" "It's a good thing. Dr. James recommended it. He said it was harmful to let them strain themselves crying, and very hard on you. You could save yourself a lot," he urged. "I need saving all right," said Kate, "but I haven't a picture of myself saving myself by drugging a pair of tiny babies." He slipped the bottle back in his pocket. Kate stood looking at him so long and so intently, he flushed and set the flask on a shelf in the pantry. "It may come in handy some day when some of us have a cold," he said. Kate did her best, but she was so weakened by nursing both of the babies, by loss of sleep, and overwork in the house, that she was no help whatever to George in getting in the fall crops and preparing for spring. She had lost none of her ambition, but there was a limit to her capacity. In the spring the babies were big and lusty, eating her up, and crying with hunger, until she was forced to resort to artificial feeding in part, which did not agree with either of them. As a saving of time and trouble, she decided to nurse one and feed the other. It was without thought on her part, almost by chance, yet the chance was that she nursed Adam and fed Polly. Then the babies began teething, so that she was rushed to find time to prepare 3 regular meals a day, and as for the garden and poultry she had planned, George did what he pleased about them, which was little, if anything. He would raise so much to keep from being hungry, he would grow so many roots, and so much cabbage for winter, he would tend enough corn for a team and to fatten pork. Right there he stopped and went fishing, while the flask was in evidence on the pantry shelf only 2 days. Kate talked crop rotation, new seed, fertilization, until she was weary. George heartily agreed with her, but put nothing of it all into practice. "As soon as the babies are old enough to be taken out," she said, "things will be better. I just can't do justice to them and my work, too. 3 pairs! My poor mother! And she's alive yet. I marvel at it." So they lived, and had enough to eat, and were clothed. But not one step did they advance towards Kate's ideals of progression, economy, accumulation. George always had a little money, more than she could see how he got from the farming. There were a few calves and pigs to sell occasionally. She thought possibly he saved his share from them. For 4 years, Kate struggled valiantly to keep pace with what her mother had always done. For 4 years, Kate struggled valiantly to keep pace with what her mother always had done and had required of her at home. But she learned long before she quit struggling that farming with George was hopeless. So at last she became so discouraged that she began to drift into his way of doing merely what would sustain them, and then reading, fishing, or sleeping the remainder of the time. She began teaching her children while very small, and daily they had their lessons after dinner while their father slept. Kate thought often of what was happening to her. She hated it, she fought it, but with George Holt for a partner, she could not escape it. She lay awake nights, planning ways to make a start toward prosperity. She propounded her ideas at breakfast. To save time in getting him early to work, she began feeding the horses as soon as she was up, so that George could go to work immediately after breakfast. But she soon found she might as well save her strength. He would not start to harness until he had smoked, mostly 3/4 of an hour. That his neighbors laughed at him and got ahead of him bothered him not at all. All they said and all Kate said went, as he expressed it, in at one ear, out at the other. One day, in going around the house, Kate was suddenly confronted by a thing she might have seen for 3 years, but had not noticed. Leading from the path of bare, hard-beaten earth that ran around the house through the grass, was a small forking path not so wide and well-defined, yet a path, leading to George's window. She stood staring at it a long time with a thoughtful expression on her face. That night she did not go to bed when she went to her room. Instead, she slipped out into the night and sitting under a sheltering bush, she watched that window. It was only a short time until George crawled from it, went stealthily to the barn, and a few minutes later she saw him riding barebacked on one of the horses he had bridled down the footpath beside the stream toward town. She got up and crossing the barnyard shut the gate after him and closed the barn door. She went back to the house and closed his window, and lighting a lamp set it on his dresser in front of his small clock. His door was open in the morning when she passed it on her way to the kitchen, so she got breakfast instead of feeding the horses. He came in slowly, furtively watching her. She worked as usual, saying no unpleasant word. At length he could endure it no longer. "Kate," he said, "I broke a bolt in the plow yesterday, and I never thought of it until just as I was getting into bed, so to save time I rode into Walden and got another last night. Ain't I a great old economist, though?" "You are a great something," she said. "Economist would scarcely be my name for it. Really, George, can't you do better than that?" "Better than what?" he demanded. "Better than telling such palpable lies," she said. "Better than crawling out windows instead of using your doors like a man. Better than being the most shiftless farmer of your neighborhood in the daytime, because you have spent most of your nights, God and probably all Walden know how. The flask and ready money I never could understand give me an inkling." "Anything else?" he asked sneeringly. "Nothing at present," said Kate placidly. "I probably could find plenty if I spent even one night in Walden when you thought I was asleep." "Go if you like," he said. "If you think I'm going to stay here, working like a dog all day, year in and year out, to support a daughter of the richest man in the country and her kids, you fool yourself. If you want more than you got, call on your rich folks for it. If you want to go to town, either night or day, go for all I care. Do what you damn please. That's what I'm going to do in the future, and I'm glad you know it. I'm tired climbing through windows and slinking like a dog. I'll come and go like other men after this." "I don't know what other men you are referring to," said Kate. "You have a monopoly of your kind in this neighborhood. There is none other like you. You crawl and slink as 'to the manner born.'" "Don't you go too far," he menaced with an ugly leer. "Keep that for your mother," laughed Kate. "You need never try a threat with me. I am stronger than you are, and you may depend upon it I shall see that my strength never fails me again. I know now that you are all Nancy Ellen said you were." "Well, if you married me knowing it, what are you going to do about it?" he sneered. "I didn't know it then. I thought I knew you. I thought she had been misinformed," said Kate in self-defense. Well, he said insultingly, if you hadn't been in such a big hurry, you could soon have found out all you wanted to know. I took advantage of it, but I never did understand your rush. You never will, said Kate. Then she arose and went to see if the children had wakened. All day she was thinking so deeply she would stumble over the chairs in her preoccupation. George noticed it, and it frightened him. After supper he came and sat on the porch beside her. Kate, he said, as usual you are making mountains out of molehills. It doesn't damn a fellow forever to ride or walk. I almost always walk, into town in the evening, to see the papers and have a little visit with the boys. Work all day in a field is mighty lonesome. A man has got to have a little change. I don't deny a glass of beer once in a while, or a game of cards with the boys occasionally. But if you have lived with me over 5 years here, and never suspected it before, it can't be so desperately bad, can it? Come on now, be fair. It's no difference whether I am fair or unfair, Kate said wearily. It explains why you simply will not brace up and be a real man and do a man's work in the world and achieve a man's success. Who can get anywhere, splitting everything in halves? He demanded. The most successful men in this neighborhood got their start exactly that way, she said. Ah well, farming ain't my job anyway, he said. I always did hate it, I always will. If I could have a little capital to start with, I know a trick that would suit you and make us independent in no time. Kate said no word, and seeing she was not going to, he continued. I've thought about this till I've got it all down fine, and it's a great scheme. You'll admit that, even angry as you are. It is this. Get enough together to build a sawmill on my strip of ravine. A little damming would make a free water power worth a fortune. I could hire a good man to run the saw and do the work, and I could take a horse and ride, or drive around among the farmers I know, and buy up timber cheaper than most men could get it. I could just skin the eyes out of them. Did it ever occur to you that you could do better by being honest? Asked Kate wearily. Ah well, smarty, you know I didn't mean that literally, he scoffed. You know I only meant I could talk, and jolly, and buy at bedrock prices. I know where to get the timber, and the 2 best millmen in the country. We are near the railroad. It's the dandiest scheme that ever struck Walden. What do you think about it? I think if Adam had it, he'd be rich from it in 10 years, she said quietly. Then you do think it's a bully idea, he cried. You would try it if we had a chance? I might, said Kate. You know, he cried, jumping up in excitement, I've never mentioned this to a soul, but I've got it all thought out. Would you go see your brother Adam, and see if you could get him to take an interest for young Adam? He could manage the money himself. I wouldn't go to a relative of mine for a cent, even if the children were starving, said Kate. Get and keep that clear in your head. But you think there is something in it, he persisted. I know there is, said Kate with finality. In the hands of the right man, and with the capital to start. Kate, you can be the meanest, he said. I didn't intend to be, in this particular instance, she said. But honestly, George, what have I ever seen of you in the way of financial success in the past that would give me hope for the future? I know it, he said, but I've never struck exactly the right thing. This is what I could make a success of, and I would make a good big one, you bet. Kate, I'll go not to town another night. I'll stop all that. He drew the flask from his pocket and smashed it against the closest tree. And I'll stop all there ever was of that, even to a glass of beer on a hot day, if you say so, if you'll stand by me this once more. If I fail this time, I'll never ask you again. Honest, I won't. If I had money, I'd try it, keeping the building in my own name and keeping the books myself, but I've none and no way to get any, as you know, she said. I can see what could be done, but I'm helpless. I'm not, said George. I've got it all worked out. You see, I was doing something useful with my head, if I wasn't always plowing as fast as you thought I should. If you'll back me, if you'll keep books, if you'll handle the money until she is paid back, I know Aunt Ollie will sell enough of this land to build the mill and buy the machinery. She could keep the house, and orchard, and barn, and a big enough piece, say 40 acres, to live on, and keep all of us in grub. She and Mother could move out here. She said the other day she was tired of town and getting homesick, and we could go to town to put the children in school and be on the job. I won't ever ask you and Mother to live together again. Kate, will you go in with me? Will you talk to Aunt Ollie? Will you let me show you and explain and prove to you? I won't be a party to anything that would even remotely threaten to lose Aunt Ollie's money for her, she said. She's got nobody on earth but me. It's all mine in the end. Why not let me have this wonderful chance with it? Kate, will you? He begged. I'll think about it, she conceded. If I can study out a sure, honorable way, I'll promise to think. Now go out there and hunt the last scrap of that glass. The children may cut their feet in the morning. Then Kate went into bed. If she had looked from her window, she might have seen George scratching matches and picking pieces of glass from the grass. When he came to the bottom of the bottle with upstanding jagged edges, containing a few drops, he glanced at her room, saw that she was undressing in the dark, and lifting it, he poured the liquid on his tongue to the last drop that would fall. End of Chapter 15. Recording by Rosie.
Chapter 16 of A Daughter of the Land. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Daughter of the Land by Jean Stratton-Porter. Chapter 16. The Work of the Sun. Before Kate awakened the following morning, George was out feeding the horses, cattle, and chickens, doing the milking, and working like the proverbial beaver. By the time breakfast was ready, he had convinced himself that he was a very exemplary man, while he expected Kate to be convinced also. He stood ready and willing to forgive her for every mean deceit and secret sin he had ever committed, or had it in his heart to commit in the future. All the world was rosy with him. He was flying with the wings of hope straight toward a wonderful achievement that would bring pleasure and riches, first to George Holt, then to his wife and children, then to the old aunt he really cared for more than anyone else. Incidentally, his mother might have some share, while he would bring such prosperity and activity to the village that all Walden would forget every bad thing it had ever thought or known of him, and delight to pay him honor. Kate might have guessed all this when she saw the pails full of milk on the table, and heard George whistling "Hail the Conquering Hero Comes" as he turned the cows into the pasture, but she had not slept well. Most of the night she had lain staring at the ceiling, her brain busy with calculations, computations, most of all with personal values. She dared not to be a party to anything that would lose Aunt Ollie her land. That was settled. But if she went into the venture herself, if she kept the deeds in Aunt Ollie's name, the bank account in hers, drew all the checks, kept the books, would it be safe? Could George buy timber as he thought? Could she herself if he failed? The children were old enough to be in school now. She could have much of the day. She could soon train Polly and Adam to do even more than sweep and run errands. The scheme could be materialized in the Bates way, without a doubt. But could it be done in a Bates way, hampered and impeded by George Holt? Was the plan feasible after all? She entered into the rosy cloud enveloping the kitchen without ever catching the faintest gleam of its hue. George came to her the instant he saw her and tried to put his arm around her. Kate drew back and looked at him intently. "Oh, come on now, Kate," he said. "Leave out the heroics and be human. I'll do exactly as you say about everything if you will help me wheedle Aunt Ollie into letting me have the money." Kate stepped back and put out her hands defensively. "A rare bargain," she said, "and one eminently worthy of you. You'll do what I say if I'll do what you say, without the slightest reference as to whether it impoverishes a woman who has always helped and befriended you. You make me sick." "What's biting you now?" he demanded sullenly. Kate stood tall and straight before and above him. "If you have a good plan, if you can prove that it will work, what is the necessity for wheedling anybody? Why not state what you propose in plain, unequivocal terms, and let the dear old soul who has done so much for us already decide what she will do?" "That's what I meant. That's all I meant," he cried. "In that case, wheedle is a queer term to use." "I believe you'd throw up the whole thing. I believe you would let the chance to be a rich woman slip through your fingers if it all depended on your saying only one word you thought wasn't quite straight," he said, half in assertion, half in question. "I honor you in that belief," said Kate. "I most certainly would." "Then you turn the whole thing down? You won't have anything to do with it?" he cried, plunging into stoop-shouldered, mouth-sagging despair. "Oh, I didn't say that," said Kate. "Give me time. Let me think. I've got to know that there isn't a snare in it, from the title of the land to the grade of the creek bed. Have you investigated that? Is your ravine long enough and wide enough to dam it high enough at our outlet to get your power, and yet not back water onto the road and the farmers above you? Won't it freeze in winter? And can you get strong enough power from water to run a large saw? I doubt it." "Oh, gee, I never thought about that," he cried. "And if it would work, did you figure the cost of a dam into your estimate of the building and machinery?" He snapped his fingers in impatient. "By heck," he cried, "I forgot that, too. But that wouldn't cost much. Look what we did in that ravine just for fun. Why, we could build that dam ourselves." "Yes, strong enough for conditions in September, but what about the January freshet?" she said. "Croak, croak, you blame old raven!" cried George. "And have you thought," continued Kate, "that there is no room on the bank toward town to set your mill, and it wouldn't be allowed there if it were?" "You bet I have," he said defiantly. "I'm no such slouch as you think me. I've even stepped off the location." "Then," said Kate, "will you build a bridge across the ravine to reach it, or will you buy a strip from Lynn and build a road?" George collapsed with a groan. "That's the trouble with you," said Kate. "You always build your castle with not even sand for a foundation. The most nebulous of rosy clouds serve you as perfectly as granite blocks. Before you go glimmering again, double your estimate to cover a dam and a bridge and a lot of incidentals that no one ever seems able to include in a building contract. And whatever you do, keep a still head until we get these things figured and have some sane idea of what the venture would cost." "How long will it take?" he said sullenly. "I haven't an idea. I'd have to go to the Hartley and examine the records and be sure that there was no flaw in the deeds to the land. But the first thing is to get a surveyor and know for sure if you have a water power that will work and not infringe on your neighbors. A thing like this can't be done in a few minutes' persuasive conversation. It will take weeks." It really seemed as if it would take months. Kate went to Walden that afternoon, set the children playing in the ravine while she sketched it, made the best estimate she could of its fall, and approved the curve on the opposite bank, which George thought could be cleared for a building site and lumber yard. Then she added a location for a dam and a bridge site, and went home to figure and think. The further she went in these processes, the more hopeless the project sounded. She soon learned that there must be an engine with a boiler to run the saw. The dam could be used only to make a pond to furnish the water needed, but at that it would be cheaper than to dig a cistern or well. She would not even suggest to Aunt Ollie to sell any of the home 40. The sale of the remainder at the most hopeful price she dared estimate would not bring half the money needed, and it would come in long-term payments. Lumber, bricks, machinery could not be had on time of any length, while wages were cash every Saturday night. "It simply can't be done," said Kate, and stopped thinking about it, so far as George knew. He was at once plunged into morose moping. He became sullen and indifferent about the work, ugly with Kate and the children, until she was driven almost frantic, and projects nearly as vague as some of George's began to float through her head. One Saturday morning Kate had risen early and finished cleaning up her house, baking and scrubbing porches. She had taken a bath to freshen and cool herself, and was standing before her dresser, tucking the last pins into her hair, when she heard a heavy step on the porch and a loud knock on the screen door. She stood at an angle where she could peep. She looked as she reached for her dress. What she saw carried her to the door, forgetful of the dress. Adam Jr. stood there, white and shaken, steadying himself against the casing. "Adam!" cried Kate. "Is mother—" He shook his head. "Father," she panted. He nodded, seeming unable to speak. Kate's eyes darkened and widened. She gave Adam another glance and opened the door. "Come in," she said. "When did it happen? How did he get hurt?" In that moment she recalled that she had left her father in perfect health. She had been gone more than 7 years. In that time he could not fail to illness. How he had been hurt was her first thought. As she asked the question, she stepped into her room and snatched up her second-best summer dress, waiting for Adam to speak as she slipped into it. But speaking seemed to be a very difficult thing for Adam. He was slow in starting, and the words dragged and came singly. "Yesterday, tired, big dinner, awful hot, sunstroke." "He's gone!" she cried. Adam nodded in that queer way again. "Why did you come? Does mother want me?" The questions leaped from Kate's lips. Her eyes implored him. Adam was too stricken to heed his sister's unspoken plea. "Course," he said. "All there. Your place. I want you. Only one in the family. Not stark mad." Kate straightened tensely and looked at him again. "All right," she said. "I can throw a few things in my telescope, write the children a note to take to their father in the field, and we can stop in Walden and send Aunt Ollie out to cook for them. I can go as well as not for as long as mother wants me." "Hurry," said Adam. In her room, Kate stood still a second, her eyes narrow, her underlip sucked in. Her heart almost stopped. Then she said aloud, "Father's sons have wished he would die too long for his death to strike even the most tolerant of them like that. Something dreadful has happened. I wonder to my soul." She waited until they were past Hartley, and then she asked suddenly, "Adam, what is the matter?" Then Adam spoke. "I am one of a pack of 7 poor fools, and every other girl in the family has gone raving mad, so I thought I'd come after you and see if you had sense or reason or justice left in you." "What do you want of me?" she asked, dazedly. "I want you to be fair, to be honest, to do as you'd be done by. You came to me when you were in trouble," he reminded her. Kate could not prevent the short laugh that sprang to her lips, nor what she said. "And you would not lift a finger. Young Adam made his mother help me. Why don't you go to George for what you want?" Adam lost all self-control and swore sulphurously. "I thought you'd be different," he said, "but I see you're going to be just like the rest of the—" "Stop that," said Kate. "You're talking about my sisters, and yours. Stop this wild talk and tell me exactly what is the matter." "I'm telling nothing," said Adam. "You can find out what is the matter and go it with the rest of them when you get there. Mother said this morning she wished you were there, because you'd be the only sane one in the family, so I thought I'd bring you, but I wish now I hadn't done it, for it stands to reason that you will join the pack and run as fast as the rest of the wolves." "From a prairie fire or to a carcass?" asked Kate. "I told you you could find out when you got there. I'm not going to have them saying I influenced you or bribed you," he said. "Do you really think that they think you could, Adam?" asked Kate wonderingly. "I have said all I'm going to say," said Adam, and then he began driving his horse inhumanely fast, for the heat was deep, slow, and burning. "Adam, is there any such hurry?" asked Kate. "You know you are abusing your horse dreadfully." Adam immediately jerked the horse with all his might, and slashed the length of its body with 2 long stripes that rapidly raised in high welts, so Kate saw that he was past reasoning with, and said no other word. She tried to think who would be at home, how they would treat her, the prodigal, who had not been there in 7 years, and suddenly it occurred to Kate that if she had known all she now knew in her youth, and had the same decision to make again as when she knew nothing, she would have taken wing just as she had. She had made failures, she had hurt herself, mind and body, but her honor, her self-respect were intact. Suddenly she sat straight. She was glad that she had taken a bath, wore a reasonably decent dress, and had a better one in the back of the buggy. She would cut the Gordian knot with a vengeance. She would not wait to see how they treated her. She would treat them. As for Adam's state, there was only one surmise she could make, and that seemed so incredible she decided to wait until her mother told her all about whatever the trouble was. As they came in sight of the house, queer feelings took possession of Kate. She struggled to think kindly of her father. She tried to feel pangs of grief over his passing. She was too forthright and had too good a memory to succeed. Home had been so unbearable that she had taken desperate measures to escape it, but as the white house with its tree and shrub-filled yard could be seen more plainly, Kate suddenly was filled with the strongest possessive feeling she had ever known. It was home. It was her home. Her place was there, even as Adam had said. She felt a sudden revulsion against herself that she had stayed away 7 years. She should have taken her chances and at least gone to see her mother. She leaned from the buggy and watched for the first glimpse of the tall, gaunt, dark woman who had brought their big brood into the world and stood squarely with her husband against every one of them in each thing he proposed. Now he was gone. No doubt he had carried out his intentions. No doubt she was standing by him as always. Kate gathered her skirts, but Adam passed the house, driving furiously as ever, and he only slackened speed when he was forced to at the turn from the road to the lane. He stopped the buggy in the barnyard, got out, and began unharnessing the horse. Kate sat still and watched him until he led it away. Then she stepped down and started across the barnyard, down the lane leading to the dooryard. As she closed the yard gate and rounded a widely spreading snowball bush, her heart was pounding wildly. What was coming? How would the other boys act if Adam, the best balanced man of them all, was behaving as he was? How would her mother greet her? With the thought, Kate realized that she was so homesick for her mother that she would do or give anything in the world to see her. Then there was a dragging step, a short, sharp breath, and, wheeling, Kate stood facing her mother. She had come from the potato patch back of the orchard, carrying a pail of potatoes in each hand. Her face was haggard, her eyes bloodshot, her hair falling in dark tags, her cheeks red with exertion. They stood facing each other. At the first glimpse, Kate cried, "Oh, Mother!" and sprang toward her. Then she stopped, while her heart again failed her, for from the astonishment on her mother's face Kate saw instantly that she was surprised, and had neither sent for nor expected her. She was nauseatingly disappointed. Adam had said she was wanted, had been sent for. Kate's face was twitching, her lips quivering, but she did not hesitate more than an instant. "I see you were not expecting me," she said. "I'm sorry. Adam came after me. I wouldn't have come if he hadn't said you sent for me." Kate paused a minute, hopefully. Her mother looked at her steadily. "I'm sorry," Kate repeated. "I don't know why he said that." By that time the pain in her heart was so fierce she caught her breath sharply and pressed her hand hard against her side. Her mother stooped, set down the buckets, and taking off her sunbonnet, wiped the sweat from her lined face with the curtain. "Well, I do," she said, tersely. "Why?" demanded Kate. "To see if he could use you to serve his own interests, of course," answered her mother. "He lied good and hard when he said I sent for you. I didn't. I probably wouldn't have had the sense to do it. But since you are here, I don't mind telling you that I never was so glad to see anyone in all my born days." Mrs. Bates drew herself full height, set her lips, stiffened her jaw, and again used the bonnet skirt on her face and neck. Kate picked up the potatoes to hide the big tears that gushed from her eyes, and leading the way toward the house, she said, "Come over here in the shade. Why should you be out digging potatoes?" "Oh, they's enough here, and willing enough," said Mrs. Bates. "Slipped off to get away from them. It was the quietest and the peacefulest out there, Kate. I'd most like to stay all day, but it's getting on to dinner time, and I'm short of potatoes." "Never mind the potatoes," said Kate. "Let the folks serve themselves if they are hungry." She went to the side of the smoke-house, picked up a bench turned up there, and carrying it to the shady side of a widely spreading privet bush, she placed it where it would be best screened from both house and barn. Then, setting the potatoes in the shade, she went to her mother, put her arm around her, and drew her to the seat. She took her handkerchief and wiped her face, smoothed back her straggled hair, and pulling out a pin, fastened the coil better. "Now rest a bit," she said, "and then tell me why you were glad to see me, and exactly what you'd like me to do here. Mind, I've been away 7 years, and Adam told me not a word except that Father was gone." "Humph! All missed the mark again," commented Mrs. Bates, dryly. "They all said he'd gone to fill you up and get you on his side." "Mother, what is the trouble?" asked Kate. "Take your time and tell me what has happened, and what you want, not what Adam wants." Mrs. Bates relaxed her body a trifle, but gripped her hands tightly together in her lap. "Well, it was quick work," she said. "It all came yesterday afternoon, just like being hit by lightning. Pa hadn't failed a particle that anyone could see. Ate a big dinner of ham and boiled dumplings, and him and Hiram was in the west field. It was scorchin' hot, and first Hiram saw, Pa was down. Sam Langley was passin' and helped get him in, and took our horse and ran for Robert. He was in the country, but Sam brought another doctor real quick, and he seemed to fetch Pa out of it in good shape, so we thought he'd be all right, maybe by morning, though the doctor said he'd have to hole up a day or two. He went away, promisin' to send Robert back, and Hiram went home to feed. I set by Pa, fanning him and putting cloths on his head. All at once he began to chill. We thought it was only the way a body was with sunstroke, and past pilin' on blankets we didn't pay much attention. He said he was all right, so I went to milk. Before I left I gave him a drink, and he asked me to feel in his pants pockets and get the key and hand him the deed box, till he'd see if everything was right. Said he guessed he'd had a close call. You know how he was. I got him the box and went to do the evening work. I hurried as fast as I could. Coming back, clear across the yard I smelt burnin' wool, and I dropped the milk and ran. I dunno no more about just what happened than you do. The house was full of smoke. Pa was on the floor, most to the sittin'-room door, his head and hair and hands awfully burned, his shirt pulled off, laying face down and clear gone. The minute I seen the way he laid, I knew he was gone. The bed was pourin' smoke, and one little blaze about 6 inches high was shootin' up to the top. I got that out, and then I saw most of the fire was smothered between the blankets where he'd thrown them back to get out of the bed. I don't know why he fooled with the lamp. It always stood on the little table in his reach, but it was light enough to read fine print. All I can figure is that the light was going out of his eyes, and he thought it was getting dark, so he tried to light the lamp to see the deeds. He was fingering them when I left, but he didn't say he couldn't see them. The lamp was just on the bare edge of the table, the wick way up and blackened, the chimney smashed on the floor, the bed afire. "Those deeds are burned?" gasped Kate. "All of them? Are they all gone?" "Every last one," said Mrs. Bates. "Well, if one is gone, thank God they all are," said Kate. Her mother turned swiftly and caught her arm. "Say that again!" she cried eagerly. "Maybe I'm wrong about it, but it's what I think," said Kate. "If the boys are crazy over all of them being gone, they'd do murder if part had theirs and the others had not." Mrs. Bates doubled over on Kate's shoulder suddenly and struggled with an inward spasm. "You poor thing," said Kate. "This is dreadful. All of us know how you loved him, how you worked together. Can you think of anything I can do? Is there any special thing the matter?" "I'm afraid," whispered Mrs. Bates. "Oh, Katie, I'm so afraid. You know how set he was. You know how he worked himself and all of us. He had to know what he was doing when he fought the fire till the shirt burned off him." Her voice dropped to a harsh whisper. "What do you suppose he's doing now?" Any form of religious belief was a subject that had never been touched upon or talked of in the Bates family. Money was their god, work their religion. Kate looked at her mother curiously. "You mean you believe in afterlife?" she said. "Why, I suppose there must be something," she said. "I think so myself," said Kate. "I always have. I think there is a God, and that Father is facing him now and finding out for the first time in his experience that he is very small potatoes, and what he planned and slaved for amounted to nothing in the scheme of the universe. I can't imagine Father being subdued by anything on earth, but it appeals to me that he will cut a pathetic figure before the throne of an almighty God." A slow grin twisted Mrs. Bates's lips. "Well, wherever he went," she said, "I guess he found out pretty quick that he was some place at last where he couldn't be boss." "I'm very sure he has," said Kate, "and I am equally sure the discipline will be good for him. But his sons, his precious sons, what are they doing?" "Taking it according to their bent," said Mrs. Bates. "Adam is insane, Hiram is crying." "Have you had a lawyer?" asked Kate. "What for? We all know the law on this subject better than we know our ABCs." "Did your deed for this place go too?" asked Kate. "Yes," said Mrs. Bates, "but mine was recorded. None of the others were. I get a third, and the rest will be cut up and divided, share and share alike, among all of you equally. I think it's going to kill Adam and ruin Andrew." "It won't do either. But this is awful. I can see how the boys feel. And really, Mother, this is no more fair to them than things have always been for the girls. By the way, what are they doing?" "Same as the boys, acting out their natures. Mary is openly rejoicing, so is Nancy Ellen. Hannah and Bertha at least can see the boys' side. The others say one thing before the boys and another among themselves. In the end the girls will have their shares and nobody can blame them. I don't myself, but I think Pa will rise from his grave when those farms are torn up." "Don't worry," said Kate. "He will have learned by now that graves are merely incidental, and that he has no option on real estate where he is. Leave him to his harp, and tell me what you want done." "I want you to see that it was all accidental. I want you to take care of me. I want you should think out the fair thing for all of us to do. I want you to keep sane and cool-headed and shame the others into behaving themselves. And I want you to smash down hard on their everlasting 'why didn't you do this' and 'why didn't you do that?' I reckon I've been told 500 times already that I shouldn't have given the deeds. Josie say it, and then she sings it. Not give them to him! How could I help giving them to him? He'd have got up and got 'em himself if I hadn't." "You've cut out something of a job for me," said Kate, "but I'll do my best. Anyway, I can take care of you. Come on into the house now and let me clean you up, and then I'll talk the rest of them into reason, if you stand back of me and let them see I'm acting for you." "You go ahead," said Mrs. Bates. "I'll back whatever you say. But keep 'em off me. Keep 'em off of me." After Kate had bathed her mother, helped her into fresh clothes, and brushed her hair, she coaxed her to lie down, and by diplomatic talk and stroking her head, finally soothed her to sleep. Then she went down and announced the fact, asking them all to be quiet, and began making her way from group to group in an effort to restore mental balance and sanity. After Kate had invited all of them to go home and stay until time for the funeral Sunday morning, and all of them had emphatically declined, and eagerly had gone on straining the situation to the breaking point, Kate gave up and began setting the table. When any of them tried to talk or argue with her, she said conclusively, "I shall not say one word about this until Monday. Then we will talk things over and find where we stand and what Mother wants. This would be much easier for all of us if you'd all go home and calm down and plan out what you think would be the fair and just thing to do." Before evening Kate was back exactly where she left off, for when Mrs. Bates came downstairs, her nerves quieted by her long sleep, she asked Kate what would be best about each question that arose, while Kate answered as nearly for all of them as her judgment and common sense dictated. But she gave the answer in her own way, and she paved the way by making a short, sharp speech when the first person said in her hearing that Mother never should have given him the deeds. Not one of them said that again, while at Kate's suggestion, mentally and on scraps of paper, every single one of them figured that 1/3 of 1,650 was 550. Subtracted from 1,650, this left 1,100, which, divided by 16, gave 68 3/4. This result gave Josie the hysterics, strong and capable though she was, made Hiram violently ill so that he resorted to garden palings for support, while Agatha used her influence suddenly and took Adam Jr. home. As she came to Kate to say that they were going, Agatha was white as possible, her thin lips compressed, a red spot burning on either cheek. "Adam and I shall take our departure now, Catherine," she said, standing very stiffly, her head held higher than Kate had ever thought it could be lifted. Kate put her arm around her sister-in-law and gave her a hearty hug. "Tell Adam I will do what I think is fair and just, and use all the influence I have to get the others to do the same," she said. "Fruitless," said Agatha. "Fruitless. Reason and justice have departed from this abode. I shall hasten my pace and take Adam where my influence is paramount. The state of affairs here is deplorable, perfectly deplorable. I shall not be missed, and I shall leave my male offspring to take the place of his poor defrauded father." Adam, the third, was now a tall, handsome young man of 22, quite as fond of Kate as ever. He wiped the dishes, and when the evening work was finished, they talked with Mrs. Bates until they knew her every wish. The children had planned for a funeral from the church because it was large enough to seat the family and friends in comfort. But when they mentioned this to Mrs. Bates, she delivered an ultimatum on the instant. "You'll do no such thing," she cried. "Pa never went to that church living. I'll not sanction him being carried there feet first when he's helpless. And we'll not scandalize the neighbours by fighting over money on Sunday, either. You'll all come Monday morning if you want anything to say about this. If you don't, I'll put through the business in short order. I'm sick to my soul of the whole thing. I'll wash my hands of it as quick as possible." So the families all went to their homes. Kate helped her mother to bed, and then she and Adam Third tried to plan what would be best for the morrow. Afterward they sat down and figured until almost dawn. "There's no faintest possibility of pleasing everyone," said Kate. "The level best we can do is to devise some scheme whereby everyone will come as nearly being satisfied as possible." "Can Aunt Josie and Aunt Mary keep from fighting across the grave?" asked Adam. "Only heaven knows," said Kate. End of chapter 16.
Chapter 17 of A Daughter of the Land. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Daughter of the Land by Jean Stratton-Porter. Chapter 17. The Banner Hand. Sunday morning Kate arose early and had the house clean and everything ready when the first carriage load drove into the barnyard. As she helped her mother to dress, Mrs. Bates again evidenced a rebellious spirit. Nancy Ellen had slipped upstairs and sewed fine white ruching in the neck and sleeves of her mother's best dress, her only dress, in fact, aside from the calicoes she worked in. Kate combed her mother's hair and drew it in loose waves across her temples. As she produced the dress, Mrs. Bates drew back. "What did you stick them gewgaws on my dress for?" she demanded. "I didn't," said Kate. "Oh, it was Nancy Ellen. Well, I don't see why she wanted to make a laughing-stock of me," said Mrs. Bates. "She didn't," said Kate. "Everyone is wearing ruching now. She wanted her mother to have what the best of them have." "Humph," said Mrs. Bates. "Well, I reckon I can stand it until noon, but it's going to be a hot dose." "Haven't you a thin black dress, Mother?" asked Kate. "No," said Mrs. Bates, "I haven't, but you can make a pretty safe bet that I will have one before I start anywhere again in such weather as this." "That's the proper spirit," said Kate. "There comes Andrew. Let me put your bonnet on." She set the fine black bonnet Nancy Ellen had bought on Mrs. Bates's head at the proper angle, and tied the long, wide silk ribbon beneath her chin. Mrs. Bates sat in martyr-like resignation. Kate was pleased with her mother's appearance. "Look in the mirror," she said. "See what a handsome lady you are." "I ain't seen in a looking-glass since I don't know when," said Mrs. Bates. "Why should I begin now? Chances are you have rigged me up until I'll set the neighbors laughing, or else to saying that I didn't wait until the breath was out of Pa's body to begin primping." "Nonsense, Mother," said Kate. "Nobody will say or think anything. Everyone will recognize Nancy Ellen's fine Spencerian hand in that bonnet and ruching. Now for your veil." Mrs. Bates arose from her chair and stepped back. "There, there, Katy," she said. "You've gone far enough. I'll be sweat to a lather in this dress. I'll wear the head riggin' because I've got to, or set the neighbors talkin' how mean Pa was not to let me have a bonnet, and between the two I'd rather they'd take it out on me than on him." She steadied herself by the chair back and looked Kate in the eyes. "Pa was always the banner hand to boss everything," she said. "He was so big and strong and so all-fired sure he was right, I never contraried him in the start, so before I knowed it, I was waiting for him to say what to do and then agreeing with him, even when I knowed he was wrong. So goin' we got along fine, but it give me an awful smothered feeling at times." Kate stood looking at her mother intently, her brain racing, for she was thinking to herself, "Good Lord! She means that to preserve the appearance of self-respect she systematically agreed with him, whether she thought he was right or wrong, because she was not able to hold her own against him. Nearly 50 years of life like that." Kate tossed the heavy black crepe veil back on the bed. "Mother," she said, "here alone and between us, if I promise never to tell a living soul, will you tell me the truth about that deed business?" Mrs. Bates seemed so agitated, Kate added, "I mean how it started. If you thought it was right and a fair thing to do." "Yes, I'll tell you that," said Mrs. Bates. "It was not fair, and I saw it. I saw it good and plenty. There was no use to fight him. That would only a drove him to record them, but I was sick of it, and I told him so." Kate was pinning her hat. "I have planned for you to walk with Adam," she said. "Well, you can just change that plan, so far as I am concerned," said Mrs. Bates with finality. "I ain't a-goin' with Adam. Somebody had told him about the deeds before he got here. He came in ravin', and he talked to me something terrible. He was the first to say I shouldn't a-give Pa the box, not give it to him, and he went farther than that, till I just rose up and called him down proper. But I ain't feelin' good at him, and I ain't goin' with him. I am goin' with you. I want somebody with me that understands me, and feels a little for me, and I want the neighbors to see that the minute I'm boss, such a fine girl as you has her rightful place in her home. I'll go with you, or I'll sit down on this chair and sit here." "But you didn't send for me," said Kate. "No, I hadn't quite got round to it yet, but I was coming. I'd told all of them that you were the only one in the lot who had any sense, and I'd said I wished you were here, and as I see it, I'd a sent for you yesterday afternoon about 3 o'clock. I was coming to it fast. I didn't feel just like standing up for myself, but I took about all fault-finding it was in me to bear. Just about 3 o'clock I'd a sent for you, Katy, sure as God made little apples." "All right, then," said Kate, "but if you don't tell them, they'll always say I took the lead." "Well, they got to say something," said Mrs. Bates. "Most of 'em would die if they had to keep their mouths shut a while, but I'll tell them fast enough." Then she led the way downstairs. There were enough members of the immediate family to pack the front rooms of the house. The neighbors filled the dining room and dooryard. The church choir sang a hymn in front of the house. The minister stood on the front steps and read a chapter, and told where Mr. Bates had been born, married, the size of his family and possessions, said he was a good father, an honest neighbor, and very sensibly left his future with his God. Then the choir sang again, and all started to their conveyances. As the breaking up began outside, Mrs. Bates arose and stepped to the foot of the casket. She steadied herself by it, and said, "Some time back, I promised Pa that if he went before I did, at this time in his funeral ceremony I would set his black tin box on the foot of his coffin, and unlock before all of you, and in the order in which they lay, beginning with Adam Jr., hand each of you boys the deed Pa had made you for the land you live on. You all know what happened. None of you know just how. It wouldn't bring the deeds back if you did. They're gone. But I want you boys to follow your father to his grave with nothing in your hearts against him. He was all for the men. I don't ever want to hear any of you criticize him about this, or me either. He did his best to make you upstanding men in your community, his one failing being that he liked being an upstanding man himself so well that he carried it too far, but his intentions was the best. As for me, I'd no idea how sick he was, and nobody else did. I minded him just like all the rest of you always did, the boys especially. From the church I want all of you to go home until tomorrow morning, and then I want my sons and daughters by birth only to come here, and we'll talk things over quietly, mind you, and decide what to do. Katie, will you come with me?" It was not quite a tearless funeral. Some of the daughters-in-law wept from nervous excitement, and some of the little children cried with fear, but there were no tears from the wife of Adam Bates or his sons and daughters. And when he was left to the mercies of time, all of them followed Mrs. Bates's orders, except Nancy Ellen and Robert, who stopped to help Kate with the dinner. Kate slipped into her second dress and went to work. Mrs. Bates untied her bonnet strings and unfastened her dress neck as they started home. She unbuttoned her waist going up the back walk and pulled it off at the door. "Well, if I ever put that thing on in July again," she said, "you can use my head for a knock-maul. Nancy Ellen, can't you stop at a store as you come out in the morning and get the goods, and you girls run me up a dress that is nice enough to go out in, and not so hot it starts me burning before my time?" "Of course I can," said Nancy Ellen. "About what do you want to pay, Mother?" "Whatever it takes to get a decent and a cool dress. Cool, mind you," said Mrs. Bates, "and any color but black." "Why, Mother," cried Nancy Ellen, "it must be black." "No," said Mrs. Bates. "Pa kept me in black all my life on the supposition it showed the dirt the least. There's nothing in that. It shows dirt worse'n white. I got my fill of black. You can get a nice cool gray if you want me to wear it." "Well, I never," said Nancy Ellen. "What will the neighbors say?" "What do I care?" asked Mrs. Bates. "They've talked about me all my life. I'd be kind o' lonesome if they's to quit." Dinner over, Kate proposed that her mother should lie down while they washed the dishes. "I would like a little rest," said Mrs. Bates. "I guess I'll go upstairs." "You'll do nothing of the kind," said Kate. "It's dreadfully hot up there. Go in the spare room where it is cool. We'll keep quiet. I am going to stay Tuesday until I move you in there, anyway. It's smaller, but it's big enough for one, and you'll feel much better there." "Oh, Katie, I'm so glad you thought of that," cried Mrs. Bates. "I've been thinking and thinking about it, and it just seems as if I can't ever steel myself to go into that room to sleep again. I'll never enter that door that I don't see—" "You'll never enter it again as your room," said Kate. "I'll fix you up before I go, and Sally Whistler told me last evening she would come and make her home with you if you wanted her. You like Sally, don't you?" "Yes, I like her fine," said Mrs. Bates. Quietly as possible the girls washed the dishes, pulled down the blinds, closed the front door, and slipped down in the orchard with Robert to talk things over. Nancy Ellen was stiffly reserved with Kate, but she would speak when she was spoken to, which was so much better than silence that Kate was happy over it. Robert was himself. Kate thought she had never liked him so well. He seemed to grow even kinder and more considerate as the years passed. Nancy Ellen was prettier than Kate had ever seen her, but there was a line of discontent around her mouth, and she spoke pettishly on slight provocation, or none at all. Now she was openly, brazenly, brutally frank in her rejoicing. She thought it was the best joke that ever happened to the boys, and she said so repeatedly. Kate found her lips closing more tightly and a slight feeling of revulsion growing in her heart. Surely in Nancy Ellen's lovely home, cared for and shielded in every way, she had no such need of money as Kate had herself. She was delighted when Nancy Ellen said she was sleepy, and was going to the living-room lounge for a nap. Then Kate produced her sheet of figures. She and Robert talked the situation over, and carefully figured on how an adjustment, fair to all, could be made, until they were called to supper. After supper Nancy Ellen and Robert went home, while Kate and her mother sat on the back porch and talked until Kate had a clear understanding and a definite plan in her mind, which was that much improvement over wearing herself out in bitter revilings, or selfish rejoicing over her brother's misfortune. Her mother listened to all she had to say, asked a question occasionally, objected to some things, and suggested others. They arose when they had covered every contingency they could think of and went upstairs to bed, even though the downstairs was cooler. As she undressed, Mrs. Bates said slowly, "Now in the morning I'll speak my piece first, and I'll say it pretty plain. I got the whip hand here for once in my life. They can't rave and fight here and insult me again, as they did Friday night and Saturday till you got here and shut 'em up. I won't stand it, that's flat. I'll tell him so, and that you speak for me, because you can figure faster and express yourself plainer. But insist that there be no fussing, and I'll back you. I don't know just what life has been doing to you, Katy, but Lord, it has made a fine woman of you." Kate set her lips in an even line and said nothing, but her heart was the gladdest it had been in years. Her mother continued, "Seems like Nancy Ellen had all the chance. Most folks thought she was a lot the purtiest to start with, though I can't say that I ever saw so much difference. She's had leisure and pettin', and her husband has made a mint o' money. She's gone all over the country with him, and the more chance she has, the narrower she grows, and the more discontented her. One thing, she is awful disappointed about havin' no children. I pity her about that." "Is it because she's a twin?" asked Kate. "I'm afraid so," said Mrs. Bates. "You can't tell much about those things. They just seem to happen. Robert and Nancy Ellen feel awful bad about it. Still, she might do for others what she would for her own. The Lord knows there are enough mighty nice children in the world who need mothering. I want to see your children, Katy. Are they nice little folks, straight and good-looking?" "The boy is," said Kate. "The girl is good, with the exception of being the most stubborn child I've ever seen. She looks so much like a woman it almost sickens me to think of, that I have to drive myself to do her justice." "What a pity," said Mrs. Bates, slowly. "Oh, they are happy, healthy youngsters," said Kate. "They get as much as we ever did, and don't expect any more. I have yet to see a demonstrative Bates." "Humph," said Mrs. Bates. "Well, you ought to been here Friday night, and I thought Adam came precious near it Saturday." "Demonstrating power or anger, yes," said Kate. "I meant affection. And isn't it the queerest thing how people are made? Of all the boys, Adam is the one who has had the most softening influences, and who has made the most money, and yet he's acting the worst of all. It really seems as if failure and hardship make more of a human being of folks than success." "You're right," said Mrs. Bates. "Look at Nancy Ellen and Adam. Sometimes I think Adam has been pretty much galled with Agatha and her money all these years, and it just drives him crazy to think of having still less than she has. Have you got your figures all set down, to back you up, Katy?" "Yes," said Kate. "I've gone all over it with Robert, and he thinks it's the best and only thing that can be done. Now go to sleep." Each knew that the other was awake most of the night, but very few words passed between them. They were up early, dressed, and waiting when the first carriage stopped at the gate. Kate told her mother to stay where she would not be worried until she was needed, and went down herself to meet her brothers and sisters in the big living room. When the last one arrived, she called her mother. Mrs. Bates came down looking hollow-eyed, haggard, and grim, as none of her children ever before had seen her. She walked directly to the little table at the end of the room, and while still standing, she said, "Now I've got a few words to say, and then I'll turn this over to a younger head and one better at figures than mine. I've said my say as to Pa yesterday. Now I'll say this for myself. I got my start minding Pa, and agreeing with him young, but you needn't any of you throw it in my teeth now that I did. There is only one woman among you, and no man who ever disobeyed him. Katy stood up to him once, and got 7 years from home to punish her and me. He wasn't right then, and I knew it, as I'd often known it before and pretty often since, but no woman God ever made could have lived with Adam Bates as his wife and contraried him. I didn't mind him any quicker or any oftener than the rest of you. Keep that pretty clear in your heads, and don't one of you dare to open your mouth again to tell me, as you did Saturday, what I should 'a' done and what I shouldn't. I've had the law of this explained to me. You all know it for that matter. By the law, I get this place and 1/3 of all the other land and money. I don't know just what money there is at the bank or in notes and mortgages, but 1/16 of it after my third is taken out ain't going to make or break any of you. I've told Katy what I'm willing to do on my part, and she will explain it, and then tell you about a plan she has fixed up. As for me, you can take it or leave it. If you take it, well and good. If you don't, the law will be set in motion today, and it will take its course to the end. It all depends on you. Now 2 things more. At the start, what Pa wanted to do seemed to me right, and I agreed with him and worked with him. But when my girls began to grow up, and I saw how they felt and how they struggled and worked, and how the women you boys married went ahead of my own girls and had finer homes and carriages and easier times, I got pretty sick of it, and I told Pa so more'n once. He just raved whenever I did, and he always carried his keys in his pocket. I never touched his chest key in my life till I handed him his deed box Friday afternoon. But I agree with my girls. It's fair and right, since things have come out as they have, that they should have their shares. I would, too. The other thing is just this. I'm tired to death of the whole business. I want peace and rest, and I want it quick. Friday and Saturday I was so scared and so knocked out, I suppose I'd 'a' took it if one of the sucking babies had riz up and commenced to tell me what I should 'a' done, and what I shouldn't. I'm through with that. You will all keep civil tongues in your heads this morning, or I'll get up and go upstairs and lock myself in a room till you're gone. And if I go, it will mean that the law takes its course. And if it does, there will be 300 acres less land to divide. You've had Pa on your hands all your lives. Now you will go civil, and you will go easy, or you will get a taste of Ma. I take no more talk from anybody. Katie, go ahead with your figures." Kate spread her sheet on the table and glanced around the room. "The Milton County records show 1,650 acres standing in Father's name," she said. "Of these, Mother is heir to 550 acres, leaving 1,100 acres to be divided among 16 of us, which gives 68 3/4 acres to each. This land is the finest that proper fertilization and careful handling can make. Even the poorest is the cream of the country as compared with the surrounding farms. As a basis of estimate, I have taken $100 an acre as a fair selling figure. Some is worth more, some less, but that is a good average. This would make the share of each of us in cash that could easily be realized $6,875. Whatever else is in mortgages, notes, and money can be collected as it is due, deposited in some bank, and when it is all in, divided equally among us after deducting Mother's third. Now this is the law, and those are the figures, but I shall venture to say that none of us feel right about it, or ever will." An emphatic murmur of approval ran among the boys. Mary and Nancy Ellen stoutly declared that they did. "Oh, no, you don't," said Kate. "If God made any woman of you so that she feels right and clean in her conscience about this deal, he made her wrong, and that is a thing that has not yet been proven of God. As I see it, here is the boys' side. From childhood they were told, bribed, and urged to miss holidays, work all week and often on Sunday, to push and slave on the promise of this land at 21. They all got the land and money to stock it and build homes. They were told it was theirs, required to pay the taxes on it, and also to labor at any time and without wages for Father. Not one of the boys but has done several $100 worth of work on Father's farm for nothing, to keep him satisfied and to ensure getting his deed. All these years, each man has paid his taxes, put thousands in improvements, in rebuilding homes and barns, fertilizing and developing his land. Each one of these farms is worth nearly twice what it was the day it was received. That the boys should lose all this is no cause for rejoicing on the part of any true woman. As a fact, no true woman would allow such a thing to happen." "Speak for yourself," cried several of the girls at once. "Now, right here is where we come to a perfect understanding," said Kate. "I did say that for myself, but in the main what I say for Mother. Now you will not one of you interrupt me again, or this meeting closes, and each of you stands to lose more than $2,000, which is worth being civil for quite a while. No more of that. I say any woman should be ashamed to take advantage of her brother through an accident, and rob him of years of work and money he was perfectly justified in thinking was his. I, for one, refuse to do it, and I want and need money probably more than any of you. To tear up these farms, to take more than half from the boys is too much. On the other hand, for the girls to help earn the land, to go with no inheritance at all, is even more unfair. Now, in order to arrive at a compromise that will leave each boy his farm, and give each girl the nearest possible to a fair amount, figuring in what the boys have spent in taxes and work for Father, and what each girl has lost by not having her money to handle all these years, it is necessary to split the difference between the time Adam, the eldest, has had his inheritance, and Hiram, the youngest, came into possession, which by taking from and adding to gives a fair average of 15 years. Now Mother proposes, if we will enter into an agreement this morning with no words and no wrangling, to settle on this basis, she will relinquish her third of all other land and keep only this home farm. She even will allow the 50 lying across the road to be sold, and the money put into a general fund for the share of the girls. She will turn into this fund all money from notes and mortgages, and the sale of all stock, implements, etc. here, except what she wants to keep for her use, and the sum of $3,000 in cash to provide against old age. This releases quite a sum of money, and 350 acres of land, which she gives to the boys to start this fund as her recompense for their work and loss, through a scheme in which she had a share in the start. She does this only on the understanding that the boys form a pool, and in some way take from what they have saved, sell timber or cattle, or borrow enough money to add to this sufficient to pay to each girl $6,000 in cash in 3 months. Now get out your pencils and figure. Start with the original number of acres at $50 an acre, which is what it cost Father on an average. Balance against each other what the boys have lost in tax and work, and the girls have lost in not having their money to handle, and cross it off. Then figure, not on a basis of what the boys have made this land worth, but on what it cost Father's estate to buy, build on, and stock each farm. Strike the 15-year average on prices and profits. Figure that the girls get all their money practically immediately to pay for the time they have been out of it, while each boy assumes an equal share of the indebtedness required to finish out the $6,000 after Mother has turned in what she is willing to, if this is settled here and now. Then I understand, said Mary, that if we take under the law, each of us is entitled to 68 3/4 acres, and if we take under Mother's proposition, we are entitled to 87 1/2 acres. No, E.A., said Kate, the old nickname for exceptional ability slipping out before she thought. No, not so. You take 68 3/4 under the law. Mother's proposition is made only to the boys, and only on condition that they settle here and now, because she feels responsible to them for her share in rearing them and starting them out as she did. By accepting her proposition, you lose $875 approximately. The boys lose on the same basis, figuring at $50 an acre, $6,562.50, plus their work and taxes, and minus what Mother will turn in, which will be about, let me see, it will take a pool of $54,000 to pay each of us $6,000. If Mother raises $35,000 plus sale money and notes, it will leave about $19,000 for the boys, which will divide up at nearly $2,500 for them to lose, as against less than $1,000 for us. That should be enough to square matters with any right-minded woman, even in our positions. It will give us that much cash in hand. It will leave the boys, some of the younger ones, in debt for years if they hold their land. What more do you want? I want the last cent that is coming to me, said Mary. I thought you would, said Kate. Yet you have the best home and the most money of any of the girls living on farms. I settle under this proposition because it is fair and just and what Mother wants done. If she feels that this is defrauding the girls any, she can arrange to leave what she has to us at her death, which would more than square matters in our favor. You hold on there, Katie, said Mrs. Bates. You're going too fast. I'll get what's coming to me and hang on to it a while before I decide which way the cat jumps. I reckon you'll all admit that in mothering the 16 of you, doing my share indoors and out, and living with Pa for all these years, I've earned it. I'll not tie myself up in any way. I'll do just what I please with mine. Figure in all I've told you to. For the rest, let be. I beg your pardon, said Kate. You're right, of course. I'll sign this, and I shall expect every sister I have to do the same, quickly and cheerfully, as the best way out of a bad business that has hurt all of us for years. And then I shall expect the boys to follow like men. It's the fairest, decentest thing we can do. Let's get it over. Kate picked up the pen, handed it to her mother, signed afterward herself, and then carried it to each of her sisters, leaving Nancy Ellen and Mary until last. All of them signed up to Nancy Ellen. She hesitated, and she whispered to Kate, "Did Robert?" Kate nodded. Nancy Ellen thought deeply a minute, and then said slowly, "I guess it is the quickest and best we can do." So she signed. Mary hesitated longer, but finally added her name. Kate passed on to the boys, beginning with Adam. Slowly he wrote his name, and as he handed back the paper, he said, "Thank you, Kate. I believe it's the sanest thing we can do. I can make it easier than the younger boys." "Then help them," said Kate tersely, passing on. Each boy signed in turn, all of them pleased with the chance. It was so much better than they had hoped that it was a great relief, which most of them admitted. So they followed Adam's example in thanking Kate, for all of them knew that in her brain had originated the scheme, which seemed to make the best of their troubles. Then they sat closer, and talked things over calmly and dispassionately. It was agreed that Adam and his mother should drive to Hartley the following afternoon, and arrange for him to take out papers of administration for her, and start the adjustment of affairs. They all went home thinking more of each other, and Kate especially, than ever before. Mrs. Bates got dinner, while Kate and Nancy Ellen went to work on the cool gray dress, so that it would be ready for the next afternoon. While her mother was away, Kate cleaned the spare bedroom and moved her mother's possessions into it. She made it as convenient and comfortable and as pretty as she could, but the house was bare to austerity, so that her attempt at prettifying was rather a failure. Then she opened the closed room and cleaned it, after studying it most carefully as it stood. The longer she worked, the stronger became a conviction that was slowly working its way into her brain. When she could do no more, she packed her telescope, installed Sally Whistler in her father's room, and rode to Hartley with a neighbor. From there she took the Wednesday hack for Walden. End of chapter 17.